recording.
It was a long night. What do you call it? So I came back from checking in on how the troops were doing, and came across Miriam getting ready for the first watch. Spoke to her for a bit, explained to her what was going on. Like the fact that the soldiers had told the general about the glowing elk thing. I still don't quite know how to describe it. Haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I ended up asking Miriam about Cyril and Theala, and Miriam happened to know about them, actually. But after that, Miriam, I went to bed because it was time for first watches to begin, and I wanted to actually sleep and rest after the rough, let's say, day that we'd had. And I got woken up by Alexis halfway through her watch with Derek. Apparently it went off to do something. She heard sounds and went off, and I was keeping an eye out, make sure nothing happened. And I heard part of their conversation. They were gone for a bit. I'm gonna try to just keep my distance and not give whatever. Varric just has to figure some stuff out with Klaus. I'm surprised Alexis didn't hit him for what he said. But yeah, they came back. Well, Alexis came back, and went back to sleep, and then woke up. Didn't feel as rested as I hoped, but here we are, off on our next day, back to Findle Fair.
Okay. And so, the next morning, the sun you guys gather up onto your horses after having packed for the morning, following the general and the rest of the army back onto the trail back to the As you guys continue on your journeys, are there any conversations or such you have?
Varric will pull up to Klaus.
His eye, for a moment, slides over to see you sidling up, but he continues to focus on the road.
Hey, listen, I want to talk to you at some point. It doesn't have to be now, but there is some things I would like to discuss with you.
Okay.
It's important to me that we talk about this at some point. Like I said, it doesn't have to be right now.
He just kind of nods.
Are you okay? You seem...
I'm fine,
Yeah.
Varric.
You seem grumpier than usual.
Just haven't been able to get much sleep with the journey forward. Way too many soldiers in the area. As he kind of whispers to himself almost, or murmurs, speaks lower. I'm fine.
Tell you what. Been meaning to ask this about that. I know you have a hard time sleeping.
Sorry, one pause. Hearing you.
Hearing what?
Audio's not picking you guys up. Sorry, hold on.
That's on your side, Nikki. I'm getting it
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah, no. I mean on the thing. Okay, there we go. Continue.
Okay.
Do you need us to start over at something, or?
No, just continue.
I know you have a hard time sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
When I was little, my mother, whenever I was having nightmares or simply trouble sleeping, would sing me a song, play me music to help lull me into a peaceful sleep. If you want, I could try doing that with you.
For a moment, he does what seems to be almost a hard blink, kind of exhaling a breath that I don't think he knew he was holding. Perhaps it might. I suppose we'll have to try that at some time, I guess.
Well, not tonight.
He kind of seems almost a little twitchy, but eventually he kind of perhaps not with everything else that's going on. It's more than just difficulty sleeping. It's a series of things. I don't feel comfortable with where I am. There's soldiers everywhere. Just perhaps when we get back to Findlefair.
He does not sound okay, does he?
He's not doing a good job at stifling whatever may be on his mind, I'd say.
Eric kind of gets a nod, but he will say, all the more reason, in my opinion, to try to get a good night's rest. But it's your decision in the end.
He seems to relax a bit. Thank you.
Alright. And so, you guys continue on. Traveling upon the main road. Eventually, a bit of a light drizzle. You can see Vidalia glance up at Patter, but continues onward.
Sorry to interrupt.
Isn't
Just
huh?
Quick question.
Yes.
Is Nikki kind of like just losing like little
Yeah.
bits? Okay.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Just a bit, not
Is this better?
much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know if it keeps happening. I'll adjust sensitivity more. Okay. So you guys continue onward. A light drizzle begins to happen part way through your journey, about more towards the end of your journey. It's about 5 p.m. of this next day that the rain slowly begins to pick up into a more rapid patter. And
I will get my raincoat and rain hat.
Tenzing will just kind of tilt his head back as when they're walking, still looking forward, but just enjoying the rain in the meantime.
Oh, as we were traveling, can I ask to keep training Urkel?
while moving
Yeah, I've been doing it before.
on Tenzing's back, what are you teaching him?
I'm just gonna hammer home lay, because I know I'm getting close with that one.
I thought you're on Alexis's horse.
Oh yeah, I was.
Are you?
I probably would have switched back after I was done my conversation with Klaus.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are you sure I had you do that before? It's kind of difficult to teach a pet lay while riding a horse.
You've been having me do it.
You sure I didn't have it doing during pauses on the journey?
No, I've asked. It's like, hey, since we're traveling and I'm not really doing anything since I'm lying on Tenzing's back, can I teach him lay? And you said sure.
And I guess his circle is small. I mean, Alexis and Kovacs have taken naps on this guy before, so.
Yeah, alright. Roll animal handling.
Whoa.
Well,
Oh, nat 20.
Nice.
He's really starting to kind of get the hang of it. You get the sense that possibly just one more time, and that'll be it. He'll have it nailed. Yep.
I will say that Klaus, through the art of staring holes into the back of her head, will try to get Alexis's attention.
Using the force.
Yes.
to talk and communicate when you can just stare until they know.
You
I like to
notice
imagine
Alexis.
she doesn't notice for 3 hours. And you just stare. And she just back like right over my head.
Everyone
No,
noticed.
he just
except
pours
for-
murderous intent into it at the intent of getting her attention.
Alright, about a minute passes. Another minute. You notice her kind of look left, look right. There's a squint that appears on her face. And then she looks back like, what the hell?
Klaus kind of deflates a little bit before kind of looking down to the area next to his side.
Yeah, she feels something, she's not sure where it's coming from, and then glances backwards, and then upon noticing is just kind of gives a nod of oh, okay, and slows down a bit until her horse is walking by her side. It's just is there something you need? You need or to say, hey, Alexis, come over here, give a bit of a tap on the shoulder. Seriously,
If I call you over, then it attracts more attention, and the last thing I need is more fucking attention right now.
Oh, alright, what's going on?
Vericat attempted to talk to me just a second ago. And that shit was really hard. It's difficult. He was attempting to be helpful with what he was talking about, but my mind kind of keeps on replaying the incident from before, which I'm sure is what he had mentioned wanting to talk about, but when I wanted him to stop talking, he wouldn't stop talking. He just looks unhappy. Not mad, just unhappy.
Gives a nod of her head. Yeah, that can little pushy once he wants to thing. Well, I suppose reasoning for that might be, the night before during my watch, him and I had a bit of talk, and there's a lot of passionate feelings he was having. And now I think now that it's sort of faded, really, I guess that's maybe why he's a bit more insistent. If you're not ready to talk about it, that's fine.
You make it sound as though he was saying things.
Thing.
Not great things.
I can't really go into specifics since it's not my place, but he was feeling upset, and say that. I talked out with him, and basically I told him that what he's telling me, I think he should really tell everyone else. So I guess actually that might be why as well, why he's pushing it a bit.
Right. Well, never mind. Just kind of places a hand on his face.
What is it?
I'm upset, obviously, but I still feel bad, even though I'm not sure if I should be.
Well, as I sort of stated before, in that particular situation, don't think you should blame yourself for getting frustrated. I've sort of gotten frustrated myself, but is it that, well, I guess, does it feel like you're upset towards the fact that conversation hadn't gone that great and they're taking it very personally, or are you more upset that you ended up having to walk off?
Yes, both.
Odds are head
It
with that.
felt like something so simple had blown up in my face.
Well, I don't know if that's simple. And again, I can't exactly go into. As an example, I did for a bit lose my temper last night during my watch station. That thinking back on it
Very.
now, I sort of yeah. I mean, I was approaching it well at first, but then some things were said that I snapped at, and while I feel a bit bad about it, thinking back on it, it makes sense why I got angry. And you as well. While yes, you do feel bad about it, makes sense that you got angry. And this might sound a little strange, but no, it's not alright to be angry all the time, of course, not healthy, but it is okay to get angry sometimes.
That will take some fine-tuning.
Oh,
I
for
don't
sure.
know. I don't want to cause any problems, but even with the aforementioned talk that you wanted to have with me is something that I'm definitely not looking forward to. But, well, kind of have to, don't I?
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes have to have talks that aren't the easiest to look forward to. It kind of shares a look with him of like, they both have an example of that. That was a bit recent, where a talk had to happen that they both were not looking forward to. But she gives him a smile. But even if you don't look forward to it, doesn't mean that it won't end on a positive note, right?
Mm-hmm. He says, looking completely unconvinced.
Kind of squints at him at that. Oh, come on, it did. We're doing good now. And I'm sure after your conversation, you'll be doing alright as well.
I guess just... I responded to orders, commands, and disputes. As you may have noticed, in the personal things aren't exactly my strong suit. So, still in some areas to, I suppose, adjust to, but doesn't mean that they're not very uncomfortable, but I don't know, I'm just complaining at this point. Thanks.
Sometimes complaining can help you feel better. That's why I always complain to you. Has this cheery grin on her face as she says that.
Yeah, a little smirk kind of appears on his face. Right. Go on ahead. Turns around.
It's going to be alright. Okay?
He puts on this very, very clearly forced toothy grin for a quick second. Yeah. Very hesitant, but he's clearly taking your word on it.
Gives a little roll of her eyes and has her kind of gives like a little whip of her reins at the horse to kind of have it walk up ahead a bit, and while passing by gives his arm a little pat. It'll be fine. And goes on ahead.
Kind of almost like leans forward at first and just kind of pets at his horse absentmindedly. Looks at the horse. They're a lot easier to talk to in comparison.
Making an animal handling check.
Horse talks back.
Not make that sound. It hurts.
All right.
Horse talks back. Shut up, bitch.
20.
A horse just kind of leans its head into your palm at the pet and continues on as if in agreement. And as that moment passes, the rain that had been hitting all of you begins to quicken and get very heavy. Enough so that Vidalia actually, who's leading the group ahead, starts slowing down, looking up towards the sky. You guys can see towering above large gray clouds. And the rain begins pouring harder and harder by the second, soon followed by the boom of thunder.
Is this weather abnormal?
Is there a
Make a nature check.
Coming by?
May I
Make a
also
nature
make a-
Storm giant! Yay!
May I also make a nature check?
Go ahead.
Or why not?
11.
18.
I'm putting on my tarp now, so I don't actually like catch cold.
Oh yes, I'm putting Urkel in my backpack so he has a dry place to be.
Puts on his hood and enters a half state of meditation.
Klaus, it's a bit harder for you to say, but Varric, kind of taking a close eye on it. Well, with all the travels that you've been on, you've experienced a variety of weather. And the way that this storm is rapidly picking up, and the way that the intervals of thunder to lightning is getting shorter and shorter in between, you're realizing this storm might be picking up into something dangerous as wind starts picking up.
I just say to everyone, I just shout out, the storm's getting bad! I think we might need to take shelter for a while. This is gonna get a lot worse.
At that, Vidalia looks back at your group, also seeming to kind of take note of the way that the wind is picking up to a very strong force that it's starting to make the horses kind of wobble a bit.
Is there anywhere nearby that we can actually take shelter? Because in the forest by trees is not great when there's lightning.
At least it'll hit the trees and not us.
Yeah, the trees will just explode and burn us.
Dude,
I don't know what you're talking about.
As if in response to that, you guys hear another crack of lightning, and it is loud enough to make the entire area around you burst in bright white color for a moment, your ears ringing at the loud boom of thunder that follows immediately afterwards. And you notice that a tree just a number of feet away had been struck. Lines of seared, burning wood stretching down through the leaves all the way down to the base of the trunk, having torn it in half. And at that, Vidalia immediately calls out to the rest of you guys. Alright, follow me, right this way.
If she's gonna be making... If she or anyone else is gonna be making checks for, like, survival, as far as for shelter, like a cave or something, you know, not something that can topple over us, then who's gonna help?
She points in a direction.
Okay.
Varric is just thinking to himself, oh god, we're in a bottle episode.
Klaus will shout ahead over towards Vidalia and just say, wow. The words left and then came back immediately. General, if the lightning gets worse, we might need to discard the metal.
Kind of catches your eye to let you know that she heard you. Continues gesturing over in the direction that she had pointed. I know that a bit of a distance that way there's a town. Should still have something remaining that we can...
Let's move. We have no time to waste.
Miriam's just gonna clutch at the clasp of her hood and just kind of look around nonchalantly and look back. These bad omens.
What do you mean?
Storm. Out of nowhere. A dragon slain. Attacking a town. Something's coming.
You're so fucking comforting. Thanks. He's saying as he's getting battered with water.
She seems unfazed.
I know!
Eric is gonna call his dog, which totally has not been forgotten for like the past 4 sessions.
I was about to... Yeah, I was
to his,
gonna ask you. I was like, wait...
What do you call it? Onto his, like basically calling it up so that it's sitting on the saddle with him before he follows.
This poor dog.
This large mastiff. It like lays across like horizontally on the horse.
I mean, he got the largest horse for himself, so he's sure it's gonna be fine.
Okay.
I just say to the dog, don't worry, everything will be alright, and I go to my bag and I also start scratching Urkel. I'm like, it's okay, it's just a storm.
You do notice Urkel seems to be kind of cowering in your...
Oh, I just nuzzle him and try to make him feel better.
Tenzing is also slightly cowering in the form of running a little bit closer to the group.
You see Vidalia up ahead snap the reins on her horse, making it rear back and then start going off into a gallop. The group of soldiers around you guys seems to immediately pick up the pace as well, galloping off to chase after her. It seems there's a bit of urgency now as the wind starts picking up to the point where you guys can feel that the horses are now struggling to push forward.
You okay there, Tenzing?
I'm fine. It's alright. I have the rain thing. I'll be alright. How are you, though?
Oh, I'm just a concerned mother because my baby's scared.
Eric's gonna talk to the horses and be like, hey, maybe it's not great for us to be like at the back of the group. Like, come on. We need to like all work together here.
Actually, Eric, I'd rather stay away from all of the metallic armored soldiers that are ahead of us.
Oh fuck, I'm not sitting on Tenzing who's gonna get struck by lightning.
You guys all immediately pick up the pace. Another flash of lightning very close by, enough that you can smell the burnt grass area that it strikes just a number of feet away from you. And it manages to kick off the speed of the horses enough that they're clearly startled. Running off ahead, eventually you guys keep pushing past a variety of trees and brush and rubble, going quite a bit of a ways off the main path as the wind gets harder and harder and the rain whips harsher and harsher at your guys' faces. It becomes to the point where like you can't even hear the gallop of hooves or the harsh breaths of your horses underneath the loud sound of this storm around you. Eventually, however, you do notice an area come into view. Walk you guys over to.
My poor baby, he's so scared.
I can't see the map.
Oh, it's a decrepit looking town in a storm. It does not look nice. You don't want to see it.
Okay.
I can't wait to find the apathy here, Zaku.
No, thank you. Please, no. Our party's already drained enough.
Why are you putting on scary ghost music?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Should have put on the
Traumatized,
shuttle.
huh? Traumatized, huh?
I can't hear it on my end for some reason. Hold on. You guys are able to hear it though?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
It is
both of
ominous
them.
as fuck.
What are we hearing? What?
Ominous, scary music.
Oh.
I'm
It's
gonna
Spooky Abandoned Town and Dark and Stormy by Tabletop Audio.
Stop reading. I'm refreshing the page, 1 second.
Guys, we are fucked.
It's like ghosts continue to follow us, you know? It's just
No.
This is our
This is
thing.
just a ploy. Nikki, this is just a fucking ploy. This town's gonna be completely normal. We're gonna walk in, Varric's gonna tell some spooky ghost stories, and we're gonna have a party throughout the storm.
And then Kovacs comes to visit us at the end.
No!
Yes!
No, that'd be scary!
But cowboy.
Yeah, cowboy, but he's been dead. Imagine his decrepit flesh crawling out of his grave.
I mean, undead is one thing, ghosty is another. I don't want to see his dead body walking around, man.
Ghosts are undead.
Oh. He's like wispy, like, you know, like the pretty kind, you know?
It's fine, we'll be fine.
Okay, now it's. I think it's going. I think.
Why is it that my computer was dandy yesterday, and today it's just like, fuck you?
I don't know, maybe the motherboard finally overheated.
So, you guys find yourselves rushing off into a small clearing. A number of old wooden houses kind of stretch along this circular pathway in the center of the clearing. Many of them are old and decrepit. You get the sense they probably won't be able to last through the storm, and you can see a number of wood panels beginning to rip and tear off the roofs of these houses and get blown off and away. However, at the very tip of the clearing, you notice a much larger building, appears a bit sturdier than the rest. And as you get closer and closer, you can see kind of carved out the words kind of having faded over time, you get the sense, but you do read the words in. And as you get closer, you can notice it appears to be that there's probably some candlelight that is lighting up the main first floor of this building. The door creaks open, and you notice what appears to be an older man standing there at the front entrance. His back is a bit hunched, he has a cane. There's a friendly smile on his face. He's bald at the very top of his head, but seems to have some hair from the right side of his skull to around the left side. He kind of gives a gesture for you guys to come in, and upon seeing that, Vidalia brings the horses to a stop, looking around and pointing over to what appears to be a number of stalls that look like they'll be able to hold up all right, hopefully.
Does he seem like an illusion at all, the old man?
Make an insight check.
Why would Varric assume that, like, out of nowhere?
This is too perfect in a scenario! These are stories, this sounds bad! 14!
He doesn't seem to be an illusion.
Anything off about him? Does he seem like some sort of shapeshifter? Maybe he's some sort of undead holy abomination?
You seem to be old and... Huh?
Can fencing fit through the doorway?
Yes, it's two large doors that it seems like dual door handles that open up. Yeah, so you get the sense you'd be able to squeeze your way in.
Miriam walks inside, and she looks over towards the man. Thank you for your hospitality.
As you guys all get off your horses and make your way into the inn, upon entering, you realize that there aren't any candles actually on the first floor. You're not sure where that light from outside was coming from, as inside it's just dark. And Miriam, as you turn to speak to the old man, he's not standing there anymore.
Called it!
I think it's fairly obvious.
Stop pretending like things are obvious. They're not. Shut up.
This feels too familiar. I don't like it. Why are we doing this?
Did we all see this? Did the man just disappear, or did Miriam just go, ha?
Ha!
Eric would be heading off with the, like, helping the soldiers put the horses away and, like, calm them down and everything.
Okay. You get a couple of thanks from a number of the soldiers, as they do the best they can to rush, wrap up their horses onto the stables, their reins, before quickly making their way indoors as another flash of lightning strikes nearby. The large group ends up making their way into the building, following you guys as well, one by one. Are all of you making your way inside?
Varric is. He'll see Miriam just blankly staring outside the door and just be like, what?
The man disappeared.
Motherfucker! Guys, this place is haunted. Wait, do I know, based on our location, do I have any idea what this town may be, as traveled as I am?
Same.
I also know, just traveled around the area in general.
Pensing this one would be a bit difficult for you. Though Miriam and Varric, I'll let you guys make a history check.
Okay. Thank you.
Keep going. I'd like to try to find the general
Nice.
through all of this.
Alright, 19. So you're trying to figure out what this town is, right?
Yeah, like, based on our geographical location that we've been, and kind of, like, what this town looks like heading in, do I
Nikki.
know what this place is? Like, the name, any history, stuff like that.
Nikki.
Yes.
What color was the light that we were approaching?
Looked kind of like a more yellowish tint to the window, as if candlelight were burning inside.
Ah, okay.
And to answer you, Varric and Miram, you would know that this area, this town, for sure, on more recent maps, is not a location that has been named. However, thinking back on the stories you've heard, Varric, and the research that you've done, Miram, you kind of get the sense that, considering how old and dilapidated this place is, it's probably a place that has been long since abandoned, and you guys search your memories as to what it could be, but soon what comes to mind is the name Melway. And it is a town that has been abandoned for a very, very, very long time. We're talking a couple 100 years.
Oh. I look at me. I feel like Miriam and Barrett just gotta get the realization together. I'm just like, oh. Hey, so we're in. What's it called? Mirway?
Melway.
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 And Eric, who is looking for Vidalia, you see that she's the last to walk in. She seemed to have been waiting to make sure every single soldier made their way inside. And as soon as she does, the door slams shut behind her.
Eric was just about to say, "Don't go inside." Damn it!
Aren't we all inside?
Yeah,
No.
you're all inside. I'm outside.
No, Varric stopped at the door, saw Miriam looking back, and was like, "What happened?" And then they made the history check. He's like, "Oh no, we gotta. This is bad."
Upon seeing that, Vidalia kind of stretches her hand out to turn the doorknob. It seems to turn and open perfectly fine, and she opens the door just a crack, but the wind blowing outside makes it slam shut again, and she turns towards the rest of you.
Who's still outside?
Hmm?
I thought
Is everyone like basically gathered now?
Yeah, everyone is now inside.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Guys, this town's been abandoned for a couple 100 years. Do I know why this town was abandoned or no?
Make another history check.
Do I know if this is related at all to my research? Loss of light.
Make a straight intelligence check.
Also, how big is this building that we all crammed inside to?
Eat.
Both of you are not entirely sure.
We're just on point, bro.
No, like we're knowledge bros.
And what was your question, Zaki?
Oh, how small is this building that we have? How many soldiers plus general plus?
This is the largest building in the town. It had stood out pretty apparently as soon as you guys had entered. You get the sense it's probably at least 3 or 4 stories. As you guys had been running, no one had really checked to see how high it was exactly. But looking around, you can see a number of tables and chairs. Some of them kind of scattered about, others still sitting upright. A bar off in the corner. Stairs that lead upstairs, and another pair of stairs that lead downstairs. The entire place is coated in heavy helpings of dust.
I look.
That's probably not great looking stairs.
I look at Alexis and I just say, kind of whisper, "Do you think this could be tricky and trickster?"
I mean, last time there was like colorful light, right?
Master's illusion could probably do without such a thing, but let's stay on guard. I don't trust anything around here.
1 second. To answer the question I was asked, no.
Okay.
And so, you guys now find yourselves in this building. Again, the old man seemed to have disappeared. And you
Alright,
guys are now
guys.
standing there alone as the storm roars outside.
I pick Urkel up, put him next to me, and just say, "Alright, gang, it's time to split up and look for clues."
See, the last time we did that, terrible things happened.
I wanted to make a reference, that's all I'm doing. Also, this place is not food.
As you say that, you can see Vidalia kind of cross her arms, walking into the middle of the room and just kind of scoping it out. And she speaks to you, Varric. It's just like, oh yes, splitting up in a place like this is a wonderful idea.
I said I'm joking. Listen, I wanted to make a reference. Anyway. So everyone's in agreement this place is no good, right? Like,
It's not like we have a choice.
Tenzing will look at Vidalia and ask her, wait, so if you know what this place is, why?
Sorry, speak up.
Oh, sorry. He looked at Vidalia, and then he also ended up looking at the others, Varric and Miriam, who seems to recognize this place. So you need to come here, but what is this place, and why is it like this?
Back.
Look back.
It's a town that seemingly has disappeared. It's unmapped on recent updated maps, and I suppose there is a good reason why that is.
yes, it's been abandoned for a few hundred years now.
And since you were also talking to Vidalia as well, Tenzing, she glances your way and then kind of goes back to scoping out the room. And says, "This was a rather prosperous town a number of hundreds of years ago. It has been taken off of the map due to a situation that happened."
And what was that situation?
About 300... Snap. About 200 years ago, I believe it was. This place, Moe, broke out in plague. In fear of it spreading, the Northern Empire made a decree to wipe out the disease before it could spread. And thus you see the result. And she gestures to the empty town.
So
A
they,
ghost town. Hopefully not as literal as we think.
Usually when souls are condemned like this, condemned to a fate that they did not choose, to be slaughtered for something that afflicted them. Usually their soul lingers. I wouldn't be surprised if this place actually was a ghost town.
As you guys are talking, for the most part, the number of soldiers around have been kind of kept quiet and on alert. However, the space that you guys are speaking in soon begins to kind of fill with sounds of heavy breathing. And looking off in its direction, you kind of see one of the soldiers, who isn't standing at attention, seems to be kind of clutching his head, staring just blankly at the floor and hyperventilating.
does this seem familiar to when Eric got with us?
Eric was like Terminator when he got possessed.
Yeah, this
Well,
is...
we'll instinctually move to the side of the soldier and
As
just
will
kind
Mary.
of... Are you alright?
I don't want to be here. Stuck here. There's no leaving. We're stuck here. We're stuck here.
Hey. We're going to get out of here. Slow down. Breathe.
No. You're going to kill me.
I'm going to.
And he pushes you away, Klaus, stepping back and scrambling onto the floor away from you.
I'm going to pull out my accordion, start playing a peaceful melody, and as I will use my counter charm.
Ooh!
Miriam's going to place a hand gently on the soldier and you're safe here. Just try and steal your mind. This place can warp your perception.
Varric, You know that the spell takes effect, but upon not seeing any change in the soldier, you get the sense he is not charmed.
Or frightened. It is charmed or frightened.
Yes, he is not charmed or frightened. And Miriam, as you kind of step closer and lightly touch his shoulder, he immediately smacks your hand away, backing up. No. Oh, yeah. I know what you're doing. You can't fool me. You can't fool me.
Sir, what is your name? Just tell me, what's your name?
No. No. And as you two are the closest talking to him, both Miriam and Varric, make a perception check.
Oh, shit.
Could I actually, as well? Or an insight? I'm not sure.
So the GM. 14.
Are insights alone?
Oh, just for the two who are closest to him right now.
I guess, yeah. That makes sense.
Varric, you don't really notice a thing. Miriam, however, you do notice an odd, dim kind of glow to his eyes. And as soon as you notice it, you see him quickly turn away, scrambling up onto his feet and running in the direction of the door.
Stop him!
Hold person.
Oh, okay.
I will pull out my pearl.
As she pulls out, clutches her clasp of her cloak, she speaks. Constrict, entwine, thrive, or decline. And their eyes are forced open and glow bright gold as she casts it.
I love the
Okay.
flavor.
And that is... throw.
As she's doing this, Varric will pull out his pearl and he will just shout to just anyone to be like, hold him down.
Eric is going to start looking at the other soldiers to see how they're reacting to this, if anyone else is seemingly acting a similar way to this guy.
Alright, so one thing at a time, Miriam, you cast your spell, and for a second you see that flash of gold come to the man's eyes, but it quickly flickers out, going back to the dull color it had been glowing before, as he continues to run in the direction of the door. Looking around, Eric, the other soldiers seem to be startled, as this is clearly unnatural, as with having traveled with them, you get the sense that they are all very orderly and strict, and have been very thoroughly trained to act a certain way, and this is odd enough to them that it is startling them. Vidalia as well seems to kind of try to quickly turn her... She had walked off to its complete opposite side of the room to kind of check things out, but upon hearing all this, turns her attention in that direction and kind of tries to make her way over to stop the man as well, but he's already, as 2 failed attempts have been made, is already throwing the door open and running outside. And as soon as he's out there, you can hear him kind of sobbing and just shouting out in terror, and then suddenly you hear the storm pick up, the wind pushing and blowing harder and louder, and as you guys are watching this man come to a stop in the middle of the town, he's lifted off the ground and away.
Eric immediately goes to the door and starts tying it shut.
Same.
It's just like, that guy's gone.
Yup.
We can do, boys.
Oh, what do you got to tie it with?
I got rope.
That was
Okay.
close, I believe.
Alright, both of you make a sleight of hand.
Okay.
I'll say either both of you or one of you with advantage.
I have 7. I have a plus 7.
Yeah. You do that.
Jesus. Wow.
15. Alright, together, both of you working as a team, you rapidly tie the rope around the handles of the door. You hear the wind banging against it, making the wood clatter and shake. But you think you've got it sturdy enough that it won't blow open.
Right. I think as she kind of turns and does a head count of who is currently in the building.
Are you gonna pass the time counting them all, or?
She will count, like she'll do a quick count.
Vidalia,
Okay. Miriam, you get the sense that there is at least currently with you with soldiers ranging around 100 to 100. 100 to 150. Yes.
That
Oh.
many?
Holy shit.
Okay, I thought there. I didn't think there was that many.
Yeah.
Plus, we'll try to get the attention of Vidalia.
Yeah, her attention is on the door just as you guys finish shutting it, and there's a furrow to her brow, but she turns her attention to you.
What was the history with that particular soldier?
He was a common boy from the city, taken off the streets. He wanted to become a soldier, and he trained like everyone else here.
Was there ever anything odd that you picked up from him?
No,
Don't think it
Why-
was him.
I don't
I think-
believe that was not.
Spirits maybe of...
Everyone, if I might suggest, if any of you see anyone acting strangely, please try to restrain them. Knock them out if you have to. You need to find answers. You
Yes,
can't
and let me
afford
know.
losing anyone else.
Yes, and let me know immediately so I can begin trying to identify what this is.
I'll stand guard at the door. I won't let them get past me.
In the meantime,
Dahlia outstretches her arm towards the rest of the group. At what you said, Miriam, and said, "Is that understood?" And everyone immediately stands at attention and salutes.
we need to
Also-
find out. No, sorry.
Eric was just gonna say, also, I think it'd be best if all 100 or so of us stayed down here.
Actually, I was about to suggest we try to find the source of this spirit.
If it's outside of this building, we'll be screwed. If we split up into rooms and one of us starts to climb out a window, we'll be screwed. It's better if we're all
Well,
closing down as many places that we can get out.
we
But-
have extra rope. We could tie ourselves to someone else, so that way if we are gonna go, they can stop it.
Didn't you and the party deal with ghosts before?
We have, but that was just different. I never tried anything like this. There are many types of spirits. It could be anything. But I don't know if it's necessarily undead or cursed. Probably undead if I had to take a guess, but... If we stand doing nothing, I don't know how many of us will stand come morning.
No, you're right. Inaction can only cause more problems, at least at this point.
Whatever is causing this has a control over the supernatural, being able to manipulate a storm, or at least the wind, and have strong control over the minds. It seems like it's only taking one at a time for now, so that could grow.
It could also be a
Question,
collection of
Liam.
spirits.
Yes.
Within the rush of this random town, but given how we had just gotten a story, which tensing had become even more tense as is, were there any burial grounds that we've seen at all? Or any signs of bodies at all?
As you guys have been in a rush, no one had made any attempt to look, so you'd have to
Okay.
look.
Then
If you want to
he'd
take a
like
peek out the window, you can try.
Okay, he will do that, given that he doesn't have to open it. He'll try to peek through cracks. But he'll mention it to the others. Last time we dealt with ghosts, bodies were made into grotesque pieces of, that's very heavy air quotes, but even though this happened 200 years ago, where are the bodies? If they weren't dealt with properly and buried, maybe there are process that way. I don't know. And should I do a perception check? Or
Maybe it was a plague they were already in the basement.
plague? Oh, wait.
So tensing, you walk over towards one of the windows, kind of turning to talk to the group as you do so, and then when you turn your attention forward again to look out the window, you see a person just standing there, a young woman, her clothes torn, blood stretched across the front of her neck. Her there's nothing in her eyes. It's just blank, empty void, and she's smiling at you.
Oh,
And
fun!
The next moment you blink, she's gone.
You guys see, like, Tempting was talking, and halfway through, he immediately jumps and back the fuck up.
Does
What?
Are
What?
you okay?
There's ghosts. There's ghosts.
Tenzing, what did you see?
Remember the lady from the haunted house before? This one had nothing in her eyes. Her throat was slit. She was covered in blood, and she was smiling as soon as I looked outside.
Based on the information we have gathered thus far, does this remind me of any stories I've heard, creatures I may have encountered in the many songs and tales I have learned and made to memory?
This particular situation?
Yeah, like from what has happened thus far, is any of this kind of like ringing a bell to any stories or anything I may have learned throughout my studies and all that?
Make me. Like, are you trying to see if this is a specific situation, or?
I'm trying to see if there's anything I can draw similarities to maybe figure out what is actually going on here. If I can get more details of what we're dealing with.
Okay.
Like the situation at hand.
Also, after Eric had last talked, I would have said this earlier, but I was trying to find a spot that wasn't awkward. Eric would have closed his eyes and started focusing his primeval awareness to sense humanoids in the 5-mile radius. He would have specifically wanted to have known if there was anyone outside of the group of people here on the first floor of this building. So, like, whether or not, even if they're just on other floors or in a different building in this town.
You just feel one presence just going very fast around in a circle, about 100 feet up.
I'm pretty sure they're dead by now.
Spin me right around, baby, right around like a record, baby, right
He's
around.
just Superman in it right now. He's just riding it like Superman.
Oh no.
Okay, so sorry. Repeat the question. There's like a bunch of questions being asked.
So, Eric wants to use his primeval awareness to sense humanoids, but specifically he wants to know if anyone is not in the group on the first floor of this building. So, like, even if there's someone on a different floor of this building, or if there's someone outside of this building,
Okay.
that's what
Okay.
he wants to focus on.
So stretching out about around the area, you do pick up every single soldier that is here, along with Vidalia and the group. But you don't sense anything whatsoever on any floors of the building or any within the space around this town. And as you're kind of looking out, like kind of focusing out and about, though, you do hear off in the distance this baby crying.
Did I get anything with my history check?
With your history check. With this, I mean, you get the sense that this is clearly, with everything that's being seen, a haunting. And that can happen whether you are dealing with vengeful ghosts or evil ghosts or anything of the sort. However, with the way that it is acting, it is a possibility they could be vengeful. It's hard to really say like what specifically you're looking for, but this you get the sense this is like a haunting of some sort, possibly poltergeist.
All right, I will.
Yeah.
And one last question. This town was wiped out by the North to contain a plague, yes?
Yeah.
I look at Vidalia and I say, I think you and your men are the most dangerous here to your uniforms.
Kind of gives a sigh at that.
And these spirits here will probably hold a grudge against the Northern Empire for what happened here.
If you see anyone whose eyes shift in color, please don't hesitate to subdue them.
I would advise your men to try to change their appearance, make them. If they have any spare clothing, put that on.
I think the ghosts have already seen us.
Yes, they're not exactly idiots. Creatures like anyone else, really.
It's worth a shot.
Do I see a staircase or a basement?
Yes, there were stairs that were seen that go down.
Down?
Yes.
Not up.
You saw stairs that went up and down. There's one on either side of the room on the opposite sides of the bar.
Perhaps we should gather an investigation party and look to see.
I agree.
Klaus, I need you to make me a dex check.
What are you trying
Yeah, I
to
thought.
do?
I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
Oh, I don't
He's
like
standing
this.
by the door.
Yup. Dex, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, save? Or.
Just a check.
Okay. Bada beam. Hey!
Ooh.
Nat 20. Alright.
Nice.
You hear the whistling of something approaching, and you manage to kind of immediately put yourself on alert just in time to quickly turn your head in its direction, raise your hand up, and catch a glass cup just as it was chucked at your head.
From inside.
Yes, across the room on the bar, one of the many dusty glass cups just chucked itself right at Klaus.
Klaus's hand kind of moves unconscious from his actual body, and he looks afterwards, and then kind of looks at the party. What? Who threw that?
Probably another
Perhaps the
ghost.
spirit.
the
Yes.
bard did. Eric's just gonna call out, like, we're just trying to rest here. Please don't make us do anything. It's been stressful. Please.
Do I know if was the wind pushing towards the town? And if at any point did it seem like it was like if we were veering off course from the town, that it would push the other way to push us towards the town?
Like, did it... like, the storm?
Yeah.
That's typically something you look at in the moment, but
Fair.
I'll say disadvantaged roll, so make a nature check disadvantaged. It's hard to say without being in the moment.
Okay.
I will.
And Eric, with you calling out to the empty space, your voice kind of echoes off the old wood of the building, and silence kind of follows after it, but soon that's followed by a mix of that fades off.
How many floors to this building was there?
4. 3 or 4 on a quick glimpse rushing in, as no one had to like fully check.
Plus the basement.
Yeah, plus, I mean, basements could extend for far more than.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should inspect the upper floors.
Yes. General,
Yes.
do your men happen to carry robust standard equipment?
A number of them have rope, however, I believe it's been left on the horses for the most part.
Okay. I would advise your men to make sure they stand close together and when themselves acting unusual, have them be held down.
Yes, as I told them previously, they already know now.
Right. And I think that should leave the rest of us, seeing as we may or possibly not have angered the spirits yet. Should go and investigate.
It threw something at Klaus. Like,
No, that's right.
With you
Never
talking though, Varric, you do notice another off individual, similarly as Tenzing had out the window, a see-through figure, what appears to be a young bard maid, Her hair is torn up and in tatters. Part of her head seems to have been caved in by the skull. Her attention seems very much focused on the general right now, as she appears to be clutching a knife, and then starts running.
I will just tell the general to look out and point in the general direction. And
Yeah.
I will try to cast Vicious Mockery at the spirit. And just say, "You have had a worse hair day than I have, and I've been in the rain all day."
Alright. Cast it.
If we were okay with the ghosts, we're not anymore.
Honestly, I never understood why we tried to strike peace.
Eric was mostly just exasperated. He wasn't like, I don't want to fight you. It was more like, come on, guys. Come on.
I mean, this one's running at her with a knife now, so I mean,
Yeah.
It feels justified.
blasting people. They want to start a bar fight.
Alright, you cast your spell,
Probably.
Varric, as this woman goes charging right up towards Vidalia, knife brandished in hand. Vidalia's still, her attention clearly is flickered to this person. She's standing there, arms crossed, and as you cast your spell, the apparition seems to drop the knife, kind of laughing, just a number of inches away from Vidalia, and then disappears out of sight. Vidalia still is just kind of standing there, arms crossed, and kind of just goes, "Whatever's going on here, we're going to have to deal with it until the storm lets up."
I would be very careful to move on with you.
I think it makes more sense for us all to stay down here.
See the last time.
And
I
what?
don't-
Continue to have shot glasses thrown at us,
Are
right?
you scared of a shot glass? I would rather wait to see what these things are going to do.
Got it.
Klaus, as you were talking to Eric, you notice another figure suddenly appear. Just standing right by Eric, an arm kind of thrown over his shoulder, and as there's no weight to it, Eric has yet to notice, a young man, no eyes visible in his head, just cheerfully smiling at all of you.
What are you
Neither
so happy
remind.
about?
Hmm?
Oh, Varric just said to the ghost, "What are you so smiley about?"
Can everyone see this?
That's a good question.
Everyone can see it, except Eric.
Eric can't see it, like not even out of the corner of his
Because
eye.
it's behind you.
Yeah, it's behind you, and there's no
Yeah.
weight or temperature or anything.
If
Klaus
anything-
sees this and just rolls his eyes and it's just. You'd be surprised what glass can do once it enters your skin. But despite that, you might want to dust off your shoulder a little bit there. You have something.
something.
At that, you see the man give Eric's shoulder a pat and then disappear.
Never mind. He got it for you.
Eric's just gonna look up at the building, like the ceiling of the building, and say, "Listen, I swear to God, if one of you possesses me, I've done this already. I don't like it." And he's just gonna start pacing.
Klaus just stares at Eric like with this bewildered look on his face.
I
Guys.
don't wish to wait this out.
Yeah, me
Why?
neither. We need to get ready.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what's ever happening here because I'm afraid that if we continue to sit here, nothing is going to happen. Or worse, something will, and it won't be in our favor.
Yeah, I'm with Klaus on this one.
If we're going to be splitting off, just make
We're
sure
not
that people
splitting
are
off.
open. Okay, good, because doors will close on people, I'm pretty sure, because that's what happened last time. And I can't open any doors that are...
That is
Ministers.
last time an old friend of ours got locked away from the rest of the group as soon as he took us forward.
The only problem, though, is that, well, one of us can't exactly go upstairs. Looks over towards Tenzing.
The other issue, of course, is that the person who's probably the main target will probably stay down here. This is why I'm saying we should rather let them come to us. They're already here.
And they're gonna keep coming at us. We can't spend God knows how long the storm's gonna last. Especially if they're causing it. We need to...
I simultaneously understand why you feel the way that you do, Eric. Whatever is around here, they have complete control over the situation. It would be better, yes, to be reactionary, but we also have no idea what's going to happen.
You hear a
need to be
loud
proactive.
oof off to the side as suddenly a chair is flung across the room, smacking one of the soldiers in the back of the head.
Is he okay?
You see him quickly clutch his head in pain and then right himself quickly, wildly looking around. It hurt, but he's okay.
Here's the situation. If we go and look out for what could be the source of all of this, I feel like they would sooner direct their attention to us, which means less on the soldiers and Vitalia herself. The sooner we get to what could be a conclusion, a way to stop all this madness, I believe drawing the attention away from the soldiers and herself would be better.
I agree. Then let's get moving then. He just kind of looks at the lot of everyone.
My guess is that not only was there plagues, of course, people were in their beds, but as soon as the raid had started, they probably tried to maybe gather together in some sort of shelter if we find a place that most likely has the most.
Probably this place.
If I may ask, how's Alexis doing?
She seems to be kind of looking around attentively, kind of keeping an eye out, though her attention seems to kind of lock on one place, and this really horrified look comes to her expression.
What do you see?
She kind of opens her mouth to speak, but then kind of shuts, and she points a shaky finger in the direction of the stairs going upwards.
Like
Also turn around and look. Yep.
Yeah,
what's there?
you see it before you hear it. The creak of wooden stairs, as weight is slowly applied and unapplied. This individual seems to be walking downwards, in sort of a backwards crab sort of fashion.
Oh,
His
great.
neck is completely twisted, a completely 360-degree twist. His jaw is gaping wide open, and some sort of black substance seems to be oozing and dripping down onto the stairs, slowly descending.
Wait, it has weight. Can I tell this is an apparition or something actually physically here?
Arcana check?
Ooh, Arcana, I'm good at that.
Eric would just
10!
draw his sword.
Yeah, Tenzing
Yeah.
his spear out, and he's gonna kind of walk in between everybody and just
Miriam's gonna walk forward. Sacred Flame.
Yeah, I was about to say. let's blast this motherfucker.
It should be more than 3 damage.
Oh yeah. Roll another 1d8.
Yeah. Oops.
1d8.
walking through it.
1d8. Hey!
That's
11.
Oh, and it fails the sex.
So, Miriam, you walk forward, hand outstretched, and as you do so, you kind of hear this whispery kind of groan come out, reverberate from this man, just this.
I'm gonna
And
set
then
up
you
another
cast the
counter
spell, and a burst of flame hits it, and you see the apparition disappear.
We should probably make haste.
Yes. Let's check upstairs first. It's gonna... If I had to take a guess, that thing is probably coming from somewhere.
Can Tenzing go up the staircase, or is he too big?
The stairs are wide enough. The wood is very old, though.
Uh,
You can try.
Can I, like, just step by step mending the steps so it gets better and better? Just, hold on.
Same.
Yeah. No! Mending buddy! Just we just go every other stairs.
No?
Just we're gonna renovate this place. We're now just home decorators. We're putting properties here.
How does the general seem to be going?
She is kind of watching all this with a very attentive gaze. She seems very unbothered at first glance. And she kind of sees you guys kind of deciding to head up the stairs. She looks up and says, I don't believe it's a good idea to be sending my soldiers up there as well. If one of those apparitions take over, being on a higher story floor is not a good idea when there are a number of windows that I'm sure are easily breakable.
Agreed.
Keep your men down here. Watch for each other's eyes.
Question. Do you have a plan for what happens if you're the one that gets he gestures in his eyes?
She kind of scoffs at that. That's not going to happen. Possession happens due to low sense of constitution or low will of mind. I do not happening. But assuming worst case scenario, then I'm sure my soldiers will make their best attempt to stop me from leaving.
That's reassuring. Klaus says, very unconvinced.
Well, the more time we spend arguing about it, the less time we're gonna have. More likely that's gonna happen.
We need to get moving. The lot of you.
Mending.
Tenzing will
Wait. What about mending?
We're
mending staircase so then Tenzing doesn't drop through them.
It's just how many steps are there per? Like, it's gonna take us 10 minutes to go up the stairs.
No, we have 2 people casting mending. It takes half the time.
Oh my
If they're both mending the same stair at a time, but still it's going to
Do
No.
you not have a
Hold on.
sort of shape reducing spell?
I would need to know that in advance before I could prepare something like that. And, well, yes, I do have the ability to cast something like that. I would need a day, and that's something.
Casting timer 1 minute. Never mind. That take too long.
Yeah.
No, we got this. We're gonna be like Bob the fucking Builder. No, we're gonna be like Fix It Felix. We're just gonna.
It's not gonna work.
Tenzing,
Yes.
would you mind, would you like to go first, or at the end?
Is there a door at the staircase? Or is it just open?
It's open.
Okay. He'll say, unless in the worst case scenario that I do end up falling through, at least I don't take it. So, I can't guarantee the state of the floors once we're up there, but I'll be careful.
Right. Who would like to go first?
Oh, I'm sure I could. And I will. Knowing it probably won't do anything, but still makes me feel at least a little better, I will just creep forward with my counter charm going up.
I will help Tenzing up when he needs to.
Alright.
Tenzing's gonna look at Varric and Alexis for a moment, and he just has this face of like, ah shit, here we go again.
Alexis does not look happy.
I'm really sorry. I thought we were just gonna be up walking.
No, it's fine. Let's not try to, hopefully we don't have to punch windows and catch people and...
I have 2 healing potions.
Alright, let's get this over with for burning daylight, whatever time
Stormlight.
it is. Yes.
Right. And Tenzin will also give a grateful look to Miriam.
I'll go
since
first.
staying with him last.
And I will be keeping an eye
You're gonna what? Hello?
Huh? Hello?
Michael's
Michael?
getting possessed by ghosts.
Michael?
See, Michael's getting possessed by ghosts, and that's all your fault, Nikki.
Oh no. I should have known my power.
Shut up!
Oh my god.
I mean, God, so.
Don't feed the zoo animal.
Zachy, you get blessed for that.
SMH. SMH.
Sorry.
There you are.
Sorry about that. What was the last thing you heard me say?
Something upstairs and then blank.
Spell or counter charm.
I'm having my counter charm go, and I'm just looking for places where the flooring may be weak, keeping Tenzing's weight in mind, looking for apparitions or just anything of. God, that makes me go, oh dear God, no.
Tenzing, eventually when he gets up there, he's gonna keep notes of where rooms are. Also places where he might fall through. But generally, like, if things can come out of anywhere, he's gonna keep watching.
Alright. Are you at the back or?
Yeah, just whenever he gets up there. That's when I start.
Okay. As you're kind of trailing behind the rest of the party, as you guys slowly make your way up the stairs, you feel a sensation run through your hair.
No.
And you just hear this whispery voice say,
Your hair is really pretty.
Because Miriam is in front of him or next to him close by, he's just gonna hold her shoulder and with a terrified look and a very forced smile talks to the spirits. Thanks, I try to keep it soft.
My mommy braids my hair sometimes.
Does Miriam hear this?
Well, you know...
you do hear it, Miriam. As if you were standing right in front of Tenzing, I'd say you would hear it.
He'll continue to talk to her, though, just like, you know, I used to do the same. What's your name? Susie? My name is Tenzing, Susie. Nice to meet you. And even though he's fear-struck because only it's touching me, at the same time, because it's a child, it makes him feel a little less scared, but he's not about to look at what's on him if there's anything at all.
If you don't look at it, it's not there. It can't hurt you.
Miriam will look.
You can see, dressed in this, you can't tell by the color as it is just a completely gray, white, black figure, wearing this little flowy dress is this skeleton with short black hair. A very wide grin stretched across its skull.
Miriam remains composed and simply says to Tenzing, just keep your eyes forward, please.
Right. Oh, she must.
Excuse me, Susie, but may I ask where your room is?
She points down the hallway as soon as you guys make your way up to the top, off to the right. More in a bit of a diagonal motion towards the left side of the hall.
Fourth room.
Thank you, Susie.
Susie. Tenzing, still, well, not looking, he's gonna rummage through his bag quick, and he's gonna take out his notebook, and he's going to, is there like, you know how some inns, they have like a little nightstand, sometimes on walls or anything? Or like on the wall, just like desk, or anything raised.
You're looking for a desk?
Just something that's like not the floor.
well, within the hallway, you notice about 2-3 different small desks where flower pots are sitting. Some of the vases are cracked. The quote-unquote flowers there are, if they're peeking into the vase, are dust at the bottom now.
Okay. He is going to go up to that place where the vase is at, but he's going to take out a small purple pressed flower that he had gotten along the way, and he places it down at the desk. Thank you, Susie. This is for you. We're just going to look around, okay?
Roll me a persuasion check, Tenzing.
You still have guidance.
I do? Oh, so that advantage?
Yep.
No, 1d4.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's do normal persuasion. What was my roll? I can't see it.
13.
13 plus a 1d4.
Hey!
Alright. You hear the girl kind of giggle and then say,
You're really nice.
I know you must have had it hard, Susie, so... I mean,
I'll
this is...
tell the others not to scare you.
Thank you so much, Les. I forgot if I told you or not. And he looks in her direction. He doesn't actually look at her, but he'll like tilt his head her way. My name's Tenzin again, so it's nice to meet you, Susie. Thank you. Appreciate it.
with you turning your head but not looking in her direction, just from your peripheral, you see a bony hand rest on your shoulder.
He can't help but jolt a little bit, but he just takes a breath and just nods.
And her voice then comes through again, though there's a bit more of a menacing edge to it this time as she says,
Be careful of the soldier.
and then
Careful
disappears.
of
Of the
the
soldiers.
Be careful of them or for them?
Of the
them.
soldiers.
Right.
And then disappears.
I assume the ghosts are... Is it possible to insight that?
What are you inciting?
Whether or not they're talking about be careful of them because they're the ones who had killed them in the past, or be careful of them because they might do something.
Insight.
Would Tenzing be able to tell if she's talking about the past soldiers or the ones that are downstairs?
Insight.
Use your
Yeah, it's hard.
inspiration! Ah! Wait, no, you didn't do it, but
I don't
like
have
somebody
it.
else could give it to you.
What was yours, Zaki, again?
Was she talking about the soldiers of the past, or was she talking about the ones downstairs?
You get the sense she's speaking in general, so past and downstairs.
Okay.
So be warned of the north, essentially.
Yeah. He'll look at Miram then and just she means them all, past and the ones downstairs.
For the rest of you walking up it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you were really quiet, Zaki. What'd you say?
Oh, he just kind of mutters to himself. It's not that he. His mutters loud enough for Miriam to hear, but just not really towards anyone. Just.
Okay. For those of you who have been walking up ahead, what are you guys getting up to?
Klaus has just been making sure to watch out for any oddities that may pop up.
Alright, make a perception check.
Eric would be doing the same thing, just looking for anything.
Hey!
Seems not normal. He doesn't know what
You're-
he's supposed to be looking for, though. He's just looking for anything. Like, I don't know, a
Make
body, something desecrated.
Make
looking.
investigation check.
Tenzing will note to the group, like he'll tell them about Susie and just relay. They're not going to bother us for a while, but her room is in whichever door that she pointed at. And yeah.
Varric would like to head over to that room then.
Alright. Klaus, with you kind of glancing around, you pick up the sound a bit of a ways further down the hallway. What seems to be a creaking noise, followed by a baby crying once again. And as for you, Eric, looking around the upper floor, you notice at the end of the hallway, hanging up on a portrait, appears to be a painting of a man. Upon closer inspection, you recognize it as the older man who had gestured you guys into the building. And you can see written onto a small placard, it reads Barnes Rockwell.
Rockwell?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric would stop in front of it and just like watch the portrait and just say, is this your idea of being a good host? To the portrait.
Klaus will look over towards Eric and it's just, is that your good idea of being a good guest?
I'm not the one they threw a thing at.
They didn't say that he didn't have problems. You doing alright?
I'm fine. I'm just worried that if they killed a town, there's no reason the town can't just all decide to infect the soldiers downstairs all at once.
I don't know if that's what they do. I don't know much about spirits, but I'm sure as long as we stick together at best, we'll be a bit more aware and prepared for whatever may be going on.
On the portrait, is there anything, or is it just this person's face, like in their?
It appears to just be a portrait of a man. As you kind of turn your attention back to it after talking with Klaus, though, you notice that the gentle smile that had been on the man's face seems to have fallen into a sadder one.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
Poke its eyes out.
And I guess Klaus would turn around and look over and see the... Or does he see the same sad frown? Or sad smile?
Looking at the portraits, yeah. Now that you're like pointedly looking at where Eric had been looking at, there's a sad smile on the man's expression.
Klaus would kind of pause at that before walking over towards the portrait and standing in front of it. And he just kind of quietly says to himself, "What was your story?"
Eric would. Sorry.
Roll me perception check, Klaus.
Oh! Okay, 13. Not bad.
Okay. It takes you a moment as, it's very, very small, but you notice what appears to be something lightly tearing at part of the portrait. Kind of squinting your eyes, leaning your face closer to get a better look at it, seeming in very, very tiny, tiny scratched writing. Very slowly it begins to just write out down. Down.
That's what it says?
Yep.
Just
down.
the word down.
Might be a misconception, but this portrait, it's hanging on a wall.
Yep.
Can Klaus move it to see what's underneath? not taking it off, but kind of moving it to the side, or maybe lightly lifting it from the bottom.
All right. You're not. Wait. So you're just like lifting it up?
I'm not lifting it off of its frame. Essentially, I'm just getting a peek from behind it.
Okay.
Like assuming that the picture's hanging by like string from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So lifting it up, you notice back of the portrait of where it typically would have been sealed to make sure that the picture stays inside. You notice that there appears to be a bit of a tear there.
As in, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that if somebody wanted to, they could actually fit something inside.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see what's inside.
All right.
Reaching in, you do feel like the smooth back of the paper, the portrait, but kind of wiggling your finger around into it. It takes a couple of fingers in. You feel the hard metal edge of something. And upon sliding it out, it's a small key.
I'll also look back at the man. Does he have the same expression from before?
The sad smile is still there, but his eyes are cast downward in a much more solemn look.
Basement?
Is there?
Yes, there's a... yeah.
What are you guys doing over there?
He turns over and looks over towards Alexis.
Talking to the owner.
I hope you're not being in trouble, but considering the situation, I'm going to... You are. That's wonderful.
Alright. Makes your way over, kind of looking between the two of you in the picture.
He kind of... Klaus finds himself looking, and slowly Klaus's eyebrows... They don't furrow, but they almost tint a little bit. If it is possible, could I insight the sad smile?
Go ahead.
Alright.
Can you orient us on the, I guess, a free form of this map, where everyone might be? Because I think Miriam and Tenzing are split up at the moment, or no?
No, from what I understand, we're in a hallway, and you guys are in the back, but we're all still together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys are all in the
Okay,
same
so we're
hallway,
not-
it's just some are further down at the end of it.
Okay. So can all of us see this painting, or are we too far away?
You guys had chose to enter the room that the girl had pointed you to, so I'm gonna hop back to that in a second.
Oh, okay.
You guys went in.
Well, no, Varric
I didn't
wanted
say
to
that.
check the room, but we're not in it yet.
Yeah, not in it yet, but to go inspect towards that. I'll get to that in a second. So, Klaus, checking it out, you're just trying to see what you sense from it, or?
I guess, yeah.
What's his expression saying?
Deeper than even, frankly, just his expression, but clearly there is a level of communication that he's capable of giving. I'm wondering how much I can read from that.
It seems, yes, of course, clearly there is sadness, but you also seem to sense apology, empathy, and tiredness.
Klaus kind of sees this, and his eyebrows that were once tinted in almost a worried look kind of almost furrow a tiny bit. Does it seem more like empathy or pity?
Pity would be a more better word.
That's what I thought, yeah. For a moment, his face almost turns to something of almost a, not angry, but stern look. before eventually his eyes kind of relax and he just nods at the painting and just says, "Thank you." And I'm sorry too.
What do you call it? Eric would add, the general downstairs is not as bad as you probably think. I don't know if you can tell that to the others or if they'll care.
Roll me a persuasion check, Eric.
If it's bad, I'll use my inspiration.
Okay.
I'll use my inspiration. Oh, thank God.
She's not as bad as the other. She's the final boss.
You hear a scratching noise. And when you kind of pinpoint where it comes from, you look down at your feet and realize it's the wood floor right in front of where you two are standing. And you can see very slowly getting scratched into the wood. You can't tell if it's being done by some invisible knife or nail. There's no way of telling, as you can't see what's causing it. But very, very slowly carving out into the old wood, the words come out, "Won't listen."
Okay, I get it now.
Told you we shouldn't have left her downstairs.
Do you really want to be right now? Is that important to you?
Eric won't say anything. He'll just turn back down the hall.
He nods affirmatively as if that answered him.
Also, back to the others, Miriam and Tenzing, as you guys have kind of walked a bit and then peeked into the room. Well, you have to open the door. Huh?
Before Varric opens the door, though, first Tenzing will. But we're gonna check out a room right here, and it's one of the guest rooms. And we'll look to Varric. Knock on her door first. Knock on her door first. Yes.
Of course. Also, Nikki, can I argue for that history check? This is literally my whole career. And I should get advantage. This is literally my whole field.
You make this argument for everything.
Nah. This has more of a basis this time.
I had to check more to see if you can remember them.
Alright. Can I use my inspiration then?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh no, Michael, no.
Oh no.
Ah! Finally!
Okay. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, 24. I'm excited.
Okay. I would say you can recall about a couple different lullabies, as well as a more jovial song.
I will knock on the door of what's our ghost friend's name again?
Susie. Yeah, Susie. We're coming in just to visit. Hope you don't mind.
Susie, do you mind if we come in?
The door creaks open.
Cast resistance on Varric.
Okay.
Varric will gingerly push the door open and just take a look inside.
Tenzing will kind of stand in the doorway to make sure it doesn't close.
Alright, peeking your head into the room, you kind of immediately are able to get the sense that something good did not happen here. As you push it open further and peer into the room, it's as dusty and old and tattered as the rest of the place, but along with it, you notice there appears to be a number of furniture have been tossed and thrown. There are tears in the bed sheets of the nearby bed. as well as slashes along the floor and walls.
Varric will step in.
Stepping in, you can see rested in the corner of the room where you couldn't see right from the doorway, but stepping in, you can see leaning against the wall is a very, very old teddy bear. It seemed to have been sliced in half.
Varric will go over to the teddy bear and he will cast Mending to sew it back together. And he will say, I have something for you. Can we talk for a little bit? I just want to give you your teddy bear back.
Are you in the room alone, or are the others with you?
Miriam followed inside.
Tenzing is like partway in, but he's at the doorway just because he doesn't want it closing on them.
Got it.
Who will win? 2,000-pound centaur. One creaky boy. I'm ready. Tenzin gets fucking flung out the building.
The door just crashes in on him and it just like shatters on his finger, but he just looks down. It's like he's got like 3 splinters and he's like, ow.
Varric, as you're holding this bear and kind of looking around, you feel a very cold, hard weight settle on top of the back of your hand. And when you look, you see a small hand there.
I turn to look at the figure whose hand this would be attached to.
You see the little girl you had missed earlier, skeletal figure, eyes missing, just this large, expansive, never-ending, socketless skull looking at you, long black hair draped over its forehead and down to its shoulders, and this old, torn little dress that she's wearing.
Varric will give a polite smile and say, hi! I believe this is yours, as he kind of hands the teddy bear to her.
She reaches out, taking it in bony grasp of her tiny hands. And
Gone.
oh, what?
Excuse me, Susie, but might I ask how long has it been since you've had a visitor here?
Long time.
Let's not we should introduce ourselves first. I am Varric Knackle, Nemic Bard Extraordinaire, and proud member of the Patriots League. It's a pleasure to meet you, Susie.
Pretty
Just a
sure.
little nod.
Pretty sure we already introduced ourselves, right?
I did not.
Tenzing did, and Miriam also?
Pretty sure she did.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
At that, Tenzing will finally, after swallowing a bit, he's gonna finally have the courage to look up and see Susie's form, and it takes him a little moment of just kind of fiddling with his sleeve and clutching onto it at the first sight. He takes another breath, and slowly, like Varric, he also manages a smile and a small relief.
The girl's kind of still holding the bear, but looking. You get the sense looking at you just because her skull is facing your guys' direction rather than the bear. The never-ending grin stuck on Cole, and she says,
They're really angry.
I know, dear. What happened must have been.
No, Susie, I went through something similar, so I understand why they'd be angry, and for a while I was too. But, sometimes anger isn't the answer that we need. I imagine maybe Somebody who wants to rest and live on happier than to be stuck here, right? How do you feel?
Very much there had been a sort of childlike innocence, very off-putting way that she looked at you guys and stood there. However, upon your words and upon your question, the way she kind of leans forward in your guys' direction, staring, unblinking, unable to see the back of where these socketless eyes are, it gives this very menacing sensation and feeling to the lot of you as she says,
I want them all dead.
and then vanishes.
Bear just kind of gives this sort of kind of look at Tenzing, just
Much to such.
I was gonna ask you some things. Okay.
Sorry. Well, I mean, she's been kind to us, at least, and the owner has been. Well, no, he wasn't there. Never mind. Maybe there are others we could talk to, but we have to be careful. But he'll look out to the room, and his eyes scan over the slashes with a sadness in his own expression. Thank you for having us, Susie. And I'll look back at Varric and to Miriam.
As you guys kind of having to absorb what just happened, Tenzing, as you're kind of standing in the middle of the doorway, so Miriam and Varric, kind of when you guys turn to speak with Tenzing, you can see that she's now standing behind Tenzing in the hallway, looking directly down it and pointing.
Down where the others are, or down by the...
You do know that's where both Klaus and Eric had walked off to.
Okay.
What is it, Susie?
I never want them.
Which one?
Why?
Want him or don't want him?
Want him.
Okay.
Why do you want him dead?
I said, I want all of them.
But does that include us?
No, I know who he's talking about. Or who she's talking about.
Susie, do you mind telling me what happened that night?
And I'll say with you asking that question, that is when Eric had kind of stormed away from class after being called out, heading down the hallway. And Eric, you see the little skeletal girl just pointing. You're not sure if towards you or Alexis or Klaus, but she's just pointing in your guys' direction. Just standing there staring.
Susie.
Eric would stop when he notices that.
Susie, can you tell me what happened that night? It wouldn't be fair knowing what really happened. People should know.
She doesn't seem to be paying you any attention, Varric. Her focus is very intent on what she's pointing at.
I guess Klaus kind of notices Eric's sudden stop and kind of looks in his direction before looking over towards the girl.
Like,
Tenzing is looking at you, Klaus, just eventually, if you didn't notice, he's processing, but he's also like a grave expression on his face towards you.
Question. Yeah. Now that everybody who is in the hallway is looking, I wonder who it is.
I wonder what?
I wonder who it is. With all the people that she was pointing at, more or less looking at her now, can.
I I mean, the three of you, both Eric, you, and Alexis, are standing in the same area. She's just pointing down the hall. It's hard to say who exactly it's at.
Klaus,
When you
can
look,
I mean, we're basically in a line, like, because Eric's farther, like, in between.
Klaus,
groups.
can you shift side to side, please?
Are we really doing? Are we like friends
Klaus
with
will
them
step
now?
over to the side.
I want to narrow down who she's pointing at.
Klaus steps
Did-
over to the side.
Did her finger change?
Or is she, like,
Yes.
with him?
Is it pointing towards Klaus?
Yes. And you do notice with Klaus having started moving, she lowers her hand, and her arms and legs start bending and twitching in an unnatural manner as she starts slowly stepping forward.
Eric will, as she starts slowly stepping forward, will just say, Susie, it's rather late, and he'll pull out his accordion, and he'll start playing one of those older lullabies and says, it might be time to get a little rest.
I don't think that's gonna work. And Eric has his
I'm still playing.
Miriam's going to go on.
Roll performance? What are you playing?
I'm playing one of the lullabies from the generation this would have been in. From this people's times. 15. That's pretty good.
Eric would just be ready in the middle of the hallway, like in between the groups.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Klaus takes out one of his daggers and will look directly over towards at her, but I should mention, in comparison to maybe some of the other soldiers and their fighting styles, his is very southern, as he takes a very foreign stance.
Miriam, if she can, will position herself between the girl and Klaus and kind of squat down and just kind of like look at the girl. Unfazed.
Does she seem taken by my performance at all?
For a moment, her jerky, unnatural movements seemed to have calmed a bit, settling. For a moment, it looked like she was maybe gonna stop. However, as Eric and Klaus get into defensive positions, you see the movements start jerking again as she staggers forward step by step.
Susie, I know this has been what happened in the past, what happened to the people here, people caused by the North. It's not inherently from one specific set of people. I know the people here are also from the North, but different people have different views and the way they see the world. We don't intend to harm you. We just want you to have your rest, to live freely, to not have to be plagued by this sorrow, this pain.
Vera kind of trying to add on to what Miriam was saying. You will not find peace until you are willing to rest. Come now, just a small rest. So, I'm still kind of like playing a lullaby.
Miriam, roll persuasion with advantage.
Okay, she clutches her class. She'll cast guidance on herself. Yeet.
17.
And
Poggers.
D4. 19.
Okay.
Pretty good, pretty good.
You see her motions kind of come to a stop again. A new apparition soon appears. This time not seeming to be like the others that you guys have seen. They seem very much just human in nature. They're dressed from head to toe in this armor that reminds you very closely of the armor of soldiers downstairs. A little more out of date, older. This man with short dark hair, bushier brows, very malicious look in his eyes. He's just storming, walking down the hallway. You see another apparition appear before him. The young girl in her dress, no longer a skeleton, but human in nature. Long black hair, a little bow. She's holding what appears to be a tiny little bundle in her arms. And you once again hear that distant echo of a baby crying. And you see the girl start running, the man quickly chasing over and snatching her by the back of her dress and lifting her up. The baby falls, hitting the ground and rolling away as the man takes his sword out. And you hear the scream before the apparition disappears.
Alright.
And Susie, still standing there, begins to kind of shake and wobble, and then disappears as well.
So, someone want to fill me in on what the hell that was?
I believe that is us trying to bring peace to these spirits.
That isn't the answer. Why was she heading towards me?
Miriam stands up and turns towards you, Klaus. She seems to be... Well, at least the spirits here have a vendetta against the North. Perhaps she saw us as from the South and not really associated from what happened to you, but for you, perhaps she saw that whatever warped inkling about the North in her mind made her advance against you.
This kind of wry smile appears on his face. You really can't get rid of your past, can you?
The spirits are irrational.
Yes, and you don't have to be defined by it either.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop them now, is it?
Yeah, it's not the time for platitudes. We should go downstairs.
I think we should also try to agree upon a idea before we get down there. Hear me out. It seems these spirits might be able to be talked down.
A child, maybe.
Wait.
But these are people who've been wrong before. Maybe if we heal them out, we can heal them. Like we're trying to understand what happened here. Maybe it can bring them peace. Like, we may not have to perish them necessarily. We can help them.
There's something that you all need to know about me, then, if this is the case.
And glances at you.
Also glances at you.
Hold on, before you say that, looks over balcony and make sure no one's listening.
Yeah.
There's no balcony, it's just wall, so...
Klaus
I
would...
think we're fairly deep in.
Alexis, can you watch to make sure no one's listening?
Yeah, I can go stand by the stairs.
Thanks.
Would you like me to leave?
No. All of you need to know this.
Lexi walks on off.
Just so that she's not alone.
You want to follow her?
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Some of you already know. Some of you have made connections to it, and, well, you, Miriam, you don't. I'm a former soldier of the North, a Lionheart. Even though I have cut practically all of my ties to this empire, and I mean literally, and he
kind of moves the pauldron on the top side of his clothing and will reveal the circular tattoo that seems to have been dashed out 3 times, kind of almost grotesque but very clearly healed, scarred gash wounds over the tattoo. This is the crest of the Lionheart. Something that I was given, and well, my siblings as well. I cut all ties, and well, I guess before that, a incident had happened. A trade. The South likes to make itself seem a lot better than what it actually is, but if you may already know, any slaves that came from the North, if they are caught, they can get returned. The North will send for them. In one of these particular missions, there was a schism, a spark, that happened between my commanding officer and, well, the Souths. That spark very quickly turned into a flame that resulted in a huge dispute, a combat, a fight. Everyone died except for myself. Managed to get away, and later, with the intervention of my master, I decided to cut ties from the North and as a soldier. But very clearly, he kind of looks up at the roof of the place before looking back down at everyone. That doesn't seem to have changed much, at least here. He kind of leans a little bit against the wall with his back. Can't really catch a break now, can I?
But, I appreciate you sharing this. But that is has deserve well under judgment.
What I'm saying this is for, though, is that depending on what happens in here, I very well could be a liability.
So are all 100 people downstairs.
Yes, but if you think of me as a mark, I practically am one for this party. They're going to likely want me more than the others.
But here
Reason to
is,
keep you near.
if we are able to show that you have shown that you are not with them, that you are different, that's even more power than we have. You are able to show them that you are not you, not what the past has defined you as, not as what they believe the North to be.
But are you sure? Ghosts are quite literally relics of the past.
They won't care. The owner of this place said they won't.
Michael, you're a little quiet, by the way, I should mention.
Oh, sorry. Better?
No, you're good. Yeah.
Varric will just say, well, we were able to get Susie to calm down. It is not beyond the realm of possibilities that we can get the other spirits to calm down.
I'm just saying that's not something you should bet on, because that's...
No, and we should be prepared for a fight.
Right.
But...
It's worth a shot.
Yes. We may be able to walk out of this without upsetting these spirits further. Maybe even bring peace, though.
But who knows how many allegiances need to be crossed out. He kind of looks at it back at his shoulder before looking back at everybody else. Before, hopefully, all of them can leave.
Well, hopefully we can do good work here today, but I think it's more important that we focus on our survival and focus on helping these spirits move on when we can.
We
Right.
save who we can.
The painting. I'm not sure if you saw, but the owner of this place. I'm not sure if he understands us, but he seemed apologetic. I had a conversation with his painting, so to speak.
Okay.
I can't tell if he's sorry for what is going to happen, or sorry that it's happening in the first place.
Considering he's the one who sort of beckoned us in, I'm not going to assume he's here to help at least the people downstairs.
But you saw what the storm did.
That is true. I will give you that. Let's.
So,
If he is the owner, I assume that he is perhaps sorrowful for what has happened to you and what is currently happening to us. Perhaps him and whatever the entities here are of different perceptions towards this whole thing.
Yes.
You guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. The general is saying there's something wrong.
Let's go.
Eric just rushes down.
As they kind of rush, Klaus will just let everybody know in that time. It's just when we can, we should see the basement.
That's
Right.
probably next.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys all come running down the stairs to see what's happening, you come down and see that a number of the soldiers seem to be in a bit of disarray. Some of them are circled around certain areas. Others seem to be kind of leaning against the wall, clutching their head. Others are just laying on the ground, breathing very heavily and shakily. You can hear another person you see another person seeming to kind of stumble and then hit the ground onto their knees and start vomiting.
We need to hurry.
I did tell them to knock each other unconscious.
I think if this started happening to all of them at once,
It does, yeah. Looking at all of them, you're not seeing that they're like out of sorts like the original person. They all seem to be
Fallen ill.
Yeah, and as you guys kind of run down and see Vidal, who kind of called out to you, as she kind of looks at you, there is a bit of a kind of a glaze to her eyes, and she seems to be sweating just a little bit. As she's just like, "Have you found anything?"
Get to the basement. Also, does this look like signs of the plague that wiped this place out?
You have no idea what kind of plague it was, but if you want to check the soldiers, you can make a medicine check.
Sure,
I'm not good. I'm not good at that. I mean, I can try, but
I have a +1. I'll guidance to whoever is decent.
I got a
enough, but I
+1
don't-
too, so I guess I'll do it.
Sure.
I only have 2. I have 2 for medicine.
You have what?
Oh, I'm muted. I'm so stupid, guys. I have +3. Hi.
Oh, damn it, Judah! You do it then.
Yeah.
Guidance.
As he kind of checks, he would just kind of look over towards Vidalia. Just, do you know all of what happened with this plague?
You see her kind of push herself to standing straight, thinking for a moment. Let me see. I'm gonna have
Eric
her roll disadvantage.
go to help the general get up.
She kind of waves you off a bit as you approach. I'm fine. I'm not. It took a number of minutes looking in. She, let me check. Oof. She kind of thinks on it more, and gives like a shake of her head at your question, Klaus. And then kind of rests a hand to her forehead before wiping the sweat off there and looking at you.
Klaus will just kind of raise his voice and kind of towards the soldiers. Do any of you know what happened here? Back then.
A number of them look at one another. then look towards you. I've never heard of anything like this. Me neither.
Would I know from my history, from my studies of history, what this plague would have
Yeah.
been? If it's a plague, then it must have been a big deal.
Especially if
however-
it must have been written down.
Yeah, however, Varric, you know that, like, as you've seen, what with a certain person in your group, the North tends to wipe away history of things it doesn't like.
The plague also didn't get it out of this town. Like,
Yeah. But Klaus, with your medicine check, you said you were checking the soldiers?
Yeah.
Looking them over, it seems that there's a variety of different stages. Speaking to some of the soldiers who still seem to be doing okay, they kind of give you a time frame of about during the time you guys were upstairs. Within 10 minutes or so is when what's the word? Me blanking on words.
They were
Signs
afflicted.
of the illness.
Oh.
Signs of the illnesses start kind of popping up, and then it starts changing into some form of it over time. You just notice that some of the soldiers seem to be burning up to the point where if you touch any part of their person, it is a heat that makes you wonder how they are still functioning and breathing.
Their
For
bodies
some
are
of them-
fighting something big.
Yes, for some of them, while others, well, every single one of them has some form of fever, but others seem to be getting nauseous. Some seem to be breaking out into rash.
Are there
Some seem,
Go on.
some seem to be convulsing.
Klaus
Are
will
there
just
some-
quickly, or go ahead.
Are there some that are fine?
There's some who seem to be in the earlier stages, kind of matching Vidalia's state of where they're getting a little warm and a little sweaty, but they're still functioning. Others
Klaus-
seem to be fine.
Klaus will call out to the soldiers and almost kind of like a triage, but either way, he's just going to go ahead and say, those of you who are having difficulty breathing, get to one side. We need to separate the lesser with the more, alright?
Klaus, I
Kind of looks over towards Vidalia.
Yeah, Vidalia kind of stretches her arm out. You heard him do as he says. And quickly, one by one, methodically, they all start moving the more ill over to one corner and the less ill to another
think-
area.
Time
Klaus
is
will-
of the essence.
Yeah, Klaus, let's
Yeah.
go. We gotta get down there now.
Klaus nods, it's just, I know, it's a way. Think of it like an hourglass. That's what they did. And he'll start moving.
as Eric heads down, he'll pass by Dahlia quickly, put his hand on her shoulder, and cast Enhance Ability
Oh,
to give her Bear's Endurance. Gives her advantage on Constitution checks and gains 2d6 temporary hit points. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Constitution is what she'll need to roll if she needs to roll anything, but I'm hoping.
all right. Kind of feeling that surge of magic wash over her. She kind of gives you a small nod, looking off in the direction of where everyone had headed, and you can see upon close inspection, as she kind of wipes the sweat from her brow, it is quickly starting to bead there again against her skin, gone pretty warm. And she nods in the direction of the party as they make their way over towards the downways stairs and says,
As Miriam
Sure.
passes by, oh god, sorry.
okay. Be sure they don't get struck.
And Eric will nod.
As Miriam passes by Vidalia, she'll say, "Was there any more with any of the eyes?"
She kind of gives you this confused look, struggling a bit to kind of process what she's hearing.
Never mind, it's fine. And she'll just hurry along with the others.
Okay. As you guys hurry on over, as you make your way down the stairs, you can hear, like, up on the first floor, one of the soldiers sort of call out. She's like, "She's not moving anymore!" And with that, you kind of hurry your steps downwards.
As we're moving down, Varric is just gonna look at Klaus and he's like, I have an idea. Let me try something before we get before getting into a fight.
What's your idea?
If we make sure that if we tell the spirits that we'll make sure that what happened here is known, that everything that the North did will be brought to light, and that these soldiers are not the ones who burned their village so long ago, maybe we can calm them down.
Right.
Klaus, or did you, I don't know if you know, if you
Fuck!
that.
Jesus!
I'm so sorry.
Damn, Judah!
No, Klaus just like Klaus had just asked, like spill it now, and he did. So thank God. I was underneath the impression that he heard, but no, he just kind of nods at that. It's worth a shot, but they've had plenty of years of silence. I'm sure their patience must be growing very low.
But now they have someone who can listen to their story.
We'll see. They'll be up for talking.
I don't exactly know if they know of the Great Tabernacle.
I don't
Klaus
think
smirks
so,
but doesn't say anything.
Just give me a chance.
I know what
As-
gods do, but Varric, just so you know, once we open our mouths, we're not taking it back.
I know.
As you reach the end of the stairway, you see a shut door.
Varric will go up to it and knock and just say, "We're here to listen."
We have the key.
No.
Klaus unlocks and just.
I thought that was the door to the. I thought that was for like the key to the basement, not the actual basement door. Never mind.
Oh, good. Also, is your key to the basement, like, good?
I assume it's actually like probably.
It's a metal key, so you're able to put it into the keyhole, and it does actually turn, and you hear the click of it unlocking.
Varric will. Okay, ready?
Klaus just looks over towards the lot of you all before he opens it. It's just, you don't think that ghosts would set traps, right?
No. I doubt it. I doubt they had time to set up traps.
Move.
The famous
Yeah.
Anyway,
Opens it.
all right. We step in.
Everyone, make dexterity saving throw.
Varric, if
Yes.
you can, keep in mind that the North will do whatever it takes to silence things.
I know.
Alright.
It's a last resort.
I know.
So you guys make your way into the basement. It is pitch black down there. You can't see anything for those who don't have dark vision.
I am invisible
however-
completely.
However, after a moment,
I will ruin your invisibility.
Let me light.
Eric fades back into you, just with this scowl.
It's like, damn it!
Please don't scream so much.
Sorry.
oh,
I get excited.
okay. So you cast light into the area, Miriam, and you guys see a very, very large basement, kind of matching the sheer size that this inn was, at least the parts that you had investigated. And what appears to be rows and rows and rows of wine, old wine, bottles. Seems to be a wine cellar of sorts. And as you cast light and the area kind of comes into a bit of clearer view, you guys see the apparition of the old man who'd been standing in front of the doorway to the inn when he had just ushered you in. He's looking at all of you, his hands kind of just politely folded in front of himself. He gives you guys a small come here gesture and walks off, peering out of sight into one of the rows of cabinets.
With what he incited before, would Klaus trust him?
Roll me another insight.
I don't think we have time to figure out if we trust.
It's literally a few seconds.
Eric is pushing forward.
Alright, yeah, Klaus is moving forward as well.
And Varric will just say, "Wait, we wanted to talk."
As you guys go to run forward, one of the cabinets suddenly jerk. I need, for those who ran ahead, so Varric, I need you to make me a dex save.
Alright.
Alright. You manage to notice it in time just as it moves. You get the sense as it's... you quickly jump out of the way, managing to avoid it, blocking your path. You seem to have gotten blocked off from the rest of the party, though.
Ah, shit.
Klaus will try to break the wait, the cabinet fell over, or?
It just completely slid across the floor in front.
Shit.
I mean, it's just a cabinet. Klaus
Yeah,
could
I'll-
probably just... Yeah.
Oh yeah, with your 11 strength, right?
Why did you think that that was at all necessary at this current time?
As they're
Senior,
figuring-
it's not enough time to fucking make an insight check?
What do you thought? Eric would help.
As they're figuring about who has the better abs, Varric will look around his immediate environment.
Alright, roll perception while,
Advantage athletics?
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure,
do
cast
either-
guidance.
Gee!
Do either of you have
Oh, guidance. Roll 1d4. I do.
I don't. I would have just been also.
Oh, shit. Okay, then I guess he makes his own roll. Since I was the one who did it.
Yeah. Well, it's the 12 then, since you already
Okay.
rolled.
if they do
Well,
not
14.
succeed-
Yeah. What's that, Aki?
if these two don't succeed, Tenzin's gonna go over and help, given that he's probably seen what the fuck happened.
Walking forward to try to help, roll me athletics.
16.
Okay. You believe you put quite a bit of strength into the hole of trying to push it back into place. However, it doesn't seem to be budging.
Is there room to hop over it? Because this is just a cabinet.
Yeah, these are cabinets that wine is kept in, so they're like the very large, thick ones. Someone could, not you, Tenzing, but if they climbed up top, they could try to kind of squeeze their way through between the top of it and the ceiling.
Okay.
Am I dying yet?
Can Sing will look at the others then, and he's gonna cup his hands for now and nod upwards as.
But Varric, with your perception, you find yourself kind of alone in the dark now that you're separated from the light of Miriam's spell.
Where's dark vision?
I do have dark vision.
Yeah, he does have dark vision. So you feel kind of a presence appear next to you. And you notice that it appears to be the old man again. And he
Hello.
looks down at you with this sort of saddened look in his eyes, and then kind of just looks forward in the direction of where your party is blocked off.
Hello. My name is Varric. I'm a wandering bard. Can you tell me what happened here? It seems like such an awful sight.
Side note, Klaus will be trying to scramble through.
Yeah, Eric would told Klaus to go first, and they would have followed.
Yeah, give it as... Yeah. This is happening as you got... Varric immediately says this, as soon as this happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll me persuasion.
Guys, I'm good at this, I swear. Does anyone have an inspiration?
You
We both used them. No, we both used ours already.
Yeah.
The old man just kind of gives you a small shake of his head and watches, his attention now kind of turning upwards as you see the first head kind of pop into view. Klaus, was it you?
Yeah.
Wait.
Klaus,
Klaus,
as you're in... Oh, go ahead.
as Varric is seeing this, he says, Klaus, everything's fine, don't worry. And he's trying to gesture this is bad, just stay on that side. Stay on that side.
I'm not leaving you behind.
Do not. Just trust me. Just stay.
And Klaus, as you're kind of like stuck in this space, it's about from both sides of this cabinet, so you're like in the crawl space of about 6 feet or so. Yeah, about 6 feet. You're kind of squished a bit between the top of it and the ceiling, but you're able to kind of crawl your way through if you pull yourself forward. However, you feel something suddenly grip your shirt or your pant leg.
Klaus, go back.
My skirt!
Go back.
They want to peek!
Klaus, go back.
No!
Go back.
Okay, fine. Klaus,
Jesus.
back out.
Klaus, you try to make a move to back out, but that grip is firm.
Wait,
Please.
It's gripping. What do you mean? Is it gripping forward? Where exactly is this? I'm confused.
Your dick. She's talking about your dick.
It is gripping you in place, not letting you move.
Place?
Yes, you're in this crawl space that's about 6 feet from one end to the other. So it's kind of like right from the top of your head to the end of your foot, from the side that your group is on, and the side that Varric is on. However, off to the side of you, you feel something have grabbed the end of your clothing, and is keeping you held there.
Klaus would just kind of almost groan a little bit. It's just, could you please let go?
You feel yourself getting dragged now.
Do I
Right.
see this as I would have gotten ready to climb up?
Yeah, as you get ready to climb up, Eric, and kind of peek over the edge, you're kind of like right by Klaus's feet with this length of the space. Looking off to the side, you do see what appears to be a young elven woman. She has long black hair. Her one eye is just wide open. She seems to, her face is like half rotted, the other eyeball completely gone, and she is gripping with this furious, intent look on her face as she stares down Klaus and is starting to try to yank at him.
Can I turn to the man and just say, he's not a soldier. He despises the North. He is not a soldier of the North.
The old man is looking up at this with a furrow concern to his brow. He just stands there, though.
I just shout up there. It's like, he is not a soldier. Far from it. He is the opposite. He despises the Northern soldiers. He despises the Northern Empire.
He defected from them. Please let him go.
Eric's just gonna try to stab the arm, like break it with his mimic sword. I don't know if it'll like ghost blood, if that's his thing.
I feel like it probably ages like fine wine. I'm sure it'll,
Wait, roll for the attack.
Also, question: would Tenzing be able to reach up since he is 7'2" plus his arm length? Would he possibly be able to like grab Klaus's ankle or something?
Yeah.
Also,
Huh?
the apparition, does it count as prone, and therefore my attack would be at advantage?
Well, you're also prone.
Yeah, you're
Well,
right.
I'm standing. I'm not in the...
Yeah,
you're
but you're
not.
gonna like shove your sword in there like a fucking broomstick, like
Yeah.
trying to get out rats, like, eh.
You kitty.
You go to swing your sword to kind of cut at this woman's arm, hopefully to make her release Klaus. However, you kind of notice your sword kind of veer off of the direction. You just hear the voice of your mimic speak out, like, Harry. You missed.
Well, I have another attack, so...
Klaus will kick at the arm.
And Tenzing will try to.
Oh!
Counter
No, actually,
something
not yet,
with-
because does he hear Varric defending him?
Yeah.
Does Klaus hear? Yeah, I guess if that's the case, if anything, it's just like... Yeah, because the panic's building up there, but Klaus just looks directly over at the man, and he's just... I don't know exactly how I can make you believe me, but here, and he'll kind of reach to push over towards at the pauldron, revealing the scars. I literally cut them out of my life.
Roll me persuasion. And I'll
I'm
allow
good at
advantage.
this, guys.
I'll allow advantage since Varric is helping.
My dog's whining. Because she knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna try to hit the thing again.
Yeah, okay.
And
And
just have to yeet Klaus out of there.
between that moment of that happening, though, you see her other hand reach out. Like, 2 of her fingers seem to have been snapped off to the side, but the others claw at you and start to try to drag. You feel nails kind of tear into the flesh of your thigh, Klaus. It is
Klaus
very
will
sharp.
reflexively kick.
Yeah, and go ahead and make your other attack.
Miriam's gonna check the door. Is the shelf completely covering it, or?
No, it's lined itself up to block the little walkway between shelves.
Okay, so can she reach her hand and try and open the door?
There's
But like,
no
even though
There's no
door. It's just a hallway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did you mean my attack? Or...
Yeah, your second
Okay.
attack. You once again just hear no.
You know, if you had let it be an advantage, it would have been better. But okay. Maybe I could have saved. Maybe I could have done something for Klaus, but I guess we won't.
Klaus, roll me a just straight check.
Got it.
Can it be
I'm good at
with
this, guys.
Oh wait, not with his kick, but I mean, I'm also trying to help him yank the other way out of the cabinet.
Can Miriam reach up and touch Klaus's leg?
With
You said it's a 6-foot crawl space, and Klaus is also a 6-foot man.
Yeah.
6'2".
Can she?
Yeah, if you have like Tenzin kind of help lift you to reach. Yeah.
Sure. If Tenzin's helping.
But
she will-
roll your first strength. Roll your strength, Klaus.
Got it.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming this is what the map looks like.
I'm doing great.
Oh no.
Roll your d4, at least maybe. it might
Okay.
help.
It rolls
Also,
a nat
Nikki-
20.
In half, buddy.
Nikki, whenever you can, I'd like to get a break because I need to take my dog out.
Yeah, 1 second. It rolled a nat 20, so
Love that.
Oh no.
you feel another sharp pain sink into your other thigh, Klaus, as you are suddenly yanked with a supernatural force, and you guys see him drag suddenly across the shelves and out of sight. And that's where we take our break.
Yay!
Ooh.
Hey, so who was it that said I shouldn't get advantage on those attacks?
And so, Klaus, you felt another set of nails sink into your other thigh, and then suddenly you're pulled off and away down the long end of the cabinet in with a supernatural amount of force. And for a second, you realize you're about to get dragged away from both Varric and the rest of the party into a very dark corner of the room.
When am I allowed
and
to kick this bitch in the
and-
face?
And as that fear kind of clutches yourself, as you kind of rapidly think, what are you going to do next? A familiar sensation washes over you as you feel yourself getting pulled back into place and the pain of nails getting sunk into your thigh release.
Oh, this motherfucker.
And to those on the other side of the cabinet, you hear Alexis just go like,
Seeing Klaus's head spontaneously reappear, can Varric very quickly whip out his accordion and just shout, "To all wandering spirits who still linger here!"
Klaus is going to immediately start crawling backwards. Nope.
Nope, that's not how it works, Klaus. Now you get another chance, but as you know it's gonna come, you can choose. No, you get to choose now. Now that you know what's about to happen, you can choose to either try to fight it with force again, so a strength check, or you can make a dex check to avoid.
Is Miriam still within grabbing range of
So,
Klaus?
Or no, not strength. Strength or acrobatic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like grapple. I would
Is
like.
Miriam still within range of Klaus?
I would think so, because Tenzing was
Okay.
helping her up.
Guidance.
Yee.
Oh,
Wait.
That's 11. That's so much better.
Okay.
Wait. Could Varric give him a bardic inspiration? Just be like, you can do it this time! Hey!
Stares at Nikki from the abyss.
Normally you gotta do it in the moment.
You were narrating, though.
Can
Yeah. Okay. I'll allow it.
If anything, question, was I holding up Miriam, or was she on my back?
I'm gonna wait for y'all to talk about this before I take the D8. I'm waiting for y'all to talk through it. I'm waiting.
But, that'll, yeah.
I
Question.
think she's on your back, right?
On my back. Okay. I will say then that if Klaus does not make it out, Tenzing will take out his spear and will attempt to. He will apologize to the ghost, but he will have to, try to get her away. So yeah.
What do you call it? How far back would have things have been shifted, or would it just have been Klaus that was?
It's
Just Klaus.
It's immediately right before Klaus is about to get dragged away, and it's just on Klaus and the ghost.
Okay, so it's after I hit or attempted
Yes.
the second time to. Okay.
And Tenzing, as a warning with what you're going to try to do, you cannot clearly see where the ghost is and where the rest of Klaus's body is other than his feet.
Okay. Even though I have my goggles on.
Yeah, it's just they're out of sight, like on the top of the cabinet.
He's a tall boy.
In that case, then no, he's not gonna stab because he doesn't want to stab Klaus by accident. In that case, he's going to continue to try to pull at whatever limbs Klaus has that are still like within range of him. How tall is this cabinet?
The cabinet itself is about between 8 to 10 feet.
Oh.
So, if this is a 6-foot thing and Klaus is 6'2", and if you can grab one of the limbs, then technically, because this arm length is like at least a foot. Fuck. Yeah. If it's
Well, I mean,
okay, is it 8 to 10 or is it one of those? Because that'll heavily decide on whether he can reach or not.
Nikki, the way that you had said it is that you said that this the crawl space in lengthwise was 6 feet, meaning that Klaus would still, huh?
Yes, the top of.
Right. So with that being said, then if his head is peeping out through the front, at best the tip of his toes would still be visible.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. So
You could just reach up. You don't have to reach over the edge
right.
to touch Klaus.
Sorry, I'm drawing on your map. I'll delete this later, but so
yeah,
it's 6.
You can make a grab.
I can grab them?
Yeah, the issue is using your weapon because you don't know what you're gonna hit.
Okay, then yeah, he's gonna. I mean, he already was doing this. He's gonna try to yank him back.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, time to roll that 1d8, I guess.
Yeah,
Hey, that's a 16 altogether.
Woo-hoo!
16 altogether.
It's amazing what happens when you have a
Tenzing
cleric and a
will do
bard.
a straight strength check.
Sorry, that was at me.
Bless you.
Crit you.
Strength check.
Yes.
Get you.
Also, as a note, guys, if you start seeing
16.
my icon flashing and I'm talking, I will need you to quiet down because I have to start lowering my voice.
Ooh, okay.
6. So you reach out up Tenzing to go to grab his ankle to stop him from getting yanked, but he is torn right from your grasp. This time they roll 19. And with all that happening again...
Can Varric cutting words it?
No,
I had to be able to see it.
Right.
You have to be able to see.
But Varric will go back to shouting what he was shouting before and just says, "All spirits that linger here! I am a bard who's come to hear your tales. Tell me your stories. Tell me who you are, what happened, so I may spread this with the world, so all may know your tale." And he will just start. And he says, "Do not fear me. Come to me and tell me." And he'll start playing one of those. He'll start playing that more joyous song that he remembers. One of those more like jigs kind of songs, you know, kind of like. And he says, "Drink of this wine. Ease your burdens. Let me take them on for you." And he'll start kind of playing his accordion and trying to draw whatever spirits may be here towards him.
While it's happening, Eric would have started scrambling up the side to follow after Klaus.
Tenzing would have helped, because he was originally helping people vault up. But, yeah.
Alright, so Varric, you call out into the room and start playing your music. Klaus disappeared out of sight, you were just completely yanked out. Eric, you go scrambling to try to follow after him, but Klaus, on your end, you find yourself pulled into an even darker corner of the cellar, away from the light, away from the sound of Varric's voice.
Klaus can't see.
You are now alone in the dark, with that pain tearing and ripping at the flesh of both of your thighs, dragging you until finally you feel yourself pulled off of the top of the cabinet. And there's suddenly There's suddenly a cold presence hovering over you as you feel the nails and grip suddenly wrap around your neck.
Do you remember? I can literally hit ghosts.
Yeah.
I would like to get out of this situation.
You can try to hit them, like, you just haven't said that.
I have! Several times! Was I not? Didn't that pick up?
You made one attempt and you... Right? Earlier, did you?
No, you made me do athletics and other things, and I was like, can I punch the ghost?
I think it's because you said I'd kick it and to try to scramble away, I think was the confusion.
That was an attack.
Oh, that was during the grapple stuff. Go ahead and make your attack.
Yee!
Distress noises.
Yep. You know, I'm gonna make this a fucking death strike, fucking dagger shit. Yeah, I hate it here.
Immediately, that panic flaring up in your chest, throw your fist outward, and the weight around your neck releases. You can't see anything, you are in pitch.
Crawl towards the light.
Can I get to Klaus?
And Eric, eventually you're able to kind of make your way over. You see Klaus lying on the ground, his fist pushed upwards towards the ceiling, and there are a number of figures circling him.
Eric, are you there?
You're gonna have to get up quickly.
Help!
Yeah, he's gonna try to hit at one of them. Like,
actually, now that you think about it, Klaus has step of the wind. Can he just kind of zoom?
Can he
zoom back up?
Shove through.
Yep, you're quickly up on your feet as Eric, you climb down. As you go to kind of walk in that direction, Eric, you feel a tug on your hand, more specifically a finger.
I look.
You see the skeletal face of the girl you had seen in the hallway as she just grips your finger and looks up at you. That grin, now very much malicious considering the situation, is just looking up at you.
You cut out there.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
Eric just kind of laughs in like disbelief and just says, "Fucking spirits, Kellenvor, do your fucking job for once." Will strike at the girl with the sword.
No. By the way,
Eric said, "Fuck them kids."
By the way, Nikki, quick question. Before this keeps moving further and further, does my performance seem to draw any of the spirits towards me?
No.
Fuck. Alright, seeing
There's
that.
still the old man standing next to you, though.
I'm really disorientated. Where the fuck is... Okay, Varric's in the other room. Klaus is by himself. Is Eric with Miriam and Tenzing?
Eric
No,
is with
Eric
Cloud.
Clouds.
I'm
Eric
drawing
is
more
with Klaus.
X's. So Eric and Klaus are over here in this corner, surrounded by a bunch of figures. It looks like a very not happy face. Miriam, Tenzing, and Alexis are all behind the cabinet right now.
This is the cabinet?
Yeah, this is the
I don't
cabinet.
think-
So
Am I on the same side as Klaus?
No.
no. Okay, so this area where I'm scribbling right now, this is where Varric and the figure are. Okay, so right here, Varric and the figure.
I think we're here. I think Klaus and Eric are
Yeah, you're in that
behind the
corner.
cabinet.
Oh, you're behind the cabinet, not in the corner of the cellar.
No.
Yeah, we're like where the cabinet was. That's where
Okay.
Klaus got dragged back.
Okay.
And that's where I followed.
When this is... When I realize the spirits are not coming towards me, Varric will grab his holy symbols from Lil and he will just pray and just say, please give me the inspiration I need to call them to me, to call their attention, to hear their story. I need something. Please help me put them to rest so that everyone may know what happened to them, so their tale is told.
You don't hear anything.
Miriam's gonna look over towards Tenzing. Can you please help me up? I'm going to try and help them both.
Yes, go on, go on.
So Eric, you made your attack?
Oh, yeah.
She will crawl up.
Eric would also add, after he says, mentions the thing about Kellenvor, he will say, just as he goes with the sword and kind of Hail Mary, and he's like, and whoever the fuck it was in my dream, come on.
You slash your sword. Again, just kind of hear the distant no, but it goes through the girl and she disappears.
No!
Cool. I have another attack, so I will go.
Though Eric, as you turn your attention to kind of figure out who in this vast group of people you're going to attack next, both you see it, and Klaus, you hear it. What sounds like the movement of a coin flicking through the air and clattering to the ground. And as that coin hits the floor, suddenly all the figures disperse.
Ooh, you got hurt.
So I just see a coin on the ground. Do I see who flipped it?
Roll a perception check.
Guys, it's a traveler.
It's not a funny joke.
You don't know me, but I laugh whenever I'm stressed.
Looking around, you don't see anyone.
Wow.
With oh my. So I don't see anyone. I see Klaus is standing. No.
He's scrambling. Step of the win. I'm out of here.
You.
Oh god. Do I see the coin on the ground?
Yep, it's just sitting there. It's a gold coin.
Eric has to know what's up with that coin. Eric's gonna try to can he see the what is the coin just like a regular gold piece? Or is it somehow
Walking over and picking it up, it's just a regular gold piece.
Is there anything on the ceiling?
There's nothing on the ceiling.
What side did the coin land on?
Heads.
Heads.
By the way, out of curiosity, do I see Klaus just scrambling out of there? Just him going like a dog, just
More like a cockroach whose nose it's near its end.
running away from the room.
Like a dog scrambling on a slick floor, Klaus scurried across the top of the
It's all nails, no pad.
Now is he joining me or joining the rest of them?
Back with my friends and safety. He entered the animal mode.
Eric is gonna follow. Did when the ghosts like dispersed, did they just like disappear, or did they like go in a certain direction upstairs? Like what?
They just all disappeared in completely different directions, as if startled by that. It's hard to say if they were like startled by the coin or if the coin did something, but whatever happened there, it made them all scatter in random directions and disappear.
Maybe below he'll heard my prayers.
Cool.
Hey, Nikki. Did Klaus hear the whole he deserves it?
Yeah, she wasn't hiding
Okay.
it.
Alright.
Eric's gonna follow after quickly, also on the side with everyone else.
As you scramble and join back with the group, Klaus immediately there's just like, oh my god, you got dragged away again. Are you alright?
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of gets to a wall and just puts his back against it.
Miriam, can you heal his legs? They're not pleasant.
I didn't take sustained damage, did I?
Nope.
Well, okay. Well, they looked gross.
Just check him out, yeah.
Yeah.
She'll inspect them. And
Eric
she
would-
kind of pushes her way back.
Take him.
Yep. I had to spell that.
Looking down at your legs, Klaus, as well as you, Miriam, there's
They're
nothing
gone.
there.
Your legs are gone.
Absolutely.
His legs are not gone, the scratches there are gone.
My leg!
My legs!
My leg!
My leg!
Does anyone put a... If Klaus doesn't flinch at like the slightest touch... Oh, wait, well, he's back with... Miriam's back
Actually,
with
honestly,
us now, right?
Miriam touching his leg also got him to tense up. He is extremely tense right now.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, for tensing, you would recognize this as the stage right before the full-on panic mode.
Okay, then in that case, he's gonna look at him, make sure he's... I mean, Miriam has her light spell on her again, right? It's still on.
I don't think it ever went down. Yeah.
Okay.
Never-
Alright,
Yeah.
then, yeah, since Klaus can see, Tenzing will do the thing with the, focused breathing. Still gonna keep an ear out for what's happening on Varric's side, but at the moment, she's gonna have him make eye contact and do that.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you and just kind of has this very weak murmur, just...
Breathe.
Klaus, you're with us again.
You see that his Adam's apple kind of bob a little bit, implying that he had swallowed some spit, or potential vomit, really. Who knows? Before he kind of nods, but kind of stares at a point at the floor.
Tenzing, while keeping a hand on Klaus's shoulder, he's gonna look over to the cabinet. So I'm assuming, yes, very heavy. There's wine in it.
Yep.
Okay. And there's the only crawl space is up on the top. I guess he's gonna assist Varric then and holler out to whoever he's talking to. And just, yell out to him, just like, what can we do to help? Acting like what they did to you, does you know better?
Can I just turn to the man who's in the room?
You gotta speak up, you're quiet.
Oh, I turn to the man. Can I turn to the man in the room and just look at him and just see him? I'm just like, you're not You are not angry like them. What can we do to put their souls at ease? Please. This may be the only chance.
The man looks at you and sighs. He doesn't say anything.
Can I look around the room? Is there anything down here? Is there bones, body? Is there some sort of like letter or something?
Roll a perception check.
Not investigation?
Nope.
Eric is gonna go to the door and shout up
Damn
to
it!
the general to see how things are upstairs.
You call up the stairs. One of the soldiers seems to have heard you and kind of hurries over, kind of looking down at you guys. A look of panic. They still seem to be, on the early stages. A bit of sweat to them, but they're still present. And in response to your question, they kind of look off in the direction you seem probably towards where the general is, and then back down at you. She's burning up.
Eric will, I guess, try to go join Varric. See what's going on.
So you're on the side that Varric is on?
He will climb up over and try to get there. He will be holding the coin in his free hand the whole time.
Got it. As you drop down to the other side, you feel a bit of a tug on your palm, Eric, from where you're clutching the coin.
He'll open his hand.
It flings out from your palm, hitting the cabinet behind you. And then you hear the scrape and see it begin to move, shifting off to the side and opening, revealing you to the rest of your party.
Oh, good. I don't know what you did. Great. Look around. There's got to be something around here.
Does the coin drop, or like what happens to the coin?
Once it hits the cabinet, it seems to fling out to a darker corner of the room, out of sight.
I'll follow the coin.
I'll follow Eric.
Miriam will follow us. She
Alright,
kind of glances around the room, trying to see if she can take in anything.
Wait, so what happened? Are we all together again because of the coin?
Yeah.
Okay. So
cabinet
take
had
him
been-
now is along with Mr. V. Whoop.
Yep, and the old man who had still been standing there kind of watches this. There's a look of surprise before he vanishes.
Damn it. What does this coin lead us to?
Eric, roll me a perception to make sure you can keep your eye on it.
Okay.
Okay. You do manage to follow it. It seems to be very unnaturally sort of being tossed, hitting against a wall to help turn its direction and then continue onward, doing this back and forth between cabinets, until eventually you find this area in the very, very back corner of the cellar. And you see the coin hit the floor, rolling in circles and gradually getting bigger and bigger over the space, going around some of the cabinets that are still there as well, before rolling back into the very center in a small circle and then just settling there.
Eric's gonna pick it up again and say, "We gotta dig."
All right, everyone, stand back.
Did Klaus follow?
Judy,
Judah?
you muted.
He
Ow!
did.
Stop!
Hi. My
Did
bad.
Klaus follow?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Just kind of loosely hanging on to whoever was nearby. So in this case, I guess Tenzing.
Yeah, Alexis also would have lingered, just wary to make sure you're not getting left alone as everyone runs off.
Yeah, we're making sure you don't fall over.
His survival
Mentally.
instinct has resulted the fact that currently, in the larger of numbers, he is safe. So he's going to stay with whoever is in the largest number currently.
Yeah.
Question.
All right.
This floor, what's it made out of?
It's just dirt.
All right.
The entire cellar has just been a dirt floor.
Okay. In that case, that's not gonna help. Yeah, I guess let's dig.
Eric's just gonna start. He's gonna put his sword back in the scabbard. And just start digging with his hands. He'll have put the ring back into like one of his pockets under his jacket, but like not. Make sure it doesn't get mixed in with any other coin.
Okay.
Tensing in the back of his mind, just like, we've been doing a lot of digging in our adventure. Should I get a shovel at some point? And he's gonna like he's gonna use his he has a hand axe from Crimson, and he's gonna use that since it has the widest amount of blade that could like help.
Also use a dagger to dishevel the earth.
Varric will pull out axe Crimson gave him. Thanks, Crimson.
Yeah, thanks, Crimson.
Also, fuck you, Crimson.
As you guys are doing this, and you guys are sort of scrambling.
I'll inspire Tenzing and say, "Come on, we gotta dig."
All right, someone keep an eye just in case.
As you guys are using everything you have on you to dig into the dirt floor, Alexis speaks up and is just like, "Should we try to get the help with the other soldiers?"
Yeah.
I'm worried that they'll be attacked down here.
Yeah, Colossal's just kind of staggered voice, just... If we bring them down, they might get hurt, too.
And this might take too long if we don't, as Varric just keeps trying to dig.
Miriam's just gonna gently place her hand on Klaus's shoulder. You're right.
Could I ask for a persuasion check by chance?
Sure.
Is that okay, Nikki? Oh, that's a 14. Me in the distance, like, oh, she's kind of new though.
Does it help that Eric also said? Does it help that Eric had said the same thing? Like,
I did not hear. What the fuck? Okay, I'm hurting. Pain.
If anything, he's in a panic state, so his mindset isn't exactly in the most.
The words I'd say are traveling to him. It's just that he's still on the climb down. It seems. But at most, he seems functional. So there's that.
Eric. Varric will just look at Eric. Go get who you can, please.
I'm the one. He will just take his glove off, turn the ring, and say, "Send down a couple able-bodied soldiers."
No,
please.
no, don't. If you do, they might also attract more attention.
Okay, don't. Never mind. I just dig.
You hear a voice ring out in your head, Eric, of just bring them or don't.
Just rest, please. And he'll turn. He'll leave the ring open. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, you guys spend your time I'll have everyone roll a strength check.
She will guidance on Klaus.
Nikki, is it possible if instead of necessarily digging, I can dishevel the earth to make it easier for everyone else?
Just like gardening.
Right.
You can't hoe the earth until you make it easier.
Physical activity, man.
I know, but those would. So, in other words, I guess you could say, in order to weaken the dirt to make it easier for everybody else to, could it instead almost operate like an attack instead? Think about the training that they had.
I mean, if that's the case, then I could just cast Shatter to loosen all this dirt.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but it just doesn't really make any sense for the case that it's packed dirt, dude. You just can't loosen packed dirt.
It's
I
one
was
snake.
just making a suggestion, guys.
Miriam will offer her shield as a makeshift shovel.
And then I guess I'll just do my strength check. Sorry for asking.
You have guidance.
Hey, I did pretty well.
Hey, I did pretty shit.
I don't know if Eric's doing better than me.
Oh, Zaku, you got a D8.
I do?
It's fine. I
inspired
worse.
you.
Oh, cool. Yep.
Magic!
Well, hey,
You're
who's
as strong
winning
as a
now?
gnome.
Hey!
All right.
I love how Varric is like one of the people who's actually getting shit done.
I hope Miriam rolled well at least.
Which Miriam is not good at. She offered her shield. Unless... Like,
we're
I
not
feel
gonna
like there's
try.
way too many people gathered around in the dirt pile for her to even, like...
It's a
Is
wide
there enough...
space.
It's
a
a wide
huge-
space?
yeah.
Okay.
This is like an archaeology dig,
Okay.
except
She'll make
frantic and with lights
I
on.
am a paleontologist.
She'll use her shield though.
Hey!
Woo!
Okay, that might have helped save it. Because you guys had 16, 5, 15, or 15, 8, 3, and Alexis got a 9. You got a 17.
I got a 16.
Yeah, 16. Okay, so yeah, it takes a bit of time, especially with your like makeshift tools that you're using for digging when their purpose is not for digging. But you eventually start to make a little bit of leeway until eventually, Miriam, actually, with the highest strength, you find yourself hitting something hard first. And as you continue digging and digging, you start to reveal what appears to be a skeletal arm. And as you dig a little further, more and more around it, a variety of different arms and legs and skulls just scattered all over start to appear.
These are the bodies.
Varric will just kind of say, to those whose bodies these are, please stop this. Let us hear what you have to say.
That isn't gonna work.
It's worth a shot, if nothing else. As Varric keeps digging.
Had your shot. The coin
We need to
saved
put
us.
them to rest.
As you guys continue digging, the apparition of the old man appears in the center, just standing there watching you guys as you dig. And finally, for once, he speaks up.
This is all of them. This inn I turned into a hospital. It helped until the army came. Those even not ill are slaughtered, tossed away, buried, less than filth. They're angry.
And he gestures a hand behind you guys, and when you glance back, you can see a variety of different apparitions standing there, just on the border of this large circle. Very unfriendly looks on their faces. Some in different stages of decay and death, all looking enraged or mournful. The man is the only one who's still in a completely quote-unquote human state. Not a single bit of decay on his person. And the saddened look as he looks over all of them and then back at you.
Left as trash for hundreds of years.
Tenzing will stand up, and even though his muscles are tense and a little shaky from the fear of seeing all of these decaying dead bodies, but they fought undead things before, I guess. His lip quivers, and he blinks hard a few times and looks at the old man and looks at the rest of them. I know you're angry, and it's understandable. Cersei, she showed us what they did to you. And he lifts up his wrist and shows the bracelets. I don't know if you know my people. My entire community was done the same. I saw my family, these people that I loved, get slaughtered by soldiers. I understand. Because I've been there. And I was angry too. I wanted them dead too. I did. Because they deserved it, right? But you need to realize that once you see anger, it turns you into things. And he gestures towards them. Look at what you've become. And I had a friend who was just the same. He was hell-bent on revenge, and so he had literal ghosts riding on his back because he had hoped to bring them justice as well. But he did it with vengeance on his mind, and now he's dead as well, and he'll never be able to fulfill their stories. No one else is going to hear about them. But if you kill those soldiers up there, if you end up trying to kill us, know that your anger will never be satisfied. You need to hit the root of the problem, and anger and killing and haunting is not going to bring you that satisfaction nor closure. For my people and for yours, I want justice. I'm not sure what it's going to be through and what method that'll be yet, but I'm on the journey to find that. And I know for a fact that doing exactly what they did to us is not going to make us happy, nor will it bring any of my family back, nor yours, nor even your life. Please, rest. And if you want to, I'm even asking, help me help you as well.
Your spirits are able to take on different forms as you're choosing. You've taken a form of vengeance, one that has caused you to look terrifying. Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully, to live before a time when all this sadness and sorrow had happened, before it occurred? To
Yes.
have a more peaceful look on your face.
And it's, you don't have to forget. You don't have to, right, Sverek? We're not forgetting. You're
No.
not going to be erased because we're here.
Yes, and allow your burdens to be put on the living. Let us take them forward, and let us make sure that what happened to you is known and can be learned from, so not a tragedy like this happens again.
If you kill those spirits,
take rest. I'm sorry.
they're gone.
Very much just gonna say, please take rest and let us handle this. I promise that whatever happened here, we'll make sure that it will be known.
If you are to take the lives of the men above, the spirits will be mixed with yours. They'll find no peace. Your spirits will fight with theirs. You'll be more haunted than you ever were. you'll find no peace. You'll only increase your suffering.
The men who took your lives are not the men who stay upstairs now. They may fly under the same banner, but they are not them. Let them learn from the mistakes of the past. Yes.
Alright. Tenzing, roll persuasion with advantage.
Please.
I will inspire Tenzing.
So I have a D8 and a D4.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Oh. Okay, so plus a D8 and a D4. Motherfucker.
15, still pretty good.
Yep. Especially after that performance.
Alright. And as you guys were doing that as well, you would have noticed Eric having lifted up his clenched hand. Not saying anything, just lifting it up. And with your words, the spirits seem to just be kind of hovering and floating there. There's so many of them, too many to count, but with some of them having melded with one another as they pass through each other. Their eyes intent on you, but not entering within this circle until one seems to kind of hover forward. And then a couple others seem to start to follow. And Eric, you feel a weight on your palm. And when you look up, you see a figure you don't recognize. He kind of gives you a little nod, takes the coin from your hand, and steps forward. This is a man not many of you recognize. However, for some of you, this man is of familiar frame. His dirty, shaggy hair, clean and slicked back. His clothes no longer the dirty rags of a haggard man, but now pristine garb fit for a knight. His tattered leathers replaced by a pale green breastplate, and his well-worn cloak replaced with a new leather coat. The badge he once wore shamefully on his waist, now polished and altered. No longer the mark of the Watchers, but a skull with gold coins for eyes. And as we wait for a certain individual to hop in
What
chat...
the f-
I knew it! I knew it was coming in!
I have so many feelings.
First up, hey Dylan, what's up? It's been a while.
Zaku, calm the fuck down.
Hey Dylan, how's it going? It's been a while.
So, Kovacs, as you take the coin from Eric's hand...
I'm hurt.
You see a number of angry spirits having floated and come forward, but they pause upon your apparition, standing there waiting for what you say or do.
I would probably say still looking like towards Eric, and then just kind of eyes towards the side, kind of looking back at them, and I was like, it's time to go. Last chance for a peaceful journey.
They stop moving, standing there, and wait. They still look unhappy, but they're no longer moving. Kovacs?
Hey.
Oh, hey
been a
kid,
while.
how you doing?
Huh. So you got back up. I see.
Oh, yeah, I always get back up.
What? Nods his head.
You really did.
How have you been?
You look
Not
close.
bad.
So,
Did Klaus recognize the coin?
No.
so
Just a coin.
what have you been up to?
Are we really
Go
having this
just-
conversation right now?
Yes, we're really having this conversation.
Th-
How?
this-
No, I believe your new friend here is right. This is a better time for this.
I'm
Can we,
happy to see you. Nothing else.
will you be able to talk after this, or do you have to go?
We'll talk.
Alright.
Klaus just stares in awe.
Tenzing is like, there are tears flowing down his face.
Alexis is no better.
Merrick is just kind of standing there in shock, but like definitely trying to hold himself together. Like, oh man, this is something.
Brian just looks confused. Just like,
While everybody's fucking staring, I would like to take the time, if possible, to start guiding the spirits one at a time into the graves.
Alright. They seem to have no intent on wanting to be anywhere near there, as they are just glowering. And as you kind of usher towards them, Alexis also speaks up. It's just like,
They've been buried here for a long time, apparently.
Maybe we should give them proper graves.
Oh, my bad. I thought y'all already dug proper graves.
No, we just dug them up.
And then
So
I would have
currently-
done something differently. I would have started digging regular graves, individual ones.
currently they're all in the basement of the inn.
yeah.
So we're in the basement?
I was very confused about where we were.
Okay, so if you look at the map, I don't know if you... Oh, you're not here. Okay, so basically we're in the basement of the inn, and we had just dug at the dirt ground, and it is a mass grave, and there's currently a bunch of skeletons, skulls, and whatnot, and these are the bodies of all the people, because the innkeeper used to make the inn... He converted it into a hospital, so those who died went in there. And then anyone else who wasn't in here are buried... wait, are these all the townspeople, Nikki?
It was just
I
the
do have
sick
no way of knowing.
ones.
Okay, so at least from what we know, these are at least the people from the inn that he took care of.
Okay.
Based off what the man said, yeah.
Okay. So then, what's all y'all's plan?
Varric will just kind of look at Kovacs and be like, should we take the bodies up and start giving them proper graves, I guess?
Yeah, I can give them a proper ceremony as well.
That's
Varric
good.
just kind of nods. Goes back to start pulling up bodies.
Alright.
It takes a moment. Tenzin just blatantly staring at Kovacs, but eventually he, after hearing Varric shuffle around, he'll start helping him as well. Very carefully making sure that the bones that are together kind of stay together.
Is this
Yeah,
an
Klaus-
apparition of Kovacs or
Is what?
physically that? Is Kovacs physically here or?
You like also a ghost.
How do you want to describe it, Dylan?
Kovacs goes and helps start moving bodies.
So he's
That answers everything. Okay.
Eric has a look on his face of like confusion, and there's also like a touch of disappointment
Klaus
as he
is.
sees what's happening.
Klaus frankly had been frozen for this entire thing, looking directly down at the ground, but at the appearance of Kovacs, he found his currently fixated there. But kind of seeing everybody move, he kind of very slowly moves as he's still surrounded by the spirits, not still feeling entirely safe, but his eyes keep flickering back in between the ground and Kovacs.
Alright.
So, during this time, once he finally tore his eyes away, Tenzing would notice Alexis. So just crying with him, and just a smile of happiness, solidarity.
She makes eye contact with you and still has that shocked look on her face, but she gives you a nod. And then kind of quickly wipes at her eyes to return back to digging.
Eric will turn to Rockwell and ask him, are they controlling the storm outside then?
Who do you approach?
He would, Rockwell, the owner.
Oh, yes. He looks at you, his hands kind of folded behind his back in a very patient manner. He gives a nod of his head. It's not open that a number of soldiers are crowded together.
Before we do this, we need them to let them go. Stop the illness. I don't think they would be very comfortable having their bodies carried through such a crowd.
I'll handle them.
Eric nods. Will keep his mind on the effect of that ring, and though yeah, he'll go back to digging and collecting bodies.
Alright. It takes quite a bit of time, and as you guys are digging, sort of taking bones out from underneath the dirt and whatnot, and moving along, you get the sense that with just you guys, this is going to take a very long time. And that makes itself apparent as you come across bone after bone after bone.
Actually, Klaus was going to kind of speak up, kind of over towards Varric, and it just kind of says, the soldiers, they were the ones who did this from before. Maybe it would be responsible if the new generation were to help. We started this, they need to end it. You know?
That sounds like justice served to me.
He kind of flinches at your voice.
I would agree.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you there.
I will cast sending. I will cast sending to the general and just say, I believe the situation is going to be okay. Just send as many able bodies down here to start helping repair graves.
He's just staring at Kovacs with the most bewildered look. You're the... Kind of looks over towards Tenzing, kind of flicks at his hairline. Cowboy.
I've told them several times, and I'll probably tell you several as well. I never wrangled any cattle.
Oh, well... Maybe you should have told that one a few more times. Looks over back towards Tenzing.
Tenzing, who's still wearing Eric's cowboy hat.
Though Klaus will kind of nod at him and just say, Klaus.
Kovacs, Walter.
Don't suppose we can shake hands?
Kovacs will hold out his hand to shake.
We'll take it.
It's a nice, firm, gay handshake.
Klaus sneezes at catching that last little bit. The pheromones of the Homo Phantom.
It seemed...
To Varric, your message. You don't get any response back, but a couple minutes later, you do hear the rapid movement of footsteps coming downstairs.
Excuse me, you seem to be acquainted to some, but not others. My name is Miriam, and she nods her head down towards Kovacs.
Say, any friends of Tenzing and Varix and Alexis are friends of mine, Kovacs.
It's a pleasure to be acquainted. We should move these bodies.
Yeah, I wish I could say it was under happier circumstances.
Indeed.
What about you? Tall, dark, and brooding over there.
Eric will hold out a black gloved hand.
Kovacs will shake, and he'll say, thanks for the help on getting back.
Yeah, I'll have to ask you how that happened. Seems like
You'd be asking a stupid man a smart question, so...
Bear kind of like smiles a little bit. That like, yeah, that's him.
Hey,
I can't stop smiling.
Neither can tell.
I'm gonna head upstairs just to check on the storm. I'll come back down in a moment.
Before he goes, Tenzing will look at the owner, and then looks at the cabinet that fell over. Could you maybe... Is it possible for you to put that back up so we can help?
Exactly what was already put back up.
Yeah, the ring.
was?
Not the ring.
Yeah, the ring. Or no, the coin.
The coin.
The coin, but... Okay, I missed that. Never mind then.
AKA Kovacs push it open for you guys.
Thanks,
Oh,
Kovacs.
sudden 20 strength. He's a big boy now, he came back!
Alright. So,
Well,
one
not
by
great,
one...
guys. Don't rely on that.
One by one, a number of soldiers start to flood the area to help you guys with digging and removing bones. The old man kind of walks over to you, Kovacs. This older gentleman, probably late 70s, early 80s or so. He has this very calm, patient look on his face, and he's undead just like the rest of these ghosts. However, he still has his entire quote-unquote physical form without being decrepit and decayed like all the others, as he looks down at you with a small smile. Thank you for the help.
Didn't do much of the work, it was all these folks.
He gives a nod at that. And Eric, you said you're gonna head upstairs?
Yeah, he would, like, on his way out, he would do a quick head count of the supposed humans down here, including Kovacs. And when he gets upstairs, he would go check on, well, he would look out the window to see the storm, and then he would go check on General, but he would also do, primeval awareness.
Okay. So you said a head count of the ghosts?
Of the people who are supposed to be human, like humanoids.
The
like,
soldiers.
The soldiers, the party, and Kovacs. He wants to see if the right number of people show up downstairs.
Oh, okay. So
They
if
can try
anyone...
to see if I'm dead.
Yeah.
Got it.
I can pick that up because it was and Kovacs at the end.
Me trying to figure out the mechanics of this.
Is he actually dead? Is the question.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just get the number of humanoids downstairs. So
You get the same number as before.
okay, then yeah, Eric's gonna be like, I don't think he's like, Eric's just thinking like, I don't think he's strong enough to bring himself back to life. I didn't do it. What the fuck just happened?
You don't know him. You don't know his story.
As he checks on the general.
All right. Running up to kind of scope out how things are doing now, Eric. As the party had been instructed to kind of separate the more ill to a corner, the number has increased exponentially, and a number of them seem to just are not moving anymore.
My hourglass is working.
Scoping quickly around the room, you do spot Vidalia. She seems to have. She stayed where she was, but she's no longer standing. She's seated up against the wall. There's two other soldiers that are kind of by her, seeming to be tending to her. Her head is kind of downwards, her hair kind of draped down across her chest and face as she sits there back to the wall.
Eric will hurry over and kind of gesture with his head to the soldiers to leave as he moves to get beside her. I can help her. You don't have to help your comrades.
They both narrow their eyes at you, Eric.
Would you like to ask her?
She had stopped speaking a while ago.
He's gonna try to help her somehow. I don't know anything about medicine, but he's a bit better. It's Eric.
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
Some CPR.
Yeah. Oh
my
shit.
god. Okay.
Nice.
You found a cure
damn.
for the plague.
Eric suddenly gains his PhD. Looks over. You look her over, Eric. Kind of pressing the back of your hand to her forehead. She is burning up very bad. Her eyes are shut. Her breathing is uneven. She's no longer able to stand. She doesn't need to respond to your touch whatsoever. It seems her body has kind of gone into survival mode. As it is trying to fight this fever. You know probably the only thing currently you can do, especially considering this probably supernaturally being done, is make an attempt to lower the temperature of her while also rushing to stop what is causing this sickness, because it is basically just a ticking time bomb at this moment.
Great. Okay.
Where's
Eric,
this happening? Upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Upstairs.
Eric will turn to the soldiers. How many more? What do they call? Able-bodied soldiers. That's the phrase I was looking for. Are there up here?
You see one of the woman who had spoken to you earlier kind of quickly glance out towards the room, doing a very quick head count, and looks back at you. There's probably about 40 left or so.
Great. Take 20 of them and split them into squads or something to start moving bodies towards some kind of burial ground. And he would look out the window. How's the storm doing?
It's still whipping at the windows and the door.
Okay.
Also gotta untie the door, so.
Yeah. I mean, I think he thinks they can handle that. And just cut it. But Eric would say, just get ready to, once the storm dies down, to go handle that. It should die down soon, and he will turn back to Vidalia, and I don't have anything that can cool her down.
I do.
But does Eric know that?
Yeah, is the thing.
Cloth?
Yeah, he would use his water skin, I guess, to do the best he can, but then head back down, and does he see the guy that said he was going to handle it? Rockwell.
Oh, yes. He's still kind of standing watch over the group as they're digging, kind of watching as the soldiers who have come down to help go and pass by. He seems to be kind of shaking his head at the rest of the spirits, and you do notice that they don't seem to disturb the soldiers as they make their way through to the burial. They're all just standing there, eyes hyper-focused on everyone as they work.
Eric's going to rush over to the group of spirits that are hyper-focused and say, listen, we need you to stop the storm outside, otherwise we won't be able to get your bodies to a burial ground.
You said that to the old man?
He would say that to the spirits directly.
Roll me persuasion. Actually, I will say with Tenzing's earlier words with advantage.
Jesus.
Them. That Bugs Bunny meme. No.
They just stare at you, unmoving.
Great. I'll use my.
You do feel a tug on your pant leg. Looking down.
Disregard it. It's Susie again.
Yes. Though, surprisingly enough, you don't see the skeletal figure there anymore. It is now just a young girl looking up at you, holding the teddy bear. And she kind of just gives you a small nod.
While we're digging, can I look at Kovacs? And just say, first off, I want to say, I'm glad to see you again.
Kovacs just looking at you. He's not saying anything yet.
Varric is still digging, by the way, but he is looking up at you. I'm sorry we didn't get along better before.
No need to apologize on your part. That was a man with a lot of weight in his soul. That wasn't your fault.
I'm sorry I didn't do more to help lift that weight.
It's not your burden.
And I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you that day.
Again, it was not your burden. Varric, I went in that dirt thinking you were a good person. I came out of it thinking the same thing.
You see his eyes start to get glassy. He says, "You're a good man, Walter Kovacs. I'm glad I met you."
Thank you. Happy to have made your acquaintance as well.
Oh, by the way, I do want to ask you a lot of questions, but one seems most prevalent. Looks at the ghosts in the room. Are they gonna let us just walk outside?
Well, I got no fucking clue. I'm gonna start digging again.
Yeah, Eric will, hearing that, Eric will turn and say, he's just like the rest of us now.
Miriam's going to pick up if there's any bodies that, or any intact skeletons, and she's going to slowly start bringing up and try and make her way out of the inn.
Eric, how's Vidalia?
I would like to go with Miriam if that's okay.
Alright.
She's not doing well, which is why I'm trying to get them to listen to me. He turned to Susie, just like, what is it? It looks like he was about to react much more negatively, but when he sees that she's just a child now, his voice softens.
Will you bury my brother?
Yes, where is he?
She points at the large pile of bodies.
What?
Eric nods. Then
What was his name?
Jackson?
I have a little brother too.
A baby brother?
A very wry smile kind of appears on his face as he nods. Yeah. You did a good job protecting him. You're a very good big sister.
You see a mournful look kind of come to her face, and she clutches the bear tightly to her chest and looks down at the floor, shutting her eyes tightly.
I'm sorry.
Eric looks like he's gonna cry as he goes down. And he says, "Hey, it's not your fault. We need the storm to stop, so that Jackson and you can rest."
Her lip kind of wobbling, she nods her head at you. And you see her turn, looking off towards a large group of angry spirits there, and walks in the direction. Actually walking up to one that you are thankfully familiar with, Klaus, as she had dragged you away to choke you out. You see the little girl reach up, and the woman's head snaps down at her, turning at a very unnatural angle. And the girl grasps her wrist, and seeming in reaction, kind of stretching from the area that she had touched, the rot begins to dissipate into healthy flesh, stretching up towards the woman's face, returning one of her eyes there, and the other returning back into her normal eye. And she looks down at the girl. The girl speaks.
Mommy, they need help. They're gonna help Jackson.
And the woman's face looks up over towards you, Klaus, and it seems doing so makes her face start to shift and morph back into a more rotted visage. But Susie kind of tugs on her wrist. Go ahead.
Despite how absolutely stiff he is, he forces a smile right back onto his face and nods.
Roll me persuasion.
I'm good at this, guys.
If Eric could add, he would have said, your son and daughter deserve rest just as much as you do. And to do that, we need the storm to stop, and we need more able-bodied people.
I agree with them. Please, it is time for you all to rest. And can Varric actually pull out the accordion and start playing a lullaby that they'd be familiar with?
And, oh, sorry. You go first.
Klaus will let you deal with the bandage.
Okay. Wow.
And, after Varric pulls out his accordion, can Tenzink go up to her?
You walk up to her. You see her face and body beginning to twitch back into its unnatural, scary visage from before, rotted in a way.
He will stop as it starts to twist back into rotting and look at her. First of all, your daughter. And he looks at Susie, who is now in her more natural form, and smiles at her. She's very brave. And she has one of the biggest hearts here. I'm sure you're proud. I know this is a lot to take in, but if I had the chance to give my family a proper burial, I would. I would hope that you and your daughter and your son will be able to have the same. So, if you could, please help all three of you, along with the rest of you, and the very nice innkeeper here. Could you help us help you? Release the storm.
And can Varric kind of step up after Tenzing says that and kind of looks at the mother and says, "No child should see their mother so scorned. I know it's tough, but if not for yourself, then..." He kind of looks down at the child and says, "For them, may they, if not for yourself, may they find peace." It's time. Please. It's time to rest.
I will allow one more roll. It is a straight roll, though, Tenzing.
I was gonna ask if I could take it.
What's your persuasion?
Plus 10.
You don't.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
Tenzing.
Oh, shit, okay.
I hate dice.
Man, if only people had more inspiration.
Well, I wonder who could have.
You know, if we had a merciful god who maybe gave out a couple more.
You see the woman kind of snap her hand away from the little girl, returning fully back to her angry visage, her eyes super focused on Klaus. Susie kind of lets go and clutches her bear. And then kind of takes a step back and hugs her bear kind of tighter, looking up at you, Tenzing.
We'll kneel down to her.
Make sure he finds us.
And you see her suddenly disappear. And unlike the other times where they would sort of like whoosh away, like mist having been disturbed, she sort of scatters and then fades away. And you guys hear the rain outside and the wind slow, but it is still pushing very strong.
Can I look towards just the crowd of ghosts and I will say, even a child can understand that enough is enough. I don't know whatever we could do to bring you peace, but please, this has gone too far. What happened to you was wrong. No one would deny that. No one here, at least. I am begging you, you've been here long enough. It's time to move on somewhere better. If you allow us, we'll make sure that someone much, much better than this. And it will be a calm and gentle transition. Please.
Tenzing will look at Varric and sigh. Right, they're allowing us at least to bury them. It's a start. And
Are they?
maybe
They aren't.
Yeah, they aren't.
well they're not bothering us though. Like we're
They're not
gathering
letting us
bodies.
leave the building.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Eric's gonna rush upstairs. As soon
But
as he
the
hears
rain
them.
has dissipated, right?
A little.
A
A little bit.
little bit,
Miriam
okay.
has tried to walk outside.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
Like, actually
Alright,
leave the
Miriam.
building.
Kovacs is going with him. He's got a spade in hand.
Can I finish this or okay?
Well, you guys had that whole time talking, and they had left earlier, so I'm gonna give them their chance to see what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
She is just trying to push past the door through the storm. She has a skeleton in hand, if not more, if whatever she could carry.
there's currently a rope around the door handles.
She will try to remove the rope.
Uh, I'll say with Kovacs's help as well, you guys can kind of work your way through it, to untie it. You are able to open the door. The wind is still pushing at that rate that had swept away that previous soldier.
She walks aside.
She what?
She walks outside. Skeleton in hand.
Alright, you walk outside. A flash of lightning goes off, striking just a couple feet off to your right. With how close it had been and how loud it rattles in your head, you get the sense of a warning.
I wish to put the bodies to rest. You don't all deserve to rot in that basement, though you deserve a proper burial. To find peace. Temper this storm. Let me restore balance. Let us restore balance here.
Standing with the rain and wind whipping at your clothes and face, Miriam, another strike appears a number of feet away. But surprisingly enough, even though you've walked further and further out, the wind is not sweeping you away, as it had done with the soldier.
Kovacs is gonna follow until Miriam picks a spot, and then whenever she decides, I'll start digging.
She will try and find like a good, like a decent, clear enough area where there's enough dirt to start digging some proper like cemetery grave.
There is a very, very large dirt road circle, sort of in the center, right directly in front of the inn and where a bunch of surrounding homes are. The dirt is pretty loose there, even though it's turned into mud at this point, so a bit caked, but
That'll do for now.
Kovacs will start digging.
alright. Alright, we will return back to... Well, actually no, as you guys are digging, kind of catching you up to the present, directly in front of you, Miriam, as you had met her, Kovacs, you'd seen only a glimpse of her. You see the young girl standing in front of you, looking up at the sky.
It can be peaceful, you know. The blue sky. We've had the temperate storm. Peace. Clouds that look fluffy, white, and almost like animals. Instead of this grey darkness. Instead of this loud rumbling. It's
She
peaceful.
She nods her head. And she steps forward, setting the little teddy bear down in front of you, Miriam. And then takes it away. And you see her begin to dissipate, scattering out into a variety of different little light particles up towards the sky and disappearing.
I hope you find your
And
peace.
upon doing so, the storm lightens a little bit. Kovacs, I want you to make me religion with advantage.
Oh, I thought you were gonna actually make me roll for digging. I was just like, fuck! Religion? Oh, shit.
Advantage.
Go dig a hole in real life.
Do
Can't
I
do it in
roll?
the afterlife.
Kovacs' first roll in over 6 months.
This taps specifically into Kovacs' stuff. So, Kovacs, based off of this sort of... As someone who once traveled with a number of different spirits within their head, you know what it is like to have their presence nearby, as you've grown used to it. But you also know what it is like when their presence is removed. And as you see the girl spirit disappear and the storm lighten just a fraction, you don't get the sense that she had moved on. You get the sense that she had used up herself to help at least a little.
Well, we're gonna need to think of something a bit better than that, because don't take it the wrong way. Not that that was bad. That was beautiful, but she helped us. But the storm's not letting up.
It simply means that we need to lay the others to rest.
I'm all for it. I'll go back to digging a hole again.
Alright. And as you guys are digging, strangely enough, you do still keep noticing that the wind keeps picking up to like threatening speeds as if it would lift you up off the ground, but it doesn't. And the lightning that hits around the area surrounding you guys every so often is very loud and bright, but it does not strike you. After a bit of time of this continuously happening, you get the sense it does not have intent of harming you two in particular. And back down with the others.
Can Varric be looking at all these spirits, and he'll just kind of say, he'll say, out of all of you here, a child is the only one who's willing to move on. Not the oldest or the wisest of you, but a child. Why? What has holding on to this done for you? Why not seek peace? Why not leave this plane? What happened here was a tragedy, and I will personally guarantee you, as a bard, I stake my honor on this. Your story will be told. But it's time to move on.
The apparition of the old man steps to stand beside you, Varric, and looks down at you.
Hatred is a disease worse than any.
It is. But the people you're angry with are long gone. All we can do now is to make sure that their vile deeds are known, that their names are torn from the honors that they are held in. To stay here in this form would do nothing but to let those who have done such awful things, to let them go unpunished for their deeds. If you hate them, fine. But do not let them hurt you more. Do not let them take more from you. I will be your sword. And while we cannot strike at them, at their mortal form, we can strike their name and their legacy, and I promise you, what happened to you will be known, and those who wronged you will be ousted.
They're digging while saying all this?
He's paying attention and looking at the ghost, like he's pleading with them.
Is he digging still?
He probably stopped digging to actually, like, address the ghosts.
Okay.
So, side note, just he's not going to say anything, but Tenzing, while he's digging, he's going to specifically look for, I guess, baby skeleton on Jackson's body.
And I should add, while Klaus digs, are the majority of the soldiers still down here?
They are kind of going one at a time. Those upstairs kind of seem to just stop the bones from right outside the door and then go back down to grab more.
Klaus would wait as they continue to gather, and he would prevent the others from leaving for just a moment, trying to collect a decent number, if not all that are still conscious.
Sorry, repeat that?
He's trying to stop those that were, like, you know, that are on their rounds, to get them to just essentially stop what they're doing, at least for the moment.
Alright, you gather the attention of some as they're coming down to grab more.
Once there is a larger number, Klaus would turn over to the spirits, and he kind of looks a bit nervous, but at the same time, for those who recognize him, there's definitely something off in his gaze. But he looks over towards the spirits and just... Hatred is what you feel. I, better than most, can understand that. But even as though I move throughout this world and I learn more and more, it is almost annoying when I think about what my master had taught me a while ago. When I had brought up my issues concerning it, he too said what you had said, and looks over towards the Rockwell, was it?
Yep, that's his last name.
Right.
First name is Barnes.
Barnes. But he looks over towards him. He said the exact same words to me. But you forget the other side. There is a remedy. And Klaus will look over towards the soldiers that he kind of amassed, and look towards them as he gestures towards the spirits. None of you know who they are. But that is because this empire had specifically hidden every single trace of the sins that were committed over this area. The lot of you all have been taught and raised up by instructors, teachers, and commanders that hid everything from the lot of you all. You may have had nothing to do with this, but with the crests that you wear, with the armor that you wear, you have an accountability as soldiers for these people
People of the North that you couldn't protect. People of the North that they couldn't protect. Or that they didn't. Shoved them in the ground like garbage. It is your responsibility, not only for putting them back in the ground like they should have been, like people, like citizens. It is your responsibility to apologize. Because if at most they couldn't have had our kindness then, they should have our penitence now. And turning around, he bows low. I'm sorry for failing you. All of you.
The few soldiers who had stopped, about 3 of them, kind of look around at the ghosts and at you, Klaus, and then at each other. And then one of the soldiers actually takes their helmets off. And you see underneath is a blue-skinned tiefling woman. Hair cut very, very short. Her horns are very, very short. And she also kind of drops to a kneeling position.
I am sorry.
The other 2 soldiers stand there. And Klaus, I need you to roll me a persuasion. And
I hate rolls.
Actually, considering these soldiers, though, I will say advantage.
I hate everything.
Did the ghosts really seem to consider what I said at all, or no?
They don't seem interested in having a person wield their nature.
A person what?
Also,
Wielding their
Tenzing,
nature.
17.
17. The 2 soldiers give a small nod and take off their helmets as well. One is a human, the other an elf, full elf, a man and female. And they also drop to a knee and lower their heads.
For any more that they can collect, he is going to repeat the same thing to them, point towards such, and I'll join the soldiers in their kneeling.
Tenzing, who had been on the side looking for Jackson, had stopped a bit listening. And
Roll me
watching.
investigation for that, by the way.
Oh. But he had stopped and listened, and the view, even though he's, I'm assuming, like, behind all these guys, people in armor, surprisingly a tiefling, and yet not surprising, considering who their commander is. But seeing this, hearing Klaus's words, he has a harder time controlling his breath. And more tears start to flow, but despite his wobbly lip, there is a small smile for you.
These men carry with them the responsibility of this nation. And he is right. It is their burden. If you don't want to strike at those who wronged you, you strike at their honor, then accept their humility. These are the people who are here to help you. You may be late, They are here to help you out. But you have to let them. Part the storm. Part the storm and let yourselves move on.
Apologies orders that drop to their knee, also bowing their heads. The man speaks up first, the elven man, and says, I apologize. And then the human woman afterwards. I also apologize. And
He'll repeat himself and just say, I apologize as well.
Please. It's... These people... They want to help and they are truly sorry for what this nation did. They wish to make penance. I know you're angry. Please. Let the humbleness come. Let yourselves let that go. Look what you've become. Is this what you want your legacy to be?
Before you continue, Eric, you actually roll me insight, Eric.
Okay. 14.
It seems that while they had started to get sort of riled up by what the soldiers were saying, possibly angrier upon the words and apologies and whatnot, their movements start to kind of slow, and you get the sense that it's sort of this feeling of consideration. But then as you sort of speak and mention of kind of making sure to help and give a chance, and less on hearing the apology, it seems that that's actually starting to stir them into more confusion.
Okay.
Klaus will raise his voice.
Hold on.
He was going to say something for a while now, but okay.
Well, I was just... Alright, go ahead. Never mind.
They are not obligated to do anything. It's their decision to make.
Alright, hold on, Nikki. Can you repeat what you said, though, about... So, I'm getting the idea that... What's the idea I'm getting? The basic idea I'm getting from them right now, from my insight.
Basic idea was that they were starting to kind of take the words into consideration, with also Vera kind of bringing up his point of view with putting them into a state of confusion, as they're kind of hearing two different points on what's important.
Okay. In that case, you'll say, let them do their duty and let them right this wrong. That is all that matters now. It's time to put things right. We are just asking you, let them. Allow them to prove they are not the monsters that you think they are. Let them make this right.
Me considering now.
Let me make a persuasion check.
This end up might having to be a contested one between players.
Ooh.
Okay.
Gotta consider how I'm gonna do this. You guys put me in a moral dilemma.
Well, if Klaus needs to roll, I think Klaus should be able to roll it at advantage because there was other soldiers joining. Like, basically proving Klaus's point.
Okay.
Do we have different points?
Yeah, there's a very key difference. I don't know if you picked up on it.
I do not. I'm sure Varric would, considering he's a master of words, but I do not.
Klaus was attempting to make penitence for everything that had occurred and attempting to accept the true weight and responsibility of what had occurred. He is not asking necessarily for forgiveness, but he is taking accountability. Varric is arguing for something different, rather.
And is a third party. Varric is not a member of the people of the group that killed them.
Right. This
Basically, the points of views that are coming across is that, like, Klaus is saying, like, as for what happened, this is on us. Varric is kind of making it come off as this is on you.
Right.
Alright. Okay. So what are we doing here?
So Brian makes a good point. So I'll have this just be a straight charisma roll. I'll allow Klaus advantage with Brian's argument.
Charisma, not persuasion?
Just charisma.
Alright. Damn.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. God.
Oh
Head.
no.
I feel it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, it is. Oh my God. Thank you.
I would have laughed.
I don't
want you guys.
They don't quite believe it, but they believe it a little more.
If anything, Klaus himself is not capable of carrying the burden of that statement, but the soldiers help.
Yeah.
See, I thought I was helping you with that. Be like, yeah, they're accepting responsibility. You got now. It's
Every
up to you.
time Varric started talking, it made things worse.
Not necessarily.
Not because of the argument. Not because the problem was that Varric isn't the person who has the ability to take on that responsibility.
Yeah.
No, but he's trying to act more as a mediator.
Varric was saying you need to forgive them.
Yeah, that was less mediating and more so instigating in that particular instance.
I would disagree, but
yeah, telling them to forgive them for something that they very much were in the wrong is.
Oh no, he was saying just let them try to make things right.
You don't have to do any of that though.
Yeah.
Klaus did.
It can kill us all.
Meditative perspective, you have. Oh, I have these emotions. You're just supposed to acknowledge them. You don't have to act on them.
Precisely. And Klaus is doing what he knows that he can do, which is open his heart, more or less.
I am very confused, but okay.
I'll explain later, I guess.
Yeah, we can explain more later.
Okay,
So,
I don't understand what's going on now.
You good?
So, clearly there's a bit of a disturbance as they're kind of alternating between what the two different things that they're hearing. But eventually, the rapid movements of them start to settle, and with that settlement, you see slowly a number of them, one by one, their rotten features beginning to fade partway. Boned portions of their body growing flesh, twisted or other wounds on their bodies healing and sealing themselves up to something more normal. And those that do, they stop floating and just settle their feet on the ground, turning away from you, still with that look of hurt and anger on their face, as they just walk off and disappear. A number of others sort of linger, but they fade out of view. And as one by one each of them start to disappear, you hear the pounding of rain against the rickety old frame of the building and loud push of wind start to slow and recede.
I would like to turn to Miriam when it stops and kind of tell her a little, thank God that stopped. That was gonna fucking suck.
But Eric had made it to the other, to them, to Kovacs and Miriam.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before Eric would have headed out, he would have tried to like put on like heavy stuff, like something heavy on his body to like, I don't know, not be picked up. And this is just a tiny moment, just because I thought it was funny. One of the things he would have
He's paperweighting himself.
Yeah, would have been chain, like the chain that he had bought for Sar to tie Sar up, and he would have before he stepped out, he would have said, "Come on, you chain bastard, help me." And then he would have stepped out to go try to help Miriam Kovacs.
To what Kovacs said, she would have said, what would have sucked?
Digging all these damn graves in the rain.
I wouldn't have minded.
Well, I mean, each their own, I guess, but I prefer to do my work on dry dirt.
I feel like, regardless of the weather out here, that we must be diligent in making sure they get their rest. Clear skies or storm.
Kovacs is gonna smile at you. He really liked those words. Yeah. All right. Well, there's the first grave. I'll get started on number 2.
She gently places the skeleton down on the grave and starts to pick up some of the wherever the dirt that is dry, and just kind of like pinch it into her hand as she kind of springs it over the skeleton, and she mutters a few words. Do not go misguided into the dark nights. Find balance between all, and rest in plain sight. Burn brightly against the warmth of light. She'll gently begin using her shield to kind of push the dirt over the skeleton.
As he finishes, or she finishes up her words, Kovacs will say, "You see Ben? Give him a hello for me."
I will do.
Aw.
I was wondering where Ben was, but I didn't want to ask.
Ben's dead!
I know! But I was wondering if he was
What's
still
your
around.
excuse?
What do you call it? And when Eric arrives, he looks like something out of like a wet Mad Max. He's just like, it's not
The Waterworld.
I mean, more chains.
Okay.
Waterworld. Yeah, and he's like, I thought it'd be windier. Do you need help? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking. Of course you need help. And he'll just quietly get to work.
Alright. And as you quietly get to work, little moments realizing you weighed yourself down for nothing, going to work. Meanwhile, downstairs, there's still a number of soldiers who are digging and looking for stuff. Tenzing, with your search, you rolled
Would it slightly be easier because I'm specifically looking for a baby form? amongst the many adults and general child-sized
Are these ear bones or baby
skeletons.
bones? I don't know.
The problem is more like you're looking for a needle in a haystack. Because
like
there are a lot of bones.
Is there a tiny skull? A little baby skull?
I think this means that you need to give some time before you get to that.
Oh, you gotta let me finish, my gosh.
I'm sorry, continue, my lord.
Varric would like to cast Shatter on the mass grave.
You do find, as I was gonna say, the tiny skull. The rest of the bones are more difficult to find. You don't find them immediately. However, you manage to find a much more smaller skull.
Okay. He will, as he's digging, he'll, whoever is around him, and also, whoever's around him who seems to be pretty good at, gathering the proper bones to the skull that they're attached to, or supposed to be attached to, he would ask them, including those in the party, just, if you find that Jackson, child, the rest of him, could you let me know?
The soldiers nod at you, and get to work trying to help with finding it. You get the sense that they took your words into consideration, Tenzing. Meanwhile, the 3 soldiers who you had spoken to, Klaus, move up onto their feet. The human woman and elven man put back their helmets on and get back to work. And the tiefling woman kind of lingers for a moment before standing, glancing over at you. You are a soldier.
He looks over towards her and gazes real hard. Can I insight her as to whether or not she'd be actually trustworthy?
Go ahead.
$19.
The fact that she is a tiefling for an army of an empire that does not look kindly upon tieflings very well, they are very much discriminated against. You get the sense she's probably a trustworthy person, but kind of taking in the calm look to her eyes as she looks at you, there's no accusation or malice there.
Klaus would look over towards her, and after a moment of analyzation, he sighs a little bit and gives a single sure nod.
She gives a nod in return, goes to put her helmet back on. While you may not make for a good northern soldier, I think you make for a good Kindlefair soldier. And she turns to helping with the bones.
He kind of looks as she walks and continues to do things. He almost looks like he's curious, but he almost feels like he has the answers. He just kind of nods at that before wordlessly, with a very not twisted, but strange expression. He just continues to dig.
Varric is actually going to go up to Klaus before he goes back to digging. Just kind of pat him on the side. Hey.
He flinches, but then looks over towards you.
Good job today.
His lips seem to wobble, but he just nods before slowly going back.
Hey. Listen, I know you're not going to want to talk about this now, but come see me later. Okay? Even if you're there, even if you just need to yell at someone.
He does a sure nod.
I mean it. Alright? Your emotions are just as important as anyone else's.
Hmm.
Come on. You don't have to always be the tough guy. Bring it here. Kind of opens his arms.
He... actually, let me... Huh. Huh. He looks over towards Varric with this very, almost not very present look. Very dejected. You can really see the hollowness in his eyes. But kind of at the gesture, he, I guess, how close are you to him?
He was right next to you, so.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends, but he would just kind of look over in his direction, and his head kind of almost falls forward until it kind of comes into contact with your chest as he kind of is almost looking down his forehead, having collided with it.
Varric just kind of grab the top of his head and just rub it a bit and just say, "It's gonna be okay." Alright?
He flinches, but
it's okay. We're with friends. Everything will be alright, I promise.
one of his hands had moved up, almost as if to stop him, but it kind of begins to falter.
It's okay. You don't always have to be strong. That's it, let it out. It takes a strong man to admit their weakness. Right? And Klaus, having feelings is not a weakness.
I felt like I did this to all of them.
No, Klaus, you didn't. This happened long before you could have ever had anything to do with this. Right? You can't blame yourselves for someone else's actions. Right? You inherited something awful here. You said it, but you're setting it right. You should be proud.
Fuck! Fuck!
Hey, look at me.
He slowly looks up. His entire body is seemingly shaking.
There was a wrong in this world. But you made it right today. Hold your head high for that, okay? He'll kind of like go back to holding his head a bit. Klaus. This was something you inherited, but you said it right. You can walk away from today knowing you did something really good for the world. I'm proud of you. And Varric will give him a kiss on the forehead. He'll say, I'm proud to call you a brother, okay?
He just closes his eyes tight. And reaching up towards his face, you can see him bump back a few more sobs, but taking his hands from his face, he wipes at the tears that have culminated before he
looks very directly in the eyes. Okay.
Okay. I know you tend to put a lot of responsibility on yourself, but you can take a little off now. Okay?
I'll try.
Varric will kind of just smile and say, alright, just know, you and I are family now. You, me, Alexis, Tenzing, all family now. And that means your burdens are mine. Mine or yours. You don't have to walk alone.
I'm dead.
Hmm?
At the mention of Tenzing, while he was digging, he had watched what he didn't want to interrupt, but as Klaus had started to sob, like anyone watching him would see his tail just like swooshing very impatiently back and forth.
And probably some shared looks.
Yeah. He just swish until finally, as it started to calm, he would go over.
Varric just kind of gives like, as seeing you starting to get like riled up, Varric just kind of gives like puts up one finger like above Klaus's head so he can't see, just like, one moment. Don't...
It's just like, it's like telling a dog to wait as you hold the treat right in front of their nose.
Varric is just mouthing. Varric is just mouthing. We're having a moment. Just
no, actually, at hearing the sound of hooves,
it's more his tail because he was.
I know, but also you mentioned before that he taps whenever he gets really anxious.
He is ready to get up and comfort, but he must wait and be a good boy and hold.
At hearing his initial approach, his hand actually did raise, but stopped once he stopped.
Hand raised?
It was kind of like he was reaching out.
Okay. Yeah, he'll look at Klaus, look at Varric, look at Klaus, waiting for both of them to say yes to come over.
Varric will just look at Klaus and says, we're a family now. Your burdens are ours. We will always help you carry them. It's the same we'll go for anyway. Alright?
His face is still twitchy and wet, but he doesn't quite nod, per se, but you know the look of Klaus, right, about when he listens intently, and he's listening rather intently to what you're saying.
Klaus, I love you like a brother, alright? You're not a bad person. And I hope this proves to you that you can be who you want to be, alright? You were not just a soldier today, you were a peacemaker. Your life is in your hands and you can affect the world the way you want to.
He nods at that. Before his head kind of turns over to look over at Tenzing.
Varric just kind of gives the, okay, you're good gesture.
Immediately stands up. Like he's also, he's been holding up just a bit better, but I mean, he had already been crying. There's still tears going down, but he just like immediately near galloping, if there wasn't such a closed space as is, and trying to ignore the dead bodies around them that are just kind of staring really creepily. But with everything that had happened, being ever careful with the baby skeleton that he has in his arms and what he has of it thus far, immediately kneels down, nearly falling to his knees, and does his best to hug them both. But with Klaus, his head kind of, with their position. I mean, yeah, with their position, I'm guessing so Klaus and Varric are side to side, right? And then
Klaus is
Tenzing is kind of
kneeling.
coming. Yeah, they're both kneeling. Okay, yeah, he'll just he'll lean down and he'll put his head on Klaus's shoulder as he does so, and mutters to him. Thank you.
He doesn't respond. Just another buckle of serrated breaths, but that's such. His head actually leans a little bit into yours on the side.
Klaus would be able to feel his own body start to bump a bit as well, but he continues on.
Now Klaus will look over in Alexis's direction.
Yeah, I was about to look over to Alexis and just kind of motion for her to get in this too.
In here.
She
Looks disgusted.
Disgusting!
Klaus, I actually need you to make me an insight.
Got it.
So there's one more thing that Tenzing will say, but afterwards.
Sorry. It was GM, but it was a 20.
Yeah, alright, 1 second.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Oh my god.
Something. Hold on.
How y'all doing?
Great! Dylan, I'm so glad you're here.
Guys, I'm so annoyed, but I'm gonna tell y'all why after.
Dylan, are you
What's
joining
up,
the game
man?
again?
Keep talking like that, and you're gonna make him.
Is that yes or no? I couldn't hear.
He didn't say anything, I don't think.
Oh, there's a.
Alright, sorry, continuing. She
I didn't get an answer.
Mystery.
makes her way over, with a relieved smile on her face, and also kind of crouches down to join the little group hug. It's just like, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy for this hugging for sure, but we might want to do this away from a large pile of bodies. But
Varric just looks down and goes, "Oh wait, you might be right."
She looks over at you, Klaus. Gives you a small nod, and it's just like, that was very big of you.
His lips still very much twitching about, but he nods at that, and very much in Klaus fashion. It takes but a allotted few seconds for him to recollect himself. We should continue.
Yes, let's finish this.
It takes a bit for Tenzing before he moves, but he wipes his eyes and nods. He'll look to Klaus for a moment. That says he has more to say, but he's willing to wait. But also just make sure that Klaus is actually okay now, or at least, well, as okay as he can be.
I can only think of an analogy. That's actually rather fitting to current situation. It is like when a storm has recently ended. The sky is still partly, it's not absolutely bright out just yet, but things are fresh. You can't tell if it's going to continue raining later or if it's actually clearing up, but he's a lot better than where he previously was.
Okay. He smiles at that and nods, and also nods at Varric and gives Alexis 2 pats on her shoulder, just as a sort of thanks for making sense, because right now nothing does. So
She gives you a bit of a quirk of her lip at that.
All right. I guess let's get to it then.
All right. And so you guys disperse to return back to helping with gathering the bodies. Eric, as you start to turn to kind of do that as well, a hand kind of rests on your shoulder to stop you. And looking, you see Alexis looking at you. Bit of a complicated smile on her face as she looks at you. It's just like,
What'd I do?
why do you immediately assume you did something wrong?
I know that look. There's something there.
No, it was just something I want to talk to you about, well, with you. If that's all.
Of course.
Okay. Kind of looks off away, rubbing the back of her neck. All right, let's get back to helping, and goes back to pick up stuff, try to help with digging up the bodies.
Before she goes, Varric's just gonna ask, is everything all right? Or
I guess to keep you from worrying about it too much, remember that talk we had last night?
yes.
And that thing you asked me, promise not to bring up with anyone?
Yes.
It's just, it's playing a lot in my head. But that's what it's about. I want to talk about.
What about my particular feelings about what happened that day?
Yeah.
Kind of gives her a look. You do know that just because I'm upset with something that someone did doesn't mean I think ill of them. Just what they did, I may not have agreed with. It's not that big of a deal. But if you still feel the need to talk about it, alright.
Makes a bit of a face expression, kind of scrunches up a bit, but
We'll talk
nods her
about
head.
it. Alright. Are you okay? Are you upset?
No, again, later.
Okay. But if you need to talk about any of this, though, let me know. Okay?
She nods her head and quickly returns back to what she was doing. And so, you guys pass the time, a number of hours, helping the healthy soldiers carry and bury the bodies away.
Miriam's going to try and check of the sick soldiers and try and see if there's any who are on the cusp of death.
Walking in, you do notice that a number of the ones that had been in a severe state before you guys had made your way downstairs are now just gone. No longer breathing, no longer moving. Some of the other more severe ones are still kind of struggling with their fever, the general included. She seemed to have kind of slumped over a bit, but one of the other soldiers is helping support her. Their fevers and sicknesses are not getting worse by the moment anymore, it seems. But they are still very ill.
Would I know that if healing would help them? Like,
Medicine check.
Guidance will self on that one. Boop. 10.
Mm. Wait, why are there so many pluses and stuff?
It's for guidance.
Oh, got it. It's hard to say.
She's going to test on just a soldier that looks quite wounded, or not wounded, but like very sick. And try cure wounds.
Okay.
As she kind of squats down by his side, or their side, places her hand gently on their shoulder, and clutches. Gone.
I was just gonna say, you rest your hand on their shoulder. A soldier whose fever is burning up really badly. They're breathing very heavily and out of rhythm. Their face kind of twisted in discomfort and pain. As you rest your hand on their shoulder to cast the spell. Go ahead.
She'll clasp against the clasp of her robes and say, "Wounds unto wisdom," and cast cure wounds.
All right. You cast your magic, feeling the familiar sensation of it going through. And you see it wash over the body of this individual. However, does not seem to alleviate their pain.
Okay. I think if she kind of looks around, anyone who's coherent, she'll kind of help the others outside, dig graves, or carry bodies if you can. We don't want to lose any more people. If you're able-bodied, please help.
All right. Those lingering to try to help the ill kind of scurry off. The one by the general doesn't seem intent on moving. Keep her seated upright. I guess you get kind of probably a sense of loyalty to maintain her pride. So that one refuses to leave, but the rest kind of get the urgency of the situation and go to do that.
She'll make her way to the basement then.
All right. And so you guys spend a number of hours with the soldiers, moving things along, passing through, picking up, unburying bones to bury them again outside in a better, more proper grave. It takes a great deal of work, but eventually you do manage to finish up. And it is late at night now. Once everything is said and done, you believe you've gotten every last bone out from the building, and rested it out in a better place of rest within the center of this town. And all of you, once all the work is said and done, what are each of you doing?
Since they're all out, have we found Jackson?
Yes. With searching through all the bones, you do come across the rest of the tiny bones, the little baby.
Derek. First off, he looks at Kovacs and says, "I don't suppose you're sticking around much after this, are you?"
As Kovacs begins digging the third hole, no, I haven't put much thought into it. Would you mind if I stuck around?
I certainly wouldn't.
As if that's a question.
Well, then I guess I'll stick around.
Good to have you on
Cowboy.
board. Hey, Tenzing, can I see a bag real quick?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, can you he nods towards Kovacs. Still got your bag.
Ah, yeah. Varric pulls out Kovacs' bag. I hope you don't mind. I kind of kept the component pouch.
I don't need it anymore, and then I'll tap the new badge on my waist.
I don't know.
Klaus will kind of cross his arms and raise an eyebrow over at Kovacs and just kind of say, "You know you owe me 5 gold, right?"
You can get in line with the rest of everybody else. I hope to.
Yeah, I think you still owe me.
Something tells me that I'm in priority.
Actually, he's owed me more. How much gold do you actually owe me? 10, I think, at this point.
So how did you? Can you explain how you? Well, rose up. Are you dead? Are you a ghost?
Kovacs will laugh a little bit, and he goes, "I don't know." And but I mean, like I said, it's a nice campfire story, and we got graves to dig.
Fair enough. Actually, this might help with this. Yeah. I'll get us another body.
You guys,
To work.
this is after you had completed.
Yeah, we finished.
Ow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is after the graves. My bad. I assumed this was going to be taking a long time.
Yep. Really.
We did. Yeah,
we have a solid number of bodies working on this, so it's not taking too long.
I assumed we also spent a little time at Jackson's grave. At least Tenzing would have left one more flower for him. And if with Miriam also do that, and then if they happen to find, since they saw, since they saw Susie's skeleton, even though it's kind of hard to differentiate children's skeleton from each other, you would hope to do similarly.
Yeah, there's a mixture of children bones.
Let's by the way, Kovacs, speaking as we're shuffling through like the kids' bones, trying to like separate them as best we can.
Oh, we're done with that already.
Oh, okay.
I would say that if this is after and we're all done, I would say Kovacs, instead of saying we got graves to dig, I would say I don't know, but I'll answer whatever questions you have best I can.
Can I hug you?
I was actually just about to ask that too.
Can we both hug you? Can all of us hug you, please?
Well, my joints are a little stiff, so be gentle, but
nearly tackles, but make sure they doesn't falls over.
Hug. Big hug. You just feel something around your thigh.
Klaus watches this with a bit of a smile.
That's enough of that.
Okay.
Nope.
Just gotta.
Oh, by the way, I pointed at Alexis. Ta-da!
Oh right. She like makes a little fight pose.
Oh yeah! Ta-da! She has leveled up, and by the way, she's named Alexis now. She chose a new name.
Klaus kind of raises a hand. I've been teaching her what I know.
Yeah, and Kovacs will look you up and down real quick. What do you know? And I'm gonna shoot you. Catch it.
Explain. What's happening?
You see Kovacs pull out an actual gun and shoot you.
Oh my god.
11 piercing. I have to kill 11 piercing?
Let's see it. I want to make sure Alexis is in good hands, dude.
Bro, what's up? Wait, 1d19. Oops. Sorry.
Well, you rolled a 19.
Oh,
There's no other signs on that fucking dice.
Okay, so that's 5.
Plus
Dex.
6. Plus
I got it.
Dex. Yeah.
I got it. Klaus catches the bullet, and then looks in between the bullet, and then looks back over at Kovacs.
Oh, you got a real one now?
Is
So
this
those were
enough
finger guns.
proof?
Man, it's good enough for me.
Where'd you get a real
Mm.
gun?
I think we shot him. Well, actually, I can't believe it.
You know, I've always had the gun. It just
Wait,
the
what?
the spirits held on to it for me.
Kovacs, you, Alexis, who just saw you literally just shoot her friend in the future.
All right,
It's just
she
like,
knows me better than that.
which is why she's just like, yeah, you want to get a demonstration? And she punches your arm.
Fucking shit! I already knew you were strong.
Does the 17 hit?
It's gonna sting now, motherfucker.
Wait.
Wait, does the 17 hit?
Barely, but yeah.
4 bludgeoning.
He's no more squishy.
2 bludgeoning.
Wait, did he switch classes?
Maybe. Who knows?
Wait a sec. So wait, my brain is going. What? Let me mute myself.
Alright, so while Judah's having his own little crisis, Varric looks at Kovacs like, so do they just give out, like, when you die, do they just give you free shit? Is that how that works?
That is the exact opposite how any of it works, at least for me.
I advise against dying.
Oh, no, it's a rough fucking
You're
time.
going towards me.
Wait, what did Mir say?
I advise against dying.
Okay, so don't die. Good thing to hear. Yeah, a lot's happened since you've been gone. By the way, I found religion.
I guess I have something to not talk to you about, but tell you, I suppose.
Yeah, you need to tell me why I owe you 5 gold.
Other than that, a small smirk kind of appears on his face. But he kind of looks over back towards the house and is just, I didn't think I'd be having this conversation, but...
While you're talking to me real quick, Kovacs will take your hand and I'll heal that damage I did to you.
Oh, no, you didn't do any damage.
Oh, I thought you got 10 out of 11. My bad.
Did I? Oh!
No, you got it all.
No,
you got it all.
you got it
My
all.
bad. My
Yeah,
bad.
my level, it's... You take his hand anyways and he just looks at you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Then I'd say Kovacs is just kind of focusing on that. It was not bad.
Another eyebrow quirk, but it's just... I joined soon after your... What do you even call it?
Departure?
Death?
Vacation? Whatever it may have been. And,
Before your boss hung me, right?
yeah...
Boss is a subjective word.
There's another word when it comes to myself.
Maybe. Are there still soldiers around?
Yeah, they probably are.
I would assume that the party was a little bit off to the side, but I suppose...
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't be talking about how her boss hung me.
Yeah, so I guess I'll officially state this on
I would
record.
be on the down low about it.
Yeah, let's not say that we're like a solid 30 to 60 feet away from the soldiers.
We have left town.
We have entered the stag. But
I don't know about that.
yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But Klaus will still, from what I understand, I guess Klaus will look around just to make sure that nobody else is around. Blah. Ninki, please.
Make a perception.
Perception.
While he's looking
Eric would
around,
have looked around too.
while they're looking around, Varric is just kind of like just poking Kovacs in the thigh.
so weird.
Like,
Yeah, you gotta change that on
Yeah.
Discord too.
Varric is just poking Kovacs in the side of the thigh, just be like, so you're not a ghost.
So he's alive. He's real. He's a person.
Sensing.
Hey, Dylan,
Yeah.
Can I ask, in comparison to the previous physical description that you've given me, he's not gaunt anymore, is he?
Nope.
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 He's healthy now.
He's a real boy now.
Skin color, clean shaven. He's not dirty.
Can Varric just try to like just touch his face and just like his beard?
As I had described before as well, you see that his badge no longer is the Watchers, but you see a image with gold coin eyes.
Gold coin. Wait a second.
But also, I don't have religion on my sheet, so I don't know if I can roll that.
That sounds. I don't think Klaus would be focusing on that right now, anyway. But
can I feel his pulse?
He puts his ear on his leg.
Miriam's. He's gonna say, "If I wasn't so enlightened right now, I'd have shot you by now."
Me or him?
You! Quit touching me!
Okay, fine.
Tenzing takes Kovac's hat and places it on top of his already... He has 2 hats on his head now.
You just cloned hats.
I just cloned cats.
Go on.
He kind of looks a bit nervously, but then again, at the same time, he kind of gets like this weird moment where his eye kind of like arches a little bit, and it's just like loose cannon. I think is what she had said. Klaus will go ahead and just tap his arm. Punch me. I'll explain it later.
I don't punch.
Then what the fuck was that with you and Varric? I don't know. Cat fighting at one another at one time. I was told.
That was a different man.
You do seem a bit calmer.
And actually filled out.
Do you still hear the voices?
Not as often.
Oh.
So they're still with you?
They're making their way.
Is Ben? Is he still with you? Or?
No. Ben's been gone a while.
He nods, understanding.
When it ended at the end of that rope, it wasn't nothing I saw, and it wasn't something beautiful like they talk in fairy tales. At least not for me. I have my own debts I had to pay to cross into the afterlife. That debt got bigger and bigger the more I took on. I'm here to pay it back. So I can cross.
Oh, sorry. Klaus nods at that. Well, I don't see why we can't assist you in that journey while you're around. He keeps staring at Kovacs, but eventually kind of almost becoming self-aware of how long he's been doing it, he just... sorry, it's weird. I feel like I know you, but I haven't met you until now, with what everyone has said so far.
Well, I'd like to hope I'm a different person than who they knew.
Varric's kind
We've heard of the good and the bad, and I will admit there were things that definitely didn't make me too happy, but...
Listen, all you need to know about my past and my interactions with this group is there was no good or bad. It was all good, at least from my perspective. Just misguided. It was misguided.
You didn't let me finish. I don't suppose it's necessarily something that you can think of now, but your impact on Tenzing, I heard those words too, so I guess. Thanks.
Thank you.
He looks like this mix of both embarrassed and confused, but kind of raising up a hand and scratching at the back of his head. He kind of averts his gaze.
Varric will look kind of like tap Tenzing on the side of the leg, and he'll just look up at it and says, "You know what this means? You know what this means?
What does this mean?
We're getting the band back together.
Shit, you're right.
All we need to do is get Mr. Scar here, and we got it. A full posse.
We should visit him sometime.
Fuck!
What? Wait, what? What?
We have to get his ring back.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up to you.
Alright, well, when we get back to the
real quick, out of character, do not give me that fucking ring back, because it's a bit broken for my character.
Wait, bronze ring company ring or like magical ring?
Oh, I thought, my bad. I thought we were talking about something different.
No, bronze ring company ring. Just we have to go get his ring back.
Well, we all know you got to Findelfair.
Well, no, it's got his name inscribed on it.
And me, my gold. You were supposed to give that to the ferryman, but here you are, so...
Oh, you owe me a magical gold coin that can apparently bring you back to life.
It's not quite that simple. It's well, first of all, I'm not giving you that back. I'm still accruing that debt.
Miriam is gonna walk over to Kovacs and place 20 gold in his hand. I know it's not much for the spirits here, but I know of Sharon, and I know these spirits. To move on, it's a gold apiece.
That's actually really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Klaus actually kind of looks.
Real quick, I do have a response to that.
And yeah, go ahead.
It's just I'll take it and in my hand and very solemnly and thankfully tell you for most. And I will take it. And sorry, you can go. What you were gonna do now?
Oh no, it's fine. It's just like I realize that since we already buried all of them, if I were to say what I want to say now, it would come off as extremely disingenuous.
So
yeah, because it's got to be on the fucking face. But
so I'm glad to have you back. Do you mind if you and I, like I said before, obviously we've had our differences. Do you mind if we call it? Do you mind if we just sort of start over on that?
No, we're not going to start over. I mean, it's history. You can't undo history, Varric. But
that's fair.
You just know you're a dear friend of mine. I hope you consider the same thing.
Of course.
And then there's nothing to worry about.
Varric just kind of gives a nod.
Now I gotta take some time and go put these coins on those faces.
I actually am going to have to join you on that.
I'm going to say a few words for Susie and Jackson.
And I guess I'll play a farewell song.
If we need more hands, I'm willing to help. So just, we're just doing as we done before, just put gold and onto the eyes.
As you guys are talking, you hear the entry to the inn door open. One of the soldiers calling out to the others that the fevers are letting up.
I have a quick favor to ask of most of y'all before we get on to our next venture or whatever you're doing at this point. Let's go ahead and keep this out of Lionheart's ears. Kovacs will pull his hat down a little bit and he'll kind of... I'm going to try to keep a little bit of a low profile because that's going to be an awkward fucking conversation.
Klaus's nose kind of twitches.
Didn't I kill you?
Klaus's nose kind of
good at it.
Klaus's nose kind of twitches at that little comment. And he kind of looks off in the direction.
I like to imagine Fidelia just walks out. She's like, "Wait, why are you here?
Bet you
Shouldn't you be hunting me?"
Kovacs would immediately go, "Ooh."
Wait. You're the one who tried to break out of jail?
Yes.
He's that idiot. He's that idiot.
Everybody take a moment and stop. Successfully broke out of jail. I don't know what y'all fucking want from me. Who's get it now?
What the? Okay.
You know, he's
Walter
technically right.
Houdini Kovacs. Walter Houdini Kovacs, everyone.
Yeah. Kovacs broke out of jail. I guess he's right. God damn it.
What the fuck?
I'm writing it in my journal. Kovacs broke out of jail eventually.
He broke out of jail and death.
Stevie told me fucking no on this. I have warned her down.
Warned them down so much.
To answer your question, Storm, Kovacs is the one Vidalia hanged.
Yeah. That's why we all started screaming. Because me who joined literally right after Kovacs died. Yeah. So many fucking tears shed at the fact that I could never meet this fucking man, and yet here we are. Here we are in the future.
Oh, Kovacs! Before you go, pulls out Urkel from the bag, scratches him. Watch this. Ready for this? I've been working on this. Sit.
Wait, do it on my back. He's gonna go in the mud.
Oh, good point.
Urkel, who Kovacs... Did you meet Urkel? Like,
yeah, he met Urkel.
Did. Okay, yeah. You see Urkel sit his little butt down on the ground.
Alright, I'm ready for this? Lay.
Animal handling.
I've been working on this a lot, so I'm imagining the DC's lower. We're almost there with this. Come on.
I think it is only right.
Oh!
Damn it.
You see Urkel settled down onto... Oh.
I just used minor illusions to kind of give a little...
Let's talk about how long I've been dead and all you've managed to teach your griffin is sit.
And Lay! Look at that!
I missed you, cowboy.
Eric is just gonna have started walking off at some point during this and lit a cigarette.
Also, you've been dead what, like, not even a month and a half? 2 months.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but the courses to teach dogs for behavior, they're like a week or two long.
Okay, you know what? We're busy people. We travel a lot. I have many different responsibilities. But I know what the next trick I'm going to teach him is.
Alexa just grins at you, Kovacs. It's just like, I'm glad to see you're still an asshole.
Klaus is still staring at Kovacs.
But we're gonna have to do something about this. I get uncomfortable easily.
Do you want me to turn you invisible?
What? I was doing it again, wasn't I?
Do you want me to turn you invisible, Kovacs?
No.
Okay. So...
He, like, goes out of his way to, like, not look at Kovacs now. He's, like, staring at some point on the ground like a kid.
And Tenzing's like chin is like on the top of Kovac's head, just like he and Alexis, I'm assuming, are still like holding on to him.
Oh,
Does Varric let go?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, Kovacs, by the way. Varric pulls out a potion, a blue and silver swirling potion. It says, "I made this."
What is it?
I don't know. I don't know what it does. It's a potion of some sort, but it does something.
He's been
That's
learning
not-
to make things. One did happen to be a health potion, so
Yeah, I can make healing potions now.
Oh.
try the now.
While they're talking about this, can Klaus kind of like tug a little bit on Alexis?
She'll let go of clinging on him to look at you.
He kind of beckons her a little bit away from him.
She
Yeah, take it away from this awkward catching Kovacs up conversation.
She
No.
does a like, I'm totally not conspicuous backup walk in your direction.
Klaus just like, I have to admit, feel extremely awkward.
But
You know,
yeah.
the brother of the one who. And he just kind of grabs at the skin of his neck before letting go.
That's a little awkward, yeah.
Should I tell him last time he hung that information over her head until he or she, you know.
Well,
I'm not going to continue speaking. You get what I mean.
yeah. I think the fact that he's apparently still alive, and even though he's got a gun, he's not storming into the inn to shoot the person that killed him.
He shot me within like the first minute of conversation.
Well, yeah, that's because he didn't know you.
That can't be where
Welcome
the
to
bar is.
Texas.
That can't be where the bar is.
That's just the forward greeting where he's from. He's like, "Oh, hey, bang!"
And she kind of makes like a yeah, that's kind of how he is kind of face. It's just like things that make sense typically don't apply with Kovac.
He just squints back over towards him before immediately his eyes fall back down to the ground and just like, did he always look like? I mean, you said he was ghost. He looks fine.
Yeah, that's new. Seems he got a glow up.
What?
Looks nice. Sorry, hemming around back too much.
Uh,
yeah.
He keeps finding himself staring at him before he looks back down. I feel as though I should tell him. It feels weird, especially if he's going to be traveling with us. I'm not going to be able to stop staring at him.
Yeah, I get. I think it's alright to tell him. Honestly, even old Kovacs, I don't think he would have done anything for that. Now that he seems to be doing even better, I think it's even more unlikely.
I'm going to take your word for it. And he just kind of speaks up a little bit more. Kovacs.
As you say that, I imagine Varric is just like, I mean, I'm telling you, anything could happen with these. Like, if you want to try one sometime, I'm not gonna say no.
Fucking beans.
No, he's holding up the potion.
Oh, okay.
Nah, it's maybe I'll become a more frequent customer once you know what they're doing.
Fair enough. I mean, I'll make you a healing potion sometime.
As you Alexis return back to the group, she gives her upper arm like an encouraging little pat. It's like, it'll be all right.
Hey. You said that you didn't want Lionheart to here. Well, that one didn't. I'm kind of her brother.
Tenzing's just like, oh, right, right. Face.
He has a little nod, and his hands will fall to his side, and he goes, Klaus, it was.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what a vendetta is?
More than most.
You'll be happy to know that I don't carry any such feelings anymore. And I'll reach up and just clasp his shoulder, give him a smile, and...
How much taller did he become? Because he was, 5'10" before?
This was 6 foot on the dot.
He was 6 foot on the dot. Okay. What about now? Is he... Wow, he's probably as tall as Klaus now, knowing how atrophy can work.
Well, no, he's still probably just 6 feet.
Oh, okay. Oh, I must have misheard something that you said. Yeah, he kind of... His eyes float just a little bit back down to kind of meet his eye, and he just kind of... Still, he's like... Still, he's a little bit weirded out, but even then, he just kind of nods at that.
See, I'm wondering if he gained a couple inches somewhere else, but that's just me.
Shut that. You know what?
Kovacs will just nod back to the house, and he's saying, "Man, they said they're starting to break. Maybe y'all should go take care of them."
See, now, I'm just going to go ahead and pop the inappropriate question right now before I forever rest my peace.
It was 6 inches.
Shut the hell up. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, just...
You know, it's weird that you remember it. Like, me, who was my character, had to write it down.
Listen, there's just some things you don't forget.
Anyways.
I'm sorry, what were you
Well,
saying?
yeah, no. No, I just... It's... For your knowledge, I guess, Dylan, Alexis ended up actually telling Klaus about the whole looks rating thing that had occurred quite a bit of ways ago, and I gotta know, where does Klaus place?
They're still number one.
Is Klaus asking that?
No, I just needed to know.
Oh, well, fuck you then.
Wow!
You gotta bring in the spin the bottle!
Kovacs doesn't play those games, but Kovacs was drunk, and Kovacs, he was drunk, so.
By the way, Varric just says, before we break, Varric goes, by the way, looks at Klaus's outfit, looks at, not Klaus's, Kovacs' outfit, and then his clothes immediately just change to match it exactly.
Oh, great. That hasn't changed.
Hey! I feel like there's a great comedy sketch here to be found.
Tenzing takes away his hands.
So he's going to turn back to Klaus. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's just he just does finger guns now that he's allowed to, because Kovacs doesn't shoot things out of his fingers anymore.
What was Kovacs going to say?
When Varric does that and he starts talking about the sketch, and he was like, "So how long have you been on the road?"
We've been...
No. I specifically turned away from Varric shenanigans and asked Klaus.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay.
Klaus kind of looking at Kovacs, he almost sputters almost a little bit, but he kind of is, what do you mean? Since we've all been traveling together, or with this specific thing?
Yeah. No, you said you met him shortly after my death. How long have you been traveling?
It's been getting about close to a month now.
Jesus.
Oh,
or not Jesus, like,
that's not
fuck,
right.
I was only dead a month?
That's not right.
That's not right at all.
Wait, it isn't?
I've been around for like a month.
I don't have... Oh, right. Yeah, there was another jump that happened. So, what, 2 months?
Oh, we had a fucking jump?
Did we have a jump?
No. Well, we had a lot of travel time.
Right.
Can I have a Nikki? Please give.
It's been about 2 months.
Just
a
let
little
Nikki
over.
answer.
Yeah, it's all been almost 2 months.
Okay, yeah, and then he's just about almost 2 months.
Shit. Looks like all of y'all formed pretty decent bonds since then. That's impressive.
They were. He kind of lowers his voice. They were reasonably pretty torn up when what happened to you happened. I don't necessarily think of myself as responsible, but I think I may have helped get them back to speed a bit.
Oh, he helped. Hello.
He kind of jumps. He had kept his voice low.
Oh yeah, no,
Sorry.
he's been a great help.
Oh, wait, would he not have heard it?
Probably not.
Okay, never mind then.
No.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like lowering as in not it. Yeah, never mind.
No,
Anyways,
yeah,
continue.
He was keeping it to a whisper between the two of them.
Good. I'm quite happy to hear it.
Yeah. This is a odd proposition, if you can even consider it that, but I feel as though there's more to talk about, but probably not at this particular moment. There's things that you need to know, and, well, in the ways that I need to know as well.
That's that's what campfires are for, friend. Y'all handle your business here. I'm not going anywhere this time.
Yeah. He kind of looks around at everybody. It's just. And then he stares at him for a little bit again before kind of nodding to himself. And just, yeah. And he just kind of begins to eject himself from this conversation.
Oh, Kovacs. One last thing.
Just gives you a thumbs up.
Oh, Kovacs, one last thing.
Yeah.
Varric will take out of the bag of holding a painting and he turns it around and says, what do you think? And it is a portrait of Kovacs. I rolled a 26 for it. It's very well detailed, a very good capture of your likeness.
Kovacs is gonna go, I don't like how much detail is in the bulge on this painting.
Well, I wanted to make sure I captured your essence to the truest form that I knew it.
Alexis did call you a dick, so it's not entirely incorrect.
Alexis, without even looking, pulls up a hand for a high five.
Tensing.
He wasn't looking. He wasn't looking either. He refuses to look at what.
I mean, did you want me to exaggerate that feature, or
No, I just noticed there's a lot of brushstrokes in that area.
Tensing is point. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Well, we were still in prison for a day, so I had to, do something, and I felt appropriate to, make sure I got the best details before my brain started to, change them over time. So
it makes it sound worse when you say you thought of it in prison.
Klaus, you look over to. If you look over to Klaus, you see him holding a Snicker.
You all know.
His face in his hands, just like.
You all know this is how I cope with things, and it was very upsetting that day. All right.
Yeah, I don't. How does one ungrieve?
I don't. We laugh, we have fun, we are excited that our friend is back.
I mean, I even grieved for him, somewhat.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on here anymore. You have a lot to explain, gesturing to Kovacs, but I'm really glad you're back. I highly missed your snarky remarks. Hers are just not up to par as he gestures to Alexis.
Still,
Seems
though.
to be handling herself.
Some days.
Speaking of Kovacs, looks over to Miriam, looks over to realizes Eric had walked away. Yeah. Well, the one who had walked over, that one's Eric. He recently also joined us, and Miss Miriam, who had joined us even more recently,
Yeah.
right before this all happened, actually. So.
Just hit me. If you're trying to stay away from the general, we should probably get moving soon before they reattain their masses. Otherwise, that's probably going to have to be a conversation you're going to have, which I don't think you're going to be too fond of.
Then, worst case scenario, if it happens, it happens. It's just, like I said, this is making me feel a bit awkward, and that conversation is going to be even worse. So,
I'm sorry if I contributed to that. And he just starts looking away again.
Klaus.
He just looks over towards Alexis and just kind of shrugs. He feels embarrassed as fuck, and I can't figure it out just yet.
You asked the dead man for money back?
No, that's not it at all.
Sure, it's not just you.
No, that's not it at all. Judah died a long time ago. He's not here anymore. But Klaus, on the other hand, he I'll get into it later.
Listen, I'm at the moment just satisfied just saying I'm really glad you're back.
That's good to be back.
Now, we do have an awkward conversation to skip out on. I suppose we should go check with the general, make sure everything's all right, and then start heading out.
And I will use that as a segue to pan over to Eric, who stormed off.
He didn't storm off. He was
dusted off.
Yeah, he just was like, I'll take this moment to make my exit.
These bitches and their fucking emotions.
Yeah, he would have grabbed his flask from his back and headed over to check on the general.
All right. Walking into the building, you see that there's still kind of a soldier remaining by that she seems to be kind of shooing off, clutching her forehead, looking very annoyed, really. When you approach, she kind of lifts her head. There doesn't seem to be like a sheen of sweat there anymore. She still looks tiny bit flushed with fever, but she's not struggling anymore. Her breathing is back to normal.
Yeah, Eric will walk up to General and nod and do all the official respectful things kind of before just kind of squatting down next to her and holding out his flask and saying, would you like a drink? You look like you need one.
So he kind of reaches off to the side and picks up what appears to be an empty water skin that she kind of shakes and then sets down. She turns her attention to the other soldier, kind of nodding with her chin off in the direction of the rest of the soldiers, and the soldier seems to kind of get what she's saying, standing up and saluting before walking off. She holds her hand out for yours.
He reaches out and takes her hand.
A water skin.
The only way.
Get fucked. Sorry.
The only way to work. The only way to help is to give them a burial. I would have. There's nothing else I could do for you.
Kind of quirks a brow a bit at that. You're not blaming yourself, are you?
For you, getting sick.
Yes, you're not blaming yourself that you couldn't do anything, are you?
No. He kind of grins at that. No. I'm not a cleric or anything. Just, you know. Good at stabbing things. Not quite good at stabbing things that aren't there.
She lightly takes her hand out of yours to reach for the water skin you had offered and sips at it. Still, like, kind of, there's a momentary, like, look of annoyance. Do you get, like, her way of dealing with things that are painful is just irritation?
Yeah.
Before her expression relaxes back again to looking at you. I got a bit of a report of everything that happened. Seems everything's clear.
Yeah. Does the ring work?
She gives a bit of huff of air at that. In her other hand, which should kind of just remain at her side, she holds it out, opening it. It's like, I was wondering how that got there.
I mean, you don't have to try it on now or anything. But I was just scared.
You were scared?
Yeah. I didn't know what was going to happen.
That's fair. I mean, ghosts and spirits are not all one thing. Illness is, by supernatural means, an entirely different scenario. She reaches for the gauntlet on her hand, taking it off and slips it onto her pinky. There's kind of like a momentary, you see the ring kind of take on this very tiny glow before settling back, and upon it doing so, you get the sense that the magic that the salesperson had told you of seems as kind of sunk in. A bit of a flinch kind of comes to her expression, and there's a very clear flood of emotion as kind of the magic forces her to feel it, before it kind of begins to relax a bit. And she gives a bit of a nod of her head. Hearing an explanation is definitely different from experiencing it.
Is it uncomfortable?
It's new.
Yeah. If it ever bothers you, feel free to take it off.
Eric.
I'm just saying I don't want to cause you I don't want to be a bother.
Have I ever not told you when you're being a bother? In full honesty. And she just gives you this deadpan lift of her brow.
At that, Eric would say, fine. Fine. And he will uh, finally let go of the tension that he's had this whole time since like this started, and I guess let her feel what he feels through the ring.
She kind of looks down at it at that. Indiscernible look kind of coming to her expression. Her, she kind of gives a small shake of her head, looking at you again. I apologize for worrying you. I am not 100% yet, but getting there.
You don't have to apologize. It sounds like you knew what was going to happen when we got here.
I suppose. And every last bone has been buried.
Yeah. Speaking of bones that have been buried, uh,
She looks at you.
yeah, he seems to like kind of thinking of what exactly to say. Well, a group of us got help when we were downstairs from someone that I was told had been buried. Uh, I don't know if I called them. I don't think I had anything to do with it, but there was like a coin.
You're stalling. Spit it out.
Uh, I mean, you're right. Someone you hung is outside.
Her expression immediately goes serious. As she her eyes seem to kind of search you, trying to get a read on your expression. Then kind of squints. You're serious.
Yeah. From what I gathered, he seems different from how the others remembered him. But if he still knows, would he? He doesn't seem to have forgotten anything. Is what I'm saying.
You hear her kind of click her tongue, looking off the side. A very serious, contemplative look coming to her face.
Klaus seems to trust him so far, though. I mean, the others do, so I don't know.
Klaus seems to trust a number of people.
Yeah.
Is he planning on traveling with you?
It seemed like it. He mentioned something about debts, too. I'm guessing spirits. I don't know. I didn't really ask. He's definitely alive, though. He's definitely a living, breathing humanoid.
And he's staying with your group.
Seems that way.
Her gaze goes kind of cold. Before it seems to settle back into neutrality as she looks around the room. Her gaze kind of flickering over all the soldiers there. Before seeming to decide something as she sighs and looks at you. He is a bit of an unstable man. To think that he's come back is another headache to take on.
He didn't seem that unstable. Seemed pretty cleaned up, actually.
Have I told you why I hung him?
Once, yeah.
And now he's returned, and he has information. I don't know if he's still that unstable man, but I cannot risk it with the number of people here. She looks towards you, Eric, a very serious look on her face. Continue to keep a close eye.
Eric will nod and say, sure. Hey, I can use a drinking buddy, right?
Kind of gets a bit of a huff from her.
Hey, just because you can tell when I'm lying doesn't mean that everyone else can.
I suppose not. She reaches out very kind of lightly, tapping the edge of her knuckle to your chin before dropping her hand to pick up the water skin again. Oh, you're so clever.
You've got the wrong abyss.
She just gives him this pointed, unimpressed stare.
It's true. Like the one out of 5, you picked the one note. It's fine. Never mind.
Take the compliment.
Yeah, I'll try.
It could do you some good. All right. And you see her reach for her great sword. There's a bit of a tension to her expression for just a brief second, but seems to school itself again, and she pushes herself back up onto her feet.
Eric will stand and he's kind of back into his like disinterested posture as he takes a cigarette out and lights it. Says, I guess I'll go find the others and check on the horses and everything. Oh, by the way, and he'll whistle and call to Tiberius.
There, you hear the loud thump thump of the footprints making their way over, and Vidalia seems to turn her attention to it. You go to the dog.
Yeah, I was planning on tracking down Ferric's friend, but that didn't go as planned. because cowardice. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. So I have him now, and I don't want to. I'm not gonna give him back. So yeah. Anyway, General Dahlia Lionheart. This is Tiberius.
She kind of crosses her arms, looking down at the creature. And this hulking animal seems to actually kind of rear back just a little bit. Not in a threatening posture, but more in a high level of caution suddenly. She reaches down, lightly pets the top of its head, but it still seems very terrified and tense.
Yeah.
Before she stands up straight again, crosses her arms, gives a bit of a half shrug. Animals have never been very fond of me.
Eric would hold his hand out, palm up towards Tiberius, and just tell him, since he can talk to him, like, hey, it's all right. She might be big and strong, but it's not gonna hurt you.
Roll me persuasion.
I mean, he trusts me implicitly because of my primeval awareness.
Yeah, he doesn't run away. Stays where he is, but there's still kind of a bit of nervousness to. And you see Dahlia kind of watching this, kneels down, and almost as if like kind of flipping a switch, you see a very soft smile come to her face, her eyes gentling as she holds out her palm facing up towards the creature. Have her roll. Oof. Nope. Creature doesn't seem to want to approach her whatsoever. And she just kind of keeps smiling at it. It's just like, in due time, I'm sure you'll come to warm up to me.
I'm sure you will.
And stands up again. All right. I will pretend to remain ignorant of your new companion. But if you see even the slightest flicker that he is going to attempt to say anything, let me know.
Do the others in the group, did he tell the others what he knew?
He did.
Okay. Well,
I mean, he made no attempt to hide his threat.
yeah. This will be fun.
I'm sure you'll do fine. You're quite talented at it.
Eric will grin. So, yeah. Anyway, I guess I'll get the water skin back from you.
Not
back in the city.
the water skin, right? Not my hand. Kind of gives a little roll of her eyes and hands it over to you.
Eric laughs. And takes it. Anyway, I guess I gotta get going.
going involves moving your feet. I hope.
Yeah, it does. I know. I just sorry.
You're still
He will
standing
turn around.
very
He will turn around and walk away. Telling Tiberius to follow him.
You just hear this amused huff of air before she walks off to go deal with the rest of her soldiers. And you return outside, spotting the rest of the group talking, and Miriam seems to be off to the side, writing or something.
Well,
And I actually suppose, well, no, I'll let you guys continue a bit, just a tiny bit longer.
all right. I suppose Klaus will kind of look over to Eric, who's returning, and kind of gives him an odd look before kind of looking back at the rest of everybody else.
Oh shit! Eric would have. Could Eric have grabbed a 200 plus aged wine from the cellar? Because he actually would have wanted to do that like separately. I just forgot.
That's simple enough.
Cool. He
You're
would.
sloshing in the bag.
No, he'd just be carrying it in his hand, like.
Changing that then. Klaus sees him coming, kind of looks down at his hand, and his eyes don't immediately go away from it before looking back up at him and turning away.
Actually, also with you guys kind of standing there, Alexis kind of nudges both. Well, yeah, no, the other most suspicious person in the party kind of nudges your arm, Klaus, and she's like squinting off where Miriam is. It's just like, look at her over there scheming.
Klaus,
I've been muted this whole time. God damn it! I was gonna say Merrick goes over to talk to Miriam. Fuck!
It'd be like that sometime. Klaus just kind of.
Can you do that still?
Yeah, you're walking in that direction. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Klaus kind of like arches an eyebrow.
She's like looking at the group and writing every so often. I mean, it could be possible that it looks like she's squeamish. She's like looking up, looking back down, writing things, and then looking back up again, just at the group and write.
Hey Miriam, what's your drawing? Or writing? What you got there?
We didn't. Okay.
Analyzing us, our secrets. Come on,
She could also be, I don't know, writing.
That's what she wants you to believe.
Hey Miriam, what you writing there?
I'm just drawing and sketching a few things, and she kind of flips the pages
Oh, can I see?
over.
I'm an artist myself. I'm an artist myself. Come on, as peers.
Persuasion check?
Sure.
Eric's gonna look for Kovacs.
All right.
There it is.
All right. And she'll flip the pages back, and you see a kind of like a bunch of sketches that she's done. She's kind of drawn everyone in the party when they were all kind of together, as they were talking to Kovacs, minus herself. On the other side of the page, she's drawn the restored image of Susie kind of clutching at the bear and a kind of like figure holding Susie's hand, looking kind of like a shadow looking off in the distance. Some words.
Out of curiosity, how's the quality of these sketches?
I didn't make a roll, so.
Yeah, make a performance for this one.
Alright. Terrible.
Probably, maybe. Oh, not so bad actually. I rolled that to GM as I rolled a
Yeah.
21.
These are rather impressive sketches.
Oh, you've definitely mastered the fundamentals. These are really nice. I also, but I do have one critique.
Hmm.
No, he'll flip back to the drawing of the party. Someone's missing there.
You're referring to myself.
Bear just kind of gives her a smile. I think it needs one more person. Maybe someone of medium height, probably female figure. Horns would be a really nice touch.
I was about to say Vidalia, but I think the horns validates that.
I think you have a much nicer. Leans and whispers. I think you have a much nicer figure than Vidalia, if I'm to be honest.
You get a very, very slight chuckle out of that. Thank you. I suppose I just thought that, well, y'all seem to have much more history together than I do.
We'll make history, don't I? Like I said, I think you'll definitely find that you have a place in this group now that, especially now that we've have someone who's a bit more rambunctious re-entering.
Very well.
I am glad you're here, Miss Miriam. Your presence is a common one.
Thank you, Varric.
Of course. And if we ever get a day off, you and I could definitely spend it going out and doing some artwork.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it? Ooh, maybe we can get other people involved. I know someone who might be interested.
I don't usually sketch for my own enjoyment.
What do you normally sketch for then?
Usually it's educational.
Like
things.
diagrams?
Diagrams, yes.
Yeah, kind of gives a nod. I respect that. I tend to paint more of the happenings in the world and the expression of one's soul, but I find that art is a very useful medium for many things.
Of course.
It brings me pride to know that someone uses it for such good purposes.
Usually it's personal. It's memories. Things I want to remember, perhaps, on my journey. And there's a lot of things that I want to understand and look for in this world. And that's why I wander around.
Barry kind of gets a nod and a smile and says, well, you stick with us long enough, I'm sure you'll find something that catches your fancy.
I'm sure I already have.
Well, if nothing else, then you go traveling with us. You got to see this little guy as he pulls out Urkel and just kind of sits him on his lap.
You see Urkel kind of like bounce around, just like sitting there, kind of bouncing in place.
Pop, 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 pop.
She'll start sketching.
Fantastic little guy, isn't he? One day he's going to be bigger than you or I. Probably as big as Tenzing, believe it or not. But yet here he is, a small little bundle of potential. And he's so adorable.
Immediately just hear this.
Oh, he's got enough a pellet. Okay, buddy. I'll just kind of like put him over my shoulder, pat his back. Let it out. Oh, you good now?
With a towel, sir.
You good now, buddy? As I just kind of hold him up.
Fluffs his neck feathers.
Oh, I just nuzzle his beak.
She's gonna smile and just kind of look around the area.
I'm gonna put Urkel on my head like a hat.
It's a shame to have lost the stories of so many people here, but I'm sure you'll do them justice.
One day. I don't know how soon that day is going to be, but one day the story of these people, this town, what happened here will be told. And I'll make sure that it will be something that everyone knows and cannot be denied. I will admit that the Northern Empire, I find it. There are things I enjoy about this empire and things I disgust and despise at, but one of the things that gets me the most is how willingly it throws away its own history simply so it can look better and not really care about learning. As a bard, a keeper of law and history, that's quite upsetting to me.
I'm just glad that we were able to restore balance today.
Mary just kind of smiles and nods. And a friend of ours came back.
I do suppose that is good too.
Yeah. I don't know how, and honestly, I'm not really going to. Don't really care too much. Obviously, I'm curious, but he's back, and as far as that is to believe, he's back, and that's what matters. And people were lost today, but we freed a lot more souls. Hopefully, we got them to move on.
I hope so too.
Miss Miriam, I think we did good work today.
There's no doubt that we did.
We can at least walk away with that, and I thank you for your assistance today. It was most invaluable.
I only did my duty. There's no gratitude needed.
Needed, no, but given nonetheless it shall be.
Very well.
If you need something, don't be afraid to ask. I like to help out people too, if I can.
I usually don't need much, but I'll keep that in mind.
Even the smallest things. Mary's kind of looking at her, seeing if she's finished her sketch of Urkel yet.
Yeah, she would have.
Okay. Big Silver, how's it look?
Go ahead, roll another performance.
Oh, another person. Okay. 13.
Not bad.
Mary just gives an approving nod. You know, I was actually thinking, we got sort of a home base that we've yet to furnish. I was thinking about putting up some of my paintings, and if you don't mind leaving them there, maybe some of your sketches.
I think that may be a hard sell. I usually keep them to myself and keep them as memories.
Oh, well, they'll be safe and within reach at any time, but if you ever draw something that's just, I don't know, something you won't share with others, I encourage you to do so.
Very well. Thank you, Varric.
Thank you. You've been good, and I know that I can call you a friend.
She smiles at that and turns towards you.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
We'll have to play checkers at some point.
I'm much more better at dragon chess.
You're on. Next time we're in town, we'll pick up a set and we'll play.
All right.
All right. And so, is there any last questions? As we have only half an hour left, a little less.
There's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that Eric just wanted to talk to Kovacs for a bit, for like a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, and something that, frankly, is probably better staved off for perhaps a one-on-one. Klaus would probably like to talk to Tenzing.
Yay, same hat.
Go ahead, and Brian.
Okay. Eric would have gone looking for wherever Kovacs was.
Yeah, Eric, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What can I help you with?
Well, two things. I don't know what it's like being a phantom, but thought you might like this. It's and he kind of looks at the wine bottle, and it's really faded. Whatever tag or whatever. I think this is 250 something year old wine. I don't know. Seemed like a time to celebrate.
Yeah, now seems as good a time as any. You're right. Are you showing it to him, or were you handing it to him?
Oh, he's holding it out. Yeah.
Okay. Kovacs will take it, and I'm gonna bite the cork. I'm gonna pop it, and then chug a little bit of it and offer it to you.
What a Chad.
Yeah, Eric would do the same.
Power move.
That's what Eric was planning on doing. He decided.
I hate them.
Two Chads.
These two fucking frat boys. I just.
Pain.
And then afterwards, Kovac goes, that tastes like ash.
Yeah, I don't think it was well sealed. Looks at where the cork landed.
What's the second thing you needed?
You mentioned that you saw something, and I don't know how well. Okay, I don't know how much you were aware of before you showed up physically.
Shit, not much. Pieces.
All right. So when you showed up, I was asking for help from whoever had sent the coin, which I guess was connected to you. But right before the coin showed up, I had asked for help from someone, and that's not something I normally do. But you mentioned that you had seen something on the other side, whatever that was for you. I was wondering if what you saw at any point was someone in a stone chair chained.
Someone stone chained? Is that what you said?
Someone in a stone chair chained, like they were held down by chains.
Dweeby, I don't think I did, right?
Hold on. Okay, there we go. If you've heard a being with chains.
Yeah, in a stone chair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Just
don't think I did, right?
No.
Okay. No, that's not what it was like for me. Then again, I don't. I hope that's not good or bad news either way. I would take it with a grain of salt. My condition on my death was a bit different than most people's.
All right. The only reason I'm asking is because I don't know, it might have just been a dream, but I usually don't remember my dreams in such vivid detail, and I saw someone in that kind of yeah.
I hate to show up and be useless to you right off the bat, but I can't help you there. None of that rings a bell for me.
All right, it's fine. You're not that useless. Well, can I borrow that gun?
Do what?
He said, that you're not that useless. Well, that depends. Can I borrow that gun?
No. This is sentimental for the most part. What do you need it for?
Honestly, I simply have never got into shooting before.
Kovacs will shrug and unholster the gun. It's going to be heavier than you think. You don't have to pull as hard as you think either.
I'll keep that in mind. And he'll take the gun. He'll look up around for something that he can shoot that isn't like, you know, a person.
Kovacs will take this time and kind of hold this symbol on his waist and the other hand out, and you will see a ball of water appear about 30 feet away.
What are you?
Huh.
An entity.
Yeah. Eric will aim at it and try to shoot it.
Roll me straight check.
X.
Yep.
Cool.
Nice. You shoot the bullet. Shoot the gun. The bullet immediately zips through the center of this ball of water.
Hey, it's not bad.
And also with the loud bang, you notice a couple of annoyed glances in your guys' direction by the soldiers, because that's the second time that's happened.
Varric just gives a little jump. He's like, ah!
Klaus seizes up.
You hear gunshots, and it's just Kovacs getting to know Eric.
Klaus turns over to fucking Alexis. Is that customary for him?
You know, you used to have a problem with aiming. Yeah.
Throwing shade.
Hey, you don't want to drink the rest of this wine, do you?
No, no, we can. I'd suggest you share it.
Oh, well, I was gonna ask if you think you could.
Oh, throw it?
Well, I was gonna make a wager with you, see if you could shoot it before it hit the ground.
Oh, we're flexing.
He's using eye.
They really are rat boys.
Yeah, I kind of want to flex. All right.
I hate it here. Klaus is just watching this from a distance with just like this half disapproval.
Alexis just has this look on her face of like, oh no, they're gonna feed off each other.
Klaus looks over towards. Klaus looks back towards Alexis and it's just. And this is what I mean by treasuring your abilities.
Varric looks at Miriam's like, "You are my rock."
Tenzing is
that what he
just
said?
Yeah, he's like, he sees this, realizes the same thing that Alexis did. It's like, looks at Miriam's like, "You are my rock in the storm."
So what are the rules for this wager here, Eric?
Well, I'm guessing that after we toss it, whether or not we shoot it, it's gonna shatter. So I guess we'll just keep getting wine bottles until one of us, the first one to hit, and the first one to hit. How about this? No, I keep making this too complicated. How about let's just make it simple? I'll give you 5 gold pieces if you can shoot it before it hits the ground.
All right.
All right. So Eric's throwing it.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say out the DCs for this one out loud. Throwing a bottle is simple. So make a dex check and hit a DC of 11.
Okay. Thanks, Jack.
15. All right. Flings through the air. It's going to be a bit more difficult for you, Kovacs. As you go to shoot the bottle, that will be a DC of 16.
16? Okay. I have a question. Do I have like a turn to do it or just one shot?
One shot.
Okay. Then.
Oh! Oh, God.
I mean, I guess that means it. Doesn't that mean that it jams?
I need you to roll again to see.
Oh, fuck. Stop.
oh dear.
Oh.
So.
It's a 27. Oh shit.
So. I have to whisper, guys. So.
Oh my god.
You. Eric, you toss the bottle, it goes flinging and spinning through the air, and Kovacs, you go to shoot it, and you hear like the click, but it not fire, and you're like, well, that's weird, and kind of turn the gun to look at it and fire again. And Klaus, I need you to catch Bizzle.
Oh, I was hoping it was gonna be me. I was hoping I was gonna get shot and be like, "This is why I need a rock."
Wait, so I'm the one who's getting hit again?
Totally random that it was the Lionheart.
Right.
Oh no! What an unfortunate accident.
Klaus is like, looks over towards Alexis again, and then his hand just moves independently, grabs, and then he looks slowly back over.
Kovacs has his back turned to you. He's not looking. He's just like he doesn't even have any pistols out anymore. He's just sitting there talking to Eric.
Klaus isn't going to.
Actually, can I say that Kovacs quickly puts the pistol in Eric's hand?
Is this a contestant? Is there a contestants between I mean, I think I have to roll a perception or something, right?
Well, first I want to see who wins. Contested athletics.
Oh, athletics? Oh, damn. That's not good.
I would inspire you if I knew what was happening.
I don't realize it shot Klaus. So I just I'm like, oh yeah, my turn now.
Yeah, your turn now.
Klaus turns around and just oh yeah, this is at least oh yeah, no, Kovacs turns around and is pretending to be all fucking innocent, but Klaus just glares actually. What the hell?
Huh? Problem?
What?
I'm gonna incite both of these motherfuckers.
God.
I hope Kovacs somehow got super deception.
I did not.
All right.
Klaus? What the fuck, Eric? He just shot you.
His eyes travel down towards the now broken bottle.
As it lands and hits the ground. Yes.
In the mud? It's a wine bottle too.
Oh, those plasters are thick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it just lands.
Boop.
And Alexis, seeing you having just caught a bullet that was suddenly shot at you again. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Eric would just be like, okay, I guess I didn't expect it to still be there.
I don't have enough energy to care right now. What happened?
Oh,
That's the simple misfile. Nothing to worry about. Happens from time to time.
Don't you usually if you're not shooting at something, you
Nikki, I almost feel as though since I was shot once by the rambunctious Kovacs, am I allowed to have like some fucking advantage on that insight from before? Nope. All right. If anything, he just kind of squints at the both of them.
Eric didn't realize, so he just is not.
No, yeah, Kovacs goes, all right, your turn.
Yeah.
He doesn't say it loud enough for Klaus to hear your turn, though.
I guess you're gonna
Klaus will just start walking over.
I just turn to Miriam and say, "This is what I mean by rock."
And kind of looking in between the two of them, he will reach out, grab Kovacs' hand, and place the bullet there with purpose before clenching his hand over it. I don't care. Just here's your ammunition back. And he just looks in between the both of them before walking back over to Alexis. With just this, what the fuck, guys? Look.
Seeing what they're doing as you approach, Alexis kind of leans in and whispers to you, and it's just like, it would be kind of funny as like a middle finger if you participated and actually hit it.
Can Varric see this all happening?
Klaus's grimace only grows before he turns around. Throw it again.
That was the plan anyway. It's Eric's turn.
It's my turn.
Alexis just this excited grin on her face.
Can Varric just see all this happening? Can Varric see all this happening, walk up and just be like, "Can I try?"
Okay. Come on. Everyone's gonna have a try now before I get my turn. Come on.
Yes.
Eric, for some reason, I feel as though you already had your turn. And just raise it. Then who the fuck shot?
But who shot who is gonna be a question that flies around a lot lately.
Will somebody just throw the goddamn bottle, please?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it, and I will cast my unseen servant to go fetch it and throw it.
Dex check. 11 again.
Let me see here. I don't know what his dex is.
Strength of 2.
Oh yeah, so you probably shouldn't have done that.
I think it doesn't give you a dex, so I'm going to assume it's just 10. So I'm just gonna roll 1d20.
If the strength is 2, I don't think
it's a -4. What? Or
it's a bottle though. It should be fine.
Oh,
well, it would have hit the 11 with a -4.
You hit it exactly.
Yeah.
So bottle is chucked.
Dex.
Your dex.
Yes.
Ooh. With
Can I almost try to beat it with my own?
Own what?
Can I try to beat him to the punch? The draw?
What are you gonna use?
You don't have a gun.
Throw one of my daggers.
Okay, you know what? Sure, go ahead.
That's not fair.
I'm just on the side watching.
I have a better initiative than you, and you know that.
It'd be like that sometimes. And hey, I might miss, you know? It's cool like that. Let's see. Sheet, please work. Thank you. Ah, yeah, you got it first.
Oof. So, with a preciseness and swiftness and sense of aim that impresses you, Kovacs, considering like that's your fucking gun, not his gun. He hits the target. And glass shatters across the mud.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Make sure not to step on that.
Oh, Darrow, can you go fetch his dagger and then get us a couple more bottles? Thank you. And the unseen servant you can't see him, but you just feel this little, just kind of like pass through you guys.
It's just like,
As a dagger just floats towards Klaus, and bottles start coming up the stairs.
Does the wine have a scent?
Me, master of alcoholic drinks.
It smells of a nice. It smells of a nice. What is it called? Pinot Grigio. It is a white wine that.
I would say you do smell like a bitter smell of the wine.
Involvement.
Got it.
Yes.
Ooh, here, hand me the gun.
Eric will hand Kovacs the gun and turn to Klaus and just like tap his shoulder like good-naturedly, but also like in a totally like condescending jock kind of way.
Does or not Kovacs? Go ahead.
And just be like, hey, there's a time and place for everyone, isn't that right, Klaus? And he's gonna walk away.
What's the look on Klaus's face, by the way?
He doesn't look like he even heard a single thing that Eric said.
And you said a bottle was put into his hands? Eric?
Into whose hands?
What did you
holding
say?
alcohol?
Wait,
What?
what did you say Eric did?
He gave the gun back to Kovacs.
Oh, got it.
Instead of Eric. And then he just like tapped Klaus's shoulder before heading off.
Yeah, Alexis little kind of nudges you. Klaus is just like, still good.
He seems to come to when you do that, and he just kind of gives you a tight-lipped smile. And just,
Let's go check what Miriam's doing.
Wait. Yeah, I know it'll make you feel better.
We gotta quickly hurry this along.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Yeah. Let's do that.
All right, and the two will make their way over to Miriam, and so some of you guys pass the time shooting bottles, others chatting, others walking over to join chats, and this is where we'll end today's session.
Wait,
Heath has to leave.
Okay. I just gotta know though. Damn.
Also, as a quick thing to the stream, because I am doing streaming now, thank you guys for coming. Sorry I have to whisper. My dad is fast asleep behind me, so I don't want to wake him. Thank you guys for coming. Quick little shout out just to everyone in here. So, another LT viewer, Atten, Commander Rue, Crazy Cynical, Dinu, Electrical Longboard, Fleet Battle, Lemon Juices 12, Lurks, Needham, Rubber Slayer, Attacking Elias, Universe, and Demonic Crystals. Thank you all for coming, and if you haven't followed already, please do. It really helps me out. I'm almost to 50. I'm so close.
Hi, Crystal!
Yeah, hi, Crystal.
Oh, I forgot to open the stream today. Shoot.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming, and hope you enjoyed the stream. Enjoy the rest of your night or morning, wherever your time zone is, and goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.